This story took place in the mountains near Shanxi province. A guy with white hair coughs up blood. We see him kneel down and lean on his sword because he can't stand on his feet anymore. Opposite him are armed opponents dressed in black clothes, and each of them is waiting for moments to attack. The girl came forward and asked the white-haired guy to give up and accept his death. He looked at his opponents and could not believe that these people had betrayed him. He clenched his teeth to overcome the pain he was experiencing. The main character knew that evil forces had been hunting him all his life, but he could never believe that people close to him would betray him. The strong blood squad had fought side by side with him for many years, and he never thought that they would betray him. The girl suddenly took off her black mask from her face. She looked at him with her cold blue eyes and said that the current demonic cult needs variables, and for the sake of the cult is not ready to kill its leader. The main character did not agree with them and said that this was just an excuse to kill him, and the oath of allegiance that the strong blood squad took was worth nothing. She raised her weapon up and prepared to attack him and complete her mission. She stood in front of him holding a sword in her hand and wanted to commit murder for the good of the entire clan and a better life in the future. His silhouette was displayed on the blade of the sword. After a few seconds, this silhouette became clear and he saw his image as if he was looking into a mirror. The main character smiled because he understood that he was destined to die at the hands of people close to him. He pulled his sword out of the ground and raised it up. We see how the main character made several rotations around his axis and quickly moved his legs. Our main character's name is Qian Wobek, and he is currently 17 years old and is the young leader of a demonic cult. Qian looked at his opponents and said that they must do it now or never, and ordered to attack first. But suddenly a guy fell from the sky. This guy landed his ass right on his head and broke his neck. He was wearing sweatpants, but there was no clothing on his body. After it landed on his head, he immediately jumped to the side and fell on the grass. The guy sat on the ground and touched his ass with his hand, and said that it was very painful and he wouldn't land like that. This stranger looked around and saw a large number of people in front of him and asked them where he was now. I proposed to take a break from history for a few minutes in order to get acquainted with our new main character, who studied for 4 years at a pedagogical institute. After that, he served 2 years in the army as a conscript, and after 2 years of studying for the teacher certification exam, he finally managed to do it, and our hero, Kim Soju, who was already 28 years old, finally passed the certification exam for teachers. He was incredibly happy, but nevertheless understood that he did not hate studying, and he spent this time in constant torment. The only thing he dreamed of was a decent and stable income. But a serious problem appeared, because housing prices would rise faster than his salary. The scene, as you already understand, is transferred to the present time, and a guy in a tracksuit is standing at a bus stop holding a phone in his hands. He knew that there was a way that would allow him to increase his money hundreds and 1,000 times. As you may have guessed, he decided to invest his money in cryptocurrency, but his investments began to fall in value. Net profit this month was minus 140 million won. His eyes suddenly disappeared after he saw the amount of money he lost this month. Blood began to leak from his eyes, and it ran down his face because all his assets had evaporated. A large, ancient red palace stood motionless like a titanic statue and basked in the sun's rays. A bus arrived at the bus stop and stopped. Students and school children began to get off the bus. There were a huge number of them, so they had to take several buses at once. The teacher came out and shouted very loudly so that all the students could hear her and line up, and after that I will not go inside the royal tomb. Kim Soju at that moment was standing not far from the teacher and looking at his phone, and she drew attention to him. She asked teacher Soju to help her line up the children because she had a cold and couldn't scream loudly. But when she looked closer, she saw his expression, and she became scared. He looked terrible, and it felt as if he had just died and a living corpse or zombie was standing in front of him. The teacher realized that there was no point in asking Kim Soju for help, and asked the children to follow her and do everything themselves. They came to a door on which it was written that this was the entrance to the exhibition of the royal tomb. Soju was pale all this time, and the only thing he thought about was that he wanted to die. He understood that this was one of the worst days of his life, and besides all this, we still need to look after the children. Soju wanted to go to the toilet, but suddenly saw that one of the students had climbed into a room that he was not allowed to enter. This student did not care about all laws and rules and entered this room. He slammed the room behind him on which there was a sign that outsiders were prohibited from entering. Soju thought that he couldn't see the face of this student because of the darkness, but from the uniform he could definitely tell that he was from their school. Soju hid his left hand in his pocket and thought that it was none of his business and he shouldn't interfere. But suddenly he got angry and said that this guy had broken the rules and he needed to be taken out of this room because he was his student. Soju took a few steps to the side and decided that he still had no choice and needed to follow this guy. He overcame the yellow tape and said that he hates high school students because they do not allow him to be sad normally. He opened the door to this room and carefully began to examine everything that was here. When he saw where he was now, surprise was visible on his face. He found himself in a corridor along which there were marble columns and ancient architectural elements that were already more than 1,000 years old. He looked at it all in surprise and could not understand where he had just ended up. He looked at the columns that were covered with cobwebs and had cracks on them. On the ceiling, he saw gratings with the help of which the light of the sun entered the room and illuminated it. Soju had never heard before that there was such a place in the tomb, and suddenly he saw a student who walked around the corner. Soju immediately started running after him in order to stop him. He grabbed this guy by the shoulder and told him to stop. Soju explained that this room cannot be entered and the older students need to be close to the teacher, so he needs to return. The boy turned his head at him and looked in surprise. Yu Deokhwa from Class 2B asked teacher Soju what he was doing in this room. Soju looked at this guy and asked why a quiet person like him who never attracts attention decided to go into a room that is not allowed to be entered. Yu Dogwa tried to explain to the teacher that he needed to hurry up and get out of here as quickly as possible. Soju got angry when he heard these words and asked the guy if he was completely crazy because he has no right to communicate like that with his teacher. Yu Deokhwa looked at the ceiling and saw black energy and said that if the teacher stays here, a strong curse will fall on him. Soju looked at this guy and thought that he was mocking him and trying to scare him with some stupid, scary stories. He started laughing and said that these idiotic stories would not scare him. He pulled him by the shoulder and said that he didn't believe in these stupid curses, and these were just scary stories that tourists were told. Soju started yelling at him and said that he was tired of trying to persuade him to leave here like normal, so he orders him to leave the room immediately. And at that moment, suddenly a bright light appeared in the room, which created a large pile of gold coins. All these coins looked like real ones and sparkled when the sun's rays from the grill on the ceiling hit them. Soju was surprised when he saw a large mountain of coins and did not understand how to react. It was very strange. He stood with his mouth open and could not close it, because he had never seen so many coins appearing out of nowhere before. He still managed to close his mouth, but beads of sweat appeared on his face. He slowly began to walk towards this mountain with coins in order to touch them. Soju took one gold coin from this pile and decided to test its strength. For this, he bit it with his teeth. Soju didn't understand what was happening because it was all for real, and these coins were made of pure gold. Yu Deokhwa also walked up to these coins and began to carefully examine. He was unhappy when he took this gold coin into his hand and began to suspect that there was something strange here. He saw how black souls appeared around a gold coin and flew in different directions, enveloping this coin. He carefully observed this black energy and thought that evil spirits lived in these coins. Soju did not know about evil spirits and did not believe in them, so he continued to look at the pile of gold as if spellbound. This gold stupefied his mind, and after losing money on the cryptocurrency market today, he realized that this was his chance to live a happy and rich life. Sungju. He held a gold coin in his hand and constantly said something quietly about how he would soon become rich. He put a gold coin in his pocket and said that now, thanks to this coin, he could buy shares in cryptocurrency again and win money. He suddenly started stretching his sports jacket and said that when he lost all his saved money in stocks and crypto, he thought that the heavens cursed him. He started to take off his sports jacket and, well, his body didn't have a t-shirt. Soji placed coins in the center of his jacket and tied it so that the jacket turned into a bag. He laughed, and his look reminded me of some crazy friend of mine. Soji constantly insisted that everyone in life is given their own chance. He said that he did not consider himself an idiot and would never miss such a chance in his life. Coach Suji sat down on his knees and began to collect coins in a bag. Yu Deokhwa tried to tell the teacher that if he continues to steal and these coins, then evil spirits will curse him. Soju laughed. Like, hey, my crazy man said that he absolutely doesn't care about the curse because his life is so similar to hell. He continued to put coins in his jacket and said that if he had such a large amount of money, then not a single curse could ruin his life. But suddenly the glass began to crack and he heard a very loud noise. Soju felt the ground under his feet begin to collapse and fall through. Soju looked at the student in fear and tried to understand what was happening now. Yu Deokhwa understood that the curse he told the teacher about was gradually coming true. Suddenly the ground gave way beneath them and they began to fall down. Soju at that moment realized that the student was not lying when he said that the curse would punish him, but he did not think that it would happen so quickly. The two of them began to fall down and quickly flew into a deep abyss. Soju was flying down and didn't understand what was happening, and at that moment he heard some strange voice that said that anyone who disturbs the king's peace deserves a curse. The voice said that now he will have to go through this world and face trials and live among the dead for the rest of his life. He looked at his palms and felt that something was happening to him. His arms slowly began to shrink, and this process caused him great pain. Soju screamed in pain and did not understand what was happening to his body now. He felt tears appear in his eyes and immediately fly into the air, and his pupils disappeared somewhere. His eyes became white. He continued to rapidly fly down the black hole, and a voice told him that he had just received the necromancer class, and now he can create a skeleton. But he will only be able to summon a skeleton after he kills his first enemy. And from this moment, our story returns to the place where we began our story. He sat on the grass and held his ass with his hand and did not understand what had just happened to him. He looked at his pants and saw that they had become several times larger, as if they had increased in size. But when he looked at his hands, he realized that his body had become smaller. His hands had shrunk. Suddenly, neural connections began to connect in his head, and he began to understand what had happened to him. Soju suddenly realized that he had become younger and returned to the age when he was still a teenager. He walked forward and suddenly saw in front of him a large number of people who stood opposite him and looked at him. He asked these guys why they were dressed so strangely, and was there really a masquerade going on somewhere here? But all these people continued to stand silently and did not know what to answer him, and their faces were pale. Soju looked around him and suddenly saw that a dead guy with a broken neck was lying next to him. The girl informed all members of her squad that Cheon Wobek, the young leader of the demonic cult, was dead at the age of 17. Soju scrunched his face and realized that when he accidentally landed on this guy, he most likely killed him with his ass. He looked at him closer and saw that this guy's neck was turned 90 degrees. He began to sweat and purse his lips hysterically, realizing that he had just killed a man. A sudden voice informed him that he had fulfilled the conditions and personally killed the man, and therefore he could summon this man as a skeleton. Soju turned pale when he heard these words and began to scream and cry loudly. This was a very shocking event for him. But suddenly he saw a purple flash that flew very quickly towards him. He looked at this flash and realized that something strange was happening here, and now he was in danger. He immediately got to his feet and started running away in fear and screaming loudly because it was the only way to stay alive. The leader of the ninja group put her sword forward and said that there should be no witnesses. She looked at this guy and said that she needed to kill him at any cost. Soju got angry when he heard her words and said that he would not allow anyone to kill him just like that, and he would not allow this girl to do this. But not suddenly it became clear to him why she was so angry with him and wanted to kill him. He turned his head back and realized that she was angry with him for killing their ally, but it happened completely by accident, and he didn't want to do it. Soju put his hands forward to stop them and tried to explain that it was just an accident and he just fell from the sky. But unfortunately, the main character's plan didn't work and words were useless, so the only thing he could do was just run away. But our hero didn't know that he would end up in another world when in the morning he put on slippers instead of sneakers, and so after a few steps he stumbled. Soju fell to the ground and hit his chin on the floor. Suddenly he felt very strong pain, and the blade of the ball pierced his shoulder. He had never felt such severe pain before, and at that moment he was ready to curse everyone who caused him such pain. Sonyu screamed very loudly in pain and lay on the ground. There was a girl standing nearby who pierced his shoulder with a ball and looked down on him. She smiled and said that this was his reward for killing the young leader instead of her, and therefore she would send him to the world of the dead painlessly. He wanted to answer her something, but the pain was so strong that he could not even move his lips. He sobbed and understood that this would be the stupidest death in the entire history of mankind, and that he would actually read this day as his worst day in his life. He couldn't believe that he was destined to die in some strange forest in the middle of nowhere. At that moment, memories from the army began to emerge before his eyes. And those times when he sat at home and studied for exams. He remembered the day when he was finally able to pass these damn exams. Soju clenched his fist very tightly and tried to gather all his strength. He was incredibly angry that he didn't even have time to spend the gold he stole, and he couldn't come to terms with the fact that he was destined to die today. But suddenly the sign appeared in front of his face again, and he heard a strange voice. This window informed him that he could summon skeleton warriors, And if he wanted to do this, he just needed to answer yes. He looked again at the crazy girl who pierced him with the ball, and tears began to appear in his eyes. Normally, Kim Soju would always worry about his property first, but in a moment of desperation, this is a real luxury. He shouted the word yes very loudly in order to activate the ability to summon a skeleton. And at that moment, his ability was activated and a very strong, bright surge of energy and explosion occurred. The warriors did not understand what was happening and covered their faces with their hands so as not to be blinded by this light. Kim felt his head begin to spin because of the window that was constantly in front of his eyes. But in fact, Kim Soju looked elsewhere, and it was much more interesting there. He saw the dead guy he had recently killed suddenly begin to rise to his feet, and purple and black energy appeared around him. The girl did not understand what was happening. The young cult leader who had recently been killed was now back on his feet. He slowly rose up and had difficulty moving his body parts. The soldiers were shocked when they saw that he had risen from the dead, and it seemed to them that this was all impossible because his neck was broken. But the cult leader did not look as fresh as before, and most of all, there was dried blood. And if he had blood leaking from his mouth, suddenly, blood and some of the flesh began to fall away from his body and fell to the ground. They looked in horror at what was happening now and could not believe their eyes because it was a disgusting sight. Smoke appeared around his body and they saw a black silhouette slowly approaching them. All the flesh and blood from this guy's body disappeared, and now in front of them stood a living skeleton with purple eyes and a terrifying smile. This skeleton began to scream very loudly, and a large amount of violet energy appeared around it and emitted. They didn't understand what was happening, and they became very scared because they had never seen anything like this before. One of the warriors decided not to stand still and not waste time, so she immediately began to torch this skeleton. The girl ordered him to stop immediately and not make this mistake. But it was already too late because the skeleton pulled out his sword and cut this guy's body in half with one blow. He emitted incredibly strong demonic energy and looked at the other intruders with his terrible eyes. People were incredibly scared and they wanted to understand what had just happened, but it couldn't fit into their heads. Soju saw that the skeleton had just protected him and the man who attacked them, and realized that now it would be much easier for him to deal with these guys. He raised his head and looked again at the sign that was in front of his face. He read the information on the tablet that he had successfully summoned a skeleton warrior. And now, this one of yours is at his disposal, and tears appeared in his eyes. He didn't fully understand what was happening, but judging by this information, he now has a skeleton under his command. Soji started laughing because he finally realized what had just happened, and realized that he had nothing to be afraid of now. He slowly rose to his feet and ran towards his submitted skeleton. Soju stopped behind him and looked at him carefully, while he covered his wound with his hand in order to stop losing blood. But he understood that he needed to bandage this wound as soon as possible, because he was starting to lose a lot. Soju gave the first with his skeleton to kill all these people slowly, and not spare anyone. There was a sign with numbers 1 and 3 on the wall at school. Suji raised his hand, and the teacher allowed him to answer the question. He stood up and greeted the whole class, after which he said that his name was Kim Soji. He said in a very loud, joyful voice that his dream was to become rich. This was a dream he had since childhood, and to fulfill it, he worked non-stop every day. He did not sleep at night in order to get closer to his dream, but because of this, he began to have health problems. Every night, due to overwork, his nose began to bleed. He could never believe that one day he would be able to see a big city with a mountain of gold coins, and that his dream would come true just like that. But in the end, when he saw a large amount of gold, he thought that his dream had finally come true, and his torment would end there. But when his dream almost became real, he immediately lost everything and fell into a hole that took him to another world. Now he was in some forest in the middle of the night in a mountainous area. A flash of purple light was visible in the distance, and the flash could be seen several kilometers from the scene. It was an incredible strong explosion that radiated a large amount of energy. The clan warriors could not calmly look at this color because it blinded their eyes. In front of them stood a living skeleton who held balls in his hands and radiated incredibly strong energy. This skeleton screamed very loudly and with all his appearance terrified his opponents and made them afraid. They were very scared and understood that their fencing and martial arts abilities would not help him in the battle against this monster. The skeleton held a sharp sword in his hand which filled it with its energy and strengthened it in this way. After the skeleton received an order from his master, He immediately jumped and pounced on the enemy for me to attack them. He opened his bone mouth and swung the ball to attack. This skeleton was a cold-blooded warrior who followed the orders of his master and did not feel pity for his opponents, and therefore he could easily cut their bodies with his weapon. The warrior saw that this skeleton was destroying his allies with incredible speed and speed. He stopped scared because this skeleton was almost gradually approaching him, and he didn't know how to resist it. A few seconds later, this enemy from the world of the dead approached him, and a shadow appeared on his face. The skeleton looked at him with its glowing blue eyes and raised his sword up to strike. The rest of the warriors saw a large amount of blood splash out from the body of their ally, and they felt terrible at this sight. She did not understand what needed to be done in this situation in order to defeat such a strong opponent. The only thing that came to mind at the moment was to order all your data to stop packing and get ready to attack the enemy. Soju stood aside all this time and watched the battle take place. He was glad because this skeleton was protecting him and following orders, but he still didn't understand what was happening here. The girl said that the young leader turned into a skeleton, but he is still a leader, and if his limbs are cut off, he will not be able to move further. Soju heard the words of this crazy girl and realized that he couldn't let her carry out her plan. She shouted very loudly that a skeleton cannot have internal energy, and he can only swing his sword and scare them with his appearance. He thought that her words actually made sense if she carried out her plan, in which case he would lose his skeleton protector. Soji heard in her words such remarks as the internal energies of the sword technique and began to understand where he actually ended up. Soji didn't want to admit it at the last moment, but he no longer had any doubts, and he found himself in the world of martial arts. The skeleton opened its bony mouth and steam appeared from its mouth. He smiled and looked at the opponents. But after that, the skeleton said something in an incomprehensible language. The warriors stopped for a moment when they heard that this skeleton could talk, but they did not understand what he wanted to say. They became scared when they did not hear his voice, and their body involuntarily began to tremble. She looked at this demonic skeleton and realized that this monster was scaring her people. She realized that she couldn't waste time and made rapid fish forward. The girl understood that she was the only one who was not afraid of him and had to do everything with her own hands and show her soldiers that there was no point in being afraid of this monster. She tried to find his weak spot in the body and realized that it would be best to simply cut off his head. When she decided that she would cut off his head, she immediately decided to scream in order to give herself courage. But the skeleton easily repelled her attack and blocked the blow of her sword. She felt a vibration in her hand after her sword touched the skeleton ball. From the touch of two iron blades, sparks began to fly in different directions. The skeleton had a special sword technique and blocked her blow by holding his sword behind his back. She tried to slide her ball as close to the handle as possible, and the sparks that flew in different directions became even larger. She didn't understand how this skeleton had such a large amount of strength to resist her. The skeleton took a step to the side and decided that it was necessary to counterattack her because she was now in a weak position. He jumped up and tried to pull his sword out of this fight in order to deliver a new attack. With his ball, he made an unusual attack from several points at the same time. She did not have time to follow his movements and felt that he had just knocked her off balance. She looked at him in fear and saw only the flashes that remained after the movement of his sword. The skeleton was able to perfectly execute his combination of blows and movements in order to knock the enemy's balance, and now all he had to do was deliver the final blow. He pierced her body with his sword, and the blade went through her body and came out of her back. Blood began to flow from her mouth, and she said that this skeleton mastered the martial arts technique that the young leader possessed. After these words, she fell to the ground and died, and the skeleton stood near her body and continued to radiate energy. He lowered his head down and stood motionless for several seconds as if he had turned into a statue. But suddenly he raised his head and looked with his glowing eyes at the rest of the opponents. This look frightened the warriors, and I did not understand that they were unlikely to be able to defeat him because even their mistress could not cope with him. They stood and pretended that they were not afraid, but their bodies trembled and betrayed their true emotion. One of the guys shouted very loudly to everyone to attack this monster and destroy it. They attacked the skeletons from different sides in order to destroy him, but the skeleton was able to fight off 3 opponents and kill them with one blow. The warrior understood that he had already lost too many people, and he could just give up, and therefore had to kill this skeleton here and now. He was able to sneak up on him from behind and thrust his blade into his back, and the skeleton reacted to this damage. He smiled and thought that he had finally managed to destroy this skeleton and find his weak point. His sword was stuck into the back of this skeleton, and the warrior twisted the blades of his sword in order to inflict as much damage as possible. The skeleton stood motionless for several seconds, as if processing this information about the injury. But suddenly he turned his head sharply back and began to move. The guy couldn't believe that he couldn't kill this skeleton, and he was still able to move. The skeleton turned around and dealt a critical blow and cut this guy's body into two parts. He had the ability to be immortal, which the naive warriors did not know about. They continued to hit him in the body, but their attacks were unsuccessful, and it all ended with them losing their limbs or dying immediately. But the warriors did not give up and continued to inflict damage on him, trying to find his weak point in order to destroy him. They stuck their balls into him from different sides and tried to pierce him. At some point, the skeleton crouched and lowered its head down, but he did this only to take out his sword and again strike back at his enemies. He did not feel pain, and therefore he did not care at all about the attacks that his opponents made. The skeleton saw that there were not enough opponents around and began to pull balls out of his body. He pulled out his sword and threw it on the grass. After that, he pulled out a second sword that was stuck between his ribs and he threw it to the ground. "I'll burn it all this time." I stood on the sidelines and watched the battle take place. It was creepy for him to watch this skeleton, but the only thing that calmed him down was that the skeleton was on his side. They were left alone, and around them there were a large number of mutilated corpses lying on the grass. The skeleton again began to make some strange sounds in an incomprehensible language, as if trying to say something. There were dead people lying on the grass, and some of them had no legs or arms, and they were lying separately. Here is their body. Soju was very scared, and his face turned pale because for the first time in his life, he saw such a bloody massacre. But suddenly he remembered that he himself gave the order to his skeleton to kill all these people. He felt ashamed and embarrassed that he had given such a terrible order to his subordinate skeleton. But he had no other choice because either he would kill them or die himself. He felt incredibly strong pain in his arm and began to scream in pain. Soju ordered his skeleton to get out of here immediately because help might be coming to them soon. He turned his head to the side, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw what caused him to get hit. Near a tree a few meters away from him lay his jacket, which contained a large number of gold coins. These were the same coins that he stole from the museum, and these are the coins for which he received this curse. He remembered his feeling when he collected a whole bag of these coins. This bag of money got into his head and he couldn't stop. Soju was incredibly relieved when he found these coins because he had already forgotten about them. But now he remembered that it was all just for them. He was breathing very heavily, and suddenly the corner of his eye noticed that there was water next to him. He saw a reflection in the water and realized that this was his chance to look at his appearance. He looked at himself in the mirror, and his face blurred in the waves that were on the water. Suddenly the waves calmed down, and he was able to see his face as clearly as possible. Soju realized that he was not mistaken when he thought that he was younger, and in this world he was younger than in the real world. Soju sat near the water for a few more minutes and tried to understand everything that happened to him today. At first he was upset that he would not be able to return to the real world, but then a smile appeared on his face and he began to laugh. Soji took the bag of money and said that in principle, he doesn't care where to live, and he doesn't care whether he's young or old. He threw the bag over his shoulder and said that as long as he has money, he absolutely doesn't care where he lives, even if this place is a real hell. He turned in the other direction and decided that he needed to go forward. Suji went into the distance towards the large mountains holding a bag of money over his shoulder and left behind a large number of corpses on the battlefield. He had to go through a foggy area with high cliffs and stones in which it is very easy to get entangled. The scene is transferred to the great myriads of mountains in the royal pavilion of the demonic cult. The head of the clan was sitting on the throne. In front of him below was a man who was sitting on his knees. The head of the clan was dissatisfied with the news that his subject told him. He asked if the squad of strong blood had been killed because it was very difficult for him to believe it. But the guy sat silently on one knee for several seconds with his head down. He smiled and said that this news had already spread throughout the city, and everyone knew that the detachment was destroyed, and the corpses were found in the forest in the morning. The head of the clan laughed when he heard his subject. But after a few seconds, he exploded like a time bomb and incredible rage was visible on his face. The guy continued to sit on one knee and understood that he just needed to wait for the moment when the gentleman would stop being angry and calm down. He continued to sit still and waited for orders from his master. The gentleman looked at him and smiled. After that, he ordered him to go to the central plain. The servant hit himself on the chest with his fist, and with these gestures made it clear that he accepted the master's order. As the servant raised his head up, it turned out to be a woman's face, and she answered in a woman's voice that she would carry out the order of her master. It was already dark in the city and light appeared inside many buildings. The scene moves to an inn called the Eastern Lake. Inside the building, a waiter carries a cup of rice wine to his client. He took the cup from her tray and then immediately drank alcohol. He raised his hand up and started laughing and then said that he hadn't had so much fun for a long time. The guy who was sitting opposite him poured more alcohol into the cup and said that his interlocutor was in a good mood and asked what happened. The man replied that today he realized how fun it is to live this life. But his interlocutor said in a surprised voice that he did not expect to hear this from that person who always complains about being bored. The man replied that people in the city were talking about a new holy star having appeared. The fat man looked at his friend in surprise and froze in place because he had never heard anything like that. They discussed this news very loudly and could be heard in the neighboring rooms. These men discussed that the myth about the sword of the minor lunar storm Yongjigan is just a rumor. At that moment, the doors opened from the room on the second floor and a man came out. This man was wearing a long white shirt and walked along the corridor. It was hard to make out this guy's face because his eyes weren't visible. The man drank another glass of rice wine and said that we were talking about the king. The fat man looked at his interlocutor in surprise and could not believe that the newcomer was being called a king. The world of martial arts had its own nicknames, similar to those that people take when playing video games, and the usual ones are not given in honor of the weapon's appearance or used in the martial art. But never before has there been a case where newcomers called Muram a king. The men began to laugh, and the interlocutor asked if he really wanted to meet him, because the rumors were still not far apart. But he is still the new star of Murim. They continued to discuss this topic and suddenly heard the footsteps of a man coming down the steps. This man walked down with slow steps and stepped on the wooden steps with his feet. The fat man turned his head to the side and looked with curiosity at the man who was now descending from the second floor. This guy was a grandfather in a long white expensive shirt, and there were expensive shoes on his feet. All the people who were in the tavern turned their attention to this stranger. They were shocked when they saw his clothes and couldn't believe they were seeing him with their own eyes. They began to talk and whisper to each other that this is the same king and this king is here. The fat man looked at him and couldn't believe his eyes because he was now given the opportunity to see the legend live. He continued to slowly go down the steps, and all they could see was his silhouette. The king raised his hand up and extended it forward. He asked the innkeeper to bring him the thing he asked for, and the innkeeper answered him in an excited voice that she would immediately bring him what he asked for. People were very interested and wanted to know what kind of thing this girl asked to bring. Their curiosity haunted them. She put this thing on the table and said that the Lord could take it away. The king took this item, and it turned out to be an ordinary golden bell. He raised this bell up and started making sounds and ringing it. And people didn't understand what was happening because this guy had just attracted a lot of attention to himself. The fat man heard that people in the establishment began to shout joyfully and jump in different directions, but he did not know what just happened. His friend explained to the fat man that as soon as the bell rings, all food becomes free and the Golden King will pay for everyone. He started laughing and said that this man was a real living legend, and he had never met such people before. People shouted joyfully and praised the Golden King and looked at him like an idol. He raised his hand up and with this gesture asked everyone to be silent. Now in this world he was known as the Golden King Kim Seojun, and absolutely all the inhabitants adored him here. He raised his hand up and clenched it into a fist and shouted very loudly that his name was Kim Soju, and he was once a high school teacher. People began to repeat after him and then raised their hands up and shouted joyfully. They praised their new opinion leader and shouted calling him the Golden King. He put his hand forward and showed them his palm. Now he was known in this world as Kim Soju, the Golden King, and a living legend. He took a cup of rice wine and raised it up, and like a real intellectual from England, put his little fingers forward. He shouted loudly and joyfully that from now on everyone in the tavern could start singing and having fun. People rejoiced and waited for alcohol to be brought to them, for which the Golden King would pay. Soju has been living in the village for 3 whole weeks, and in recent days he has gained a lot of weight. He was right when he said that he entered the world of martial arts, and now he is gradually adapting to this world. He drank the rice wine from his cup in one gulp. He was happy because those gold coins that he found in museums were enough for him to live a happy life and not need anything. He understood that now his body was young and based on his skin and height, he should be about 16 years old. and he did not understand whether he could drink alcohol now or not. Soju made a calm face and was thinking about something very seriously. Suddenly, he said that there is no difference because in his soul he is 31 years old. If someone starts to be indignant about his age, he will throw coins at this person because gold in this world opens any doors. A man suddenly approached him with a sword hanging behind his back and poured rice wine on him. The people in the tavern did not understand what was happening and looked at this man in surprise and waited for a reaction from the Golden King. He poured out the wine that was in the bottle, and the last drops flowed from the neck of this bottle. He felt alcohol running down his face and smiled because this guy didn't understand who he was dealing with. A large number of robbers gathered around him and surrounded his table. Their leader turned to Soju, called him a fat man, and then asked if he was the same Golden King. The bandit ordered to immediately give up all his money if he still wants to stay alive. This bandit belonged to a group called Holiday Scientists. Soju continued to smile and felt the alcohol continue to flow down his face. He didn't pay attention to these guys and drank alcohol from his cup. As he emptied the glass, small drops of rice wine began to flow out of his mouth. He smiled and looked at these guys. He looked like a crazy man who is afraid of absolutely nothing. The bandit understood that this guy wouldn't want to give them his money just like that. So he took out a sword. He pulled out his sword and held it in front of the Golden King's face to scare him. The robber said that he would not allow such geeks like this fat man to laugh at him, and he must understand that he was now in danger, and they were not going to joke with him. Suji continued to smile and acted as if he didn't feel threatened at all and didn't care that there was a sword in front of his face. Soji calmly took the bottle and poured more rice wine into his cup. And the innkeeper asked the Golden King's forgiveness for this impolite man and offered to take him to another place so that these bandits would not disturb him. The robber said that it was too late to change anything, and as soon as he took out the sword, the fate of this place was already sealed. But the women did not pay attention to his threats and began to push him out of their establishment. She tried to explain to this bandit that it was better for him to leave here and not prevent the Golden King from enjoying drinking alcoholic beverages. She asked this robber to leave here as quickly as possible because their presence depresses the Golden King. But the robber listened to her advice and pushed the woman to the side, after which she fell to the floor and hit her face. And the robber shouted very loudly that he was not going to joke with them. Suji smiled again and said that as he thought, "The world of martial arts is very interesting, and drinking is one thing, but fights and robberies are what happens here all the time." He looked at this robber and asked him to listen to the servants while he was still alive, and said that he was giving him one last chance. These words angered the robber, and he could not believe that this idiot was communicating with him in such a tone and allowed himself to behave as if he were stronger. Suddenly, the ceiling began to crack, and a loud crash was heard on the second floor. A skeleton suddenly fell out of the ceiling and landed on the floor. The robber turned his head back and looked in fear at what was happening behind him. He couldn't believe that a real skeleton was now standing before his eyes and was moving as if it were alive. The skeleton constantly repeated the same phrase that he wanted to eat this man's mask, and every time he said this phrase, his eyes became brighter. The robber unhooked when I saw this skeleton in front of me and couldn't believe that this was all really happening. Suji tapped his fingers on the skeleton's shoulder and asked him to stop. The Golden King said that there is no point in killing these idiots because they are just ordinary bandits, and they themselves do not understand who they are dealing with. He said that the best fate for them would be to send them straight to hell because that's where they belong. The skeleton seemed to smile with his bone smile, and his right eye began to sparkle with a bright light. He made a rapid dash forward towards the bandits in order to attack them. They looked at him in fear and shouted that this was some kind of nonsense, and skeletons did not know how to move. Suji calmly drank a cup of rice wine while the skeleton dealt with his offenders. He enjoyed the taste of this wine and thought that this tavern had the best alcohol in the whole village. He went to his room and gave the old man a few gold coins for the food he ordered today and the repairs to the room. He slowly continued to walk toward the doors and heard the bandit screaming in pain and asking him to sit down. The only thing that worried him that day was to go to sleep early today or take a walk around the evening city. A girl suddenly approached the tavern and saw that this was exactly the establishment where the Golden King was located. She stopped in front of the building and stood silently for several minutes. Her hair blew in the wind. She was dressed in a long white dress and was holding a sword in her left hand. And this girl was incredibly beautiful. She said in her gentle voice that finally my main thing is to find that very tavern called the Eastern Lake. This girl's name was Dan Sekun. She was 16 years old and she was the eldest daughter of the Gansu-dan clan. Dan calmly walked up to the main entrance to this tavern. She opened the doors and took her first steps to go inside. She looked at what this establishment looked like from the inside and tried to understand what was happening here now. But when she walked in, she saw a large number of wounded and dead robbers lying on the floor. The owner of the establishment stood in front of her and was cleaning up all this garbage and suddenly drew attention to the new visitor. She smiled and said that she was not expecting guests today and asked for forgiveness for the inconvenience because the guests had a little quarrel today. Dan Sekun looked at this woman in surprise but did not say anything to her and pretended to be normal about such situations. Dan carefully examined the robbers lying on the floor and realized that they looked like slackers with good livers. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath because I am the academy students are going in the wrong direction. Dan asked the woman to give her a room, and she wouldn't call anything else today, and the woman said that she would now show her to her room. She drew attention to the drawing that was depicted on her gold medal that hung on her belt. Dan felt that this woman was carefully examining her, and she felt uneasy because of this. She asked the maid what happened. She was looking at her strangely, but the woman replied that she was not looking at her on purpose. The maid replied that one of her guests wore the same design that hangs on her belt. This drawing showed a tiger, and there were different patterns and swirls around the tiger. Kim Soji put his hand on his skeleton's shoulder and said that the more he thinks about it, the funnier it becomes. On the cape of this skeleton hung exactly the same as that of Dan Sekun, and most likely did not belong to the same clan. Soji laughed even harder and said that this curse seems like a real blessing to him every day. He again remembered the moment when the ground began to crack under his feet, and how he flew down and a voice said that the man who disturbed the king's peace deserved a curse. Suddenly a sign appeared in front of his face saying that Suji is not a resident of Murim, and this is very strange. He looked at this sign in surprise and did not understand what was happening now and why she was talking to him as if she were not friends. The sign explained to him that guests who entered this world without an invitation should be returned to their world, and now the test protocol should be activated. The sign started saying some strange things about how admission to the Honorary Martial Arts Academy was now being activated. And at the end, the sign asked if Suji wanted to accept this quest. Dan touched her fingers to the medallion on which was depicted a tiger. She explained that this design is worn by students accepted into the Honorary Martial Arts Academy, and each of their students must wear this sign. The maid said that she knows that the Honorary Martial Arts Academy is the largest and most famous academy in Murim. The Honorary Martial Arts Academy is an educational institution where all clans want to send their successors and the best educational institutions in all of Murim. Dan looked at the maid and tried to understand what was happening here and what another student could do here. She looked at the bandits lying on the floor and thought that she didn't know which clan this unknown student belonged to. But since he was one of their brainless bandits, she thought that in this case, this guy is actually a kind and honest person, and she would like to meet him. Suji started laughing loudly and shouted that he didn't want to go to university, and it sounded like a joke. He again put his hand on the shoulder of his skeleton and said that if he goes to university, he will have a lot of problems and tasks, and it would be better for him to eat delicious food and gamble all his life because he has a lot of gold. After that, he went to his room and fell on the bed and said that now it's time to go to bed because he needs to rest before tomorrow. But at that moment, a sign appeared in front of his face again, asking him if he wanted to accept this quest. Suddenly, this sign started to break and something very strange happened to it. Eventually, she turned into a little flash and disappeared. A new red sign appeared before his eyes and informed him of the mistake and warned him to make a decision, otherwise he would be punished. He sat down on his bed and saw that a large number of signs appeared before his eyes, on which it was written that he would receive punishment. Suji saw that the sign informed him that he had rejected the quest, and the class punishment of the dead man's curse had been activated. He didn't fully understand what was happening, but it was already beginning to irritate him, and he began to get angry. Suji suddenly felt that his hands began to hurt, and when he looked at them, he saw that the skin was starting to disappear, and his hands were turning into bones like a skeleton. Pictures from the day he fell into the hole began to appear before his eyes again. He remembered the moment when he flew headfirst into a dark abyss. Soji again began to scream very loudly and get angry because some kind of devilry was happening here. He again heard the phrase that he heard on the day when he fell into the hole, that the person who disturbed the peace of the king deserves a curse. He heard this phrase every 5 seconds and it stopped louder and louder and it drove him crazy. He started screaming very loudly and didn't understand why this voice couldn't leave him alone. All he wanted was to live his life peacefully in this world and not study in any schools or universities. He felt very strong pain and fell to his knees, after which he fell to the floor. Suji was lying on the floor and smoke came out of his body. Near him there was a wall on which a mirror hung. He raised his bone hand up and grabbed a wooden beam in order to rise. He got to his feet and it was very hard to breathe on his face or beads of sweat. Every second it became harder and harder for Suji to breathe, and he decided to look in the mirror to see what happened to him. He looked in the mirror and couldn't believe his eyes. The voice told him that he would be punished for his disobedience, and his curse was that he would live among the dead for the rest of his life. And Soji saw in the mirror that his body had become divided into two halves, and one of them was human, and the other was dead as a skeleton's knot. It was already deep night in the city, but the lights were still on in the buildings. His skeleton henchman entered the room. He told him in his vile voice that he was under a curse, and now he would live among the dead for the rest of his life. And after that, he began to laugh. Soji stood near the mirror and tried to get used to his new appearance, and he still couldn't believe that this was all for real. He saw a sign in front of his eyes on which it was written that the punishment of his necromancer class had been activated, and now he was under the curse of a dead man. Kim Soji suddenly realized that his sweet life was over at that moment, and now he would have to live with such a body for the rest of his life. A sign appeared before his eyes again, asking him if he wanted to enter the Honorary Martial Arts Academy and accept this quest. He got angry and started shouting very loudly that he didn't need all these honorary martial and arts academies and ordered to immediately turn him back into a human. But the sign began to tremble again in front of his face and the text on it changed. He saw a new inscription that told him that if he completed the first limited quest, then the punishment would pass and he would turn into a human again. Soji got angry and realized that this stupid sign left him no choice and forced him to accept this stupid task. He pressed his bone finger on the sign and accepted the quest. Suddenly a voice informed him that he had accepted a new quest, and a quest called Greeting was now activated. The welcome quest is divided into two parts, and to begin with, he will need to meet a noble person on the first floor of the inn tomorrow morning. The next morning the sun was shining very brightly, and the weather was beautiful. The sun's rays fell through the windows into the tavern building and illuminated this large room. Dan left her room and grabbed her sword with her hands. She constantly kept it in her field of vision and was worried that nothing would happen to him. She stood in the center of the room and looked at everything around her, and her white silk robe looked as if she had just bought it today, which characterized her as a very neat person. She looked to the side and saw that there was a large crack on the floor after yesterday's fight in this establishment. It was an unusual crack, and when she looked at it closer, she saw that only a very strong person could leave a mark in the floor. She turned her head to the side and looked thoughtfully at the walls of this tractor. She remembered that the maid told her yesterday about the new student, and she wanted to meet him to go together. This student spared the bandits who broke into this institution, and this characterized him as a kind person. She smiled and thought that she definitely had to meet him. She smiled and exhaled the air from her lungs. Dan turned around and started walking towards the doors because she didn't want to wait any longer. She went to the exit and thought that they would see each other soon at the academy anyway, and there was no point in waiting for him here. But suddenly she heard the footsteps of a man on the stairs who was descending from the second floor. She thought that this could be the same student, and now she has the opportunity to meet him. Dan turned her head back and saw a guy in black clothes going downstairs. Behind him was another man dressed in pink clothes. Dan drew attention to the black robe that this guy was wearing, and saw that he and this robe had a badge with a picture of a tiger. She immediately guessed that it was the emblem of an honorary martial arts academy, and most likely this was the same guy the maid told her about. She saw that the guy who came down was very young, and half of his face was wearing a white mask. She carefully examined his face and wondered why he was wearing this white mask. Suji didn't pay much attention to the girl who stood in front of him and just continued to walk forward. He was thinking about what happened to him tonight, and he didn't care about an ordinary girl. Dan thought that it was this guy who caused a pogrom here yesterday, and she didn't expect him to look exactly like that. Suji was angry because the quest told him that he had to meet a noble man. He didn't know who this noble man was because the quest didn't describe him and didn't understand why he should meet this man. He didn't understand what he needed to do because nothing was really explained to him. But suddenly he drew attention to the girl who stood to his right and looked at her in surprise. Dan smiled and said that she was very glad to meet him and her name was Sekun Dan from the Dan clan. Soji didn't know what to answer her because he didn't think that this girl would talk to him first. But suddenly she realized that this girl started talking to him for a reason, and he thought that she was that person from the quest. He couldn't believe that such a little girl would be such a noble person. Sekun suddenly noticed the second man in pink clothes who was connected. She realized that it would be very rude to stare at them and say nothing, and therefore decided to start a dialogue. She cleared her throat several times and then asked for forgiveness because she had gone beyond the bounds of decency, because she was very glad to see him. She closed her eyes, smiled, and said that she heard that the person who trained those bandits in the tavern yesterday is a student of the same academy where she studies. Suji saw that the sign appeared before his eyes again, and the first part of the quest was completed, and now his new task was to follow the noble man to the honorary martial arts academy. The quest said that as soon as his affinity level reaches 100, he will receive an additional reward, and an additional reward will allow him to summon another skeleton, but Soji did not understand that I meant rapprochement. He understood that it was no longer possible to refuse the task, and therefore accepted it. Suddenly, a heart appeared above Sekun's head with the number 15 written on it. He looked carefully at this heart and realized what level of intimacy was mentioned in the quest, and thought that if this heart was filled, he would be able to summon another skeleton. He turned his head back to look at his first skeleton. He saw that despite the fact that he had a hood on his head, his skull was still quite clearly visible. At that moment, the skeleton was breathing steam and laughing in a very quiet, vile voice, and looking at him with his eyes. Soji remembered the day when this skeleton appeared, and thought that if, instead of the young cult leader, he had come across some other skeleton, he would have been dead a long time ago. Suji thought that if he could summon another skeleton, he would need to carefully choose a suitable victim. He smiled and said that now he understands how the skeleton summoning system works. Sekun didn't understand that he had just muttered to himself and decided to ask him again what he just said. Suji smiled and told her that he sometimes talks to himself and he is very glad that he can walk to the academy with her. She was happy when I heard these words, and answered him that she should say this phrase because it was a great honor for her to accompany him. They walked together to the academy all day, and evening had already come, and Sekun asked him who this man is, who constantly follows them, and why he goes in a blanket, and Soji replied that this is his servant and he has a strange fetish. Sekun, in a joyful voice, asked him what weapon he uses and said that she uses a sword, and Soji felt awkward and answered her that he also uses a ball. He didn't understand why this girl always talks and never shuts up. He looked up and saw that the hearts above her head were constantly increasing, and that she was constantly talking only into his hand, because thanks to this, the level of intimacy increases. They continued to walk forward, and Suji tried to keep his mouth shut so as not to tell her too much. But suddenly we heard some strange sound, and thought about what he might have heard. But he was not mistaken and saw how sharp kunai suddenly began to fly from the forest towards him. He was wary because he understood that now they were in serious danger. Soji noticed that all these knives were flying at the back of this defenseless girl. They were already close enough to her body, and she had absolutely no idea that she was in danger. A few seconds later, she was lying on the ground because he pushed her and she didn't understand what happened. Sekun felt that she hit herself very painfully when she fell, and she wondered why he pushed her. But when she turned her head to the side, she saw something very strange and got scared. Soji stood in front of her, and there were knives sticking out of his chest that suddenly appeared from somewhere. She realized that someone decided to attack them, and this valiant warrior protected her with his chest. She asked him why he did it, and why he exposed his breast because it was very painful. Suji turned his head and looked at her. He asked how she was feeling. Sekun was delighted when she saw his steadfastness and how he behaved in this situation, and replied that she was fine. He was a real hero for her for a moment, and it seemed that stars began to appear around him, and she noticed how handsome he was. The heart above her head filled to 100%. Soji suddenly heard the voice of a sign that said that the additional quest had been completed, and now he was allowed to summon another skeleton. He took a deep breath and felt relieved that he was able to complete this task. Soji at that moment thought that he almost died, and he was very lucky that these knives hit the place where his skeleton is located and did not hit his vital organs. People began to emerge from the forest and walk towards them. It was a whole squad of people armed with different weapons, and they were approaching closer and closer to them. These people had masks on their heads that hid their faces, and one of the warriors said that if they died from this attack, it would deprive them of wasting energy. One of the guys said that since they are the elders in Zhonghu, they don't want to fight them. For a moment, all these warriors stopped and looked at them carefully. Sekun pulled out her sheath and ran forward and asked these robbers who they were. She looked behind her to see what was happening to her ally. She thought that this guy had just saved her life and tried to protect her, so now she had to protect him and impress him. Suddenly, one of the guys recognized this girl and said that she was the eldest daughter of the Gansu clan. Dan asked what she was doing. Sekun was very angry and asked these guys who they were and how they knew her name. They started laughing when they realized what kind of girl was standing in front of them now. Sekun was breathing heavily because she was scared and her heart was beating very fast. She tried to calm down with the help of her breath, raised her weapon up and said that people with good intentions don't just come, and those who came with evil thoughts have no point in asking who they are. She immediately pushed off the ground in order to make a leap forward. After a few seconds, she disappeared and jumped forward so quickly that it was impossible to notice her. Suji and his skeleton stood behind her and watched her fight. They also did not expect her to be so fast. Sekun rushed forward like a flash to attack his opponents. She knew one most important rule, that whoever hits first always wins, and she will cut them into pieces. She knew that if they used the secrets of her clan's art called solar moon techniques, she could defeat them. When she used this technique, her dream began to glow bright yellow. She brought her sword forward and slashed and used the first move, which is called Sunset Strike. Flew very quickly into the enemy's face and approached his eyes. He continued to stand still and did nothing, as if he was not afraid of her attack. She thought that he had fallen into a trap, and now she could kill him with one blow. But at the very last moment, the enemy dodged this blow and moved his head to the side. She was very surprised when she saw how easily she could pass and avoid such a blow. Her best hit didn't deliver any uranium to the enemy and she screwed up. This man said that she underestimates her elders, and he will repeat to her again that he knows who she is and knows what fighting techniques she uses. He kneed her in the stomach with all his might and caused incredibly powerful damage to her. Sekun felt very strong pain and blood splashed out of her mouth and her eyes almost fell out of her skull. She clenched her teeth and tried to withstand the pain. Sekun immediately jumped back and moved a short distance away from her opponent so that he could not immediately attack her. Sekun sheathed the sword and heard a click after the sword was completely hidden in the sheath. She decided to use the following martial arts technique called the Solar Moon Sword and used the second move from this technique. She struck very quickly and struck like a flash of light. This blow was called Moonlight Turn, and thanks to this blow she wanted to finish off her opponent, but he dodged again. The grass that she mowed with this blow was flying in the air or flying. He said that this move was not bad, and if she wanted to kill him, then she should have held out a little longer. He grabbed her by the neck and began to choke her. He lifted her up with one hand and wanted to strangle her so that she would lose consciousness. He looked at her and waited for this stupid girl to finally turn off. Her body was trembling and she could not resist him. She was running out of breath and saliva was flowing out of her mouth. She loosened her hand and dropped the sword to the ground. At some point she lost consciousness and passed out, and her sword lay next to her body. Suji ordered him to stop immediately and let her go. All the bandits suddenly drew attention to the guys who were standing not far from them, and all this time watching what was happening here. Suji was very angry because idiots attacked a girl who was several times weaker. The robber started laughing and said that he had completely forgotten about this idiot. He threw the girl to the ground and decided to deal with this idiot. He said that it would be better for this guy to pretend to be dead, and then he could survive. But since he made a mistake, he would have to be killed. The robbers began to take out their weapons and said that they should not be blamed for the fact that they would kill him now, because this is the rule of Murim. They brandished their weapons and prepared for battle. Soji understood that now he would have to fight, but he was ready for battle and understood that these guys were unlikely to be able to defeat him. He said that robbers like them always use Murim as an excuse for their terrible actions. He remembered the first day when he got to Murim, and at the very beginning he was very surprised because people here greet with swords, and the value of human life is no more than that of an ordinary fly. However, he noticed one ironic thing that amuses him. The rules of this world, on the contrary, gave him a sense of freedom after decades of legal restrictions. In situations like this, unlike in the past, he no longer needed to hesitate to resort to violence. Suji told his skeleton that now it was his time to go on stage. The skeleton smiled and his eyes began to glow blue again, and he began to make strange sounds. The skeleton came forward with slow steps and stopped in front of these robbers. The bandit leader ordered these two to be killed, and none of them should survive this night. The robbers immediately rushed at their opponents from different sides in order to attack them. The skeleton did not waste any time and immediately grabbed the sword that was on his belt with his bone hand. He made his first blows and cut the opponents who were in front of him. The two enemies who were the first to approach the skeleton were able to evade there and did not receive damage. The robber said that this enemy is moving too slow to kill him, but suddenly he drew attention to the face of this enemy, and it seemed to him that it was somehow very strange. He didn't understand what was happening with the eyes of this enemy because usually human eyes show emotions, but when he looked into the eyes of this enemy, he did not see any emotions, and all he saw was a bright blue light. It was impossible to feel anything in these blue eyes, and they did not express any emotions other than fear for those who look into them. The skeleton again struck another blow against his opponent. With one blow from the moss, he cut the steam into two halves, and the blood began to splash in different directions, and the robbers looked at this spectacle in horror. They couldn't believe that this man was capable of such things. They started shouting that an unusual warrior was fighting them. Most likely this was a real martial artist. They decided to infect him from different sides and therefore began to attack him with long-range weapons. One of the robbers was able to tie the skeleton with his weapon, and now the skeleton was inside an iron chain from which it was difficult to get out. With this chain, they could control his movement and not allow him to move. The commanders of the robbers ordered to immediately attack this enemy and destroy him. They struck his body from different sides and pierced him with their clicks. They were waiting for some kind of reaction from this guy. They didn't understand why he didn't make any sounds and just continued to stand still. But suddenly they didn't hear some guy start laughing, and his voice was very nasty. They wondered what was happening because they didn't feel like they were entering human flesh, and it felt as if they had pierced the air. Soji carefully watched how the skeleton would climb out of this situation. He thought that at this rate they might even lose, and he urgently needed to do something and somehow help his skeleton. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came into his head and a light bulb came on above his head. He remembered that he completed an additional quest and now he can summon another skeleton. Suji ran up to the dead robber and decided to resurrect him while the other robbers were busy. He put his palm forward and recited the spell. Soji repeated the same phrase several times that he wanted to summon a new skeleton, and suddenly a bright light appeared behind him. The robbers noticed that a bright flash of light appeared behind them, and they did not understand what was happening now. The body of the robber cut into two halves began to glow and gradually unite. His body made terrible sounds of creaking and crackling, and this guy's flesh suddenly joined together. He slowly began to move and tried to rise from the ground, and his flesh and blood gradually evaporated and disappeared. His human form crumbled like sand on the ground, and he continued to make creaking and other strange sounds. Almost all the flesh on his body began to disappear, but a black bandana remained on his head. He slowly began to turn towards his opponents, and he turned his head very sharply and looked at them with bright violet eyes. The skeleton began to scream very loudly and emit incredibly powerful energy. Horrible things happened to his body, and his appearance alone could scare any living person. Soji looked at him and thought that this is actually very scary, you look. And the voice from the tablet told him that he summoned the second skeleton, and he received part of the power of the summoned skeleton, and now he can cancel the call. The robber saw that his younger brother had turned into this terrible monster and did not understand what happened. The skeleton continued to stand silently and did not move, as if it was waiting for the activation stage to end. Suji covered his nose with his hands and thought about how those skeletons always smell terrible when they first appear. He ordered his skeleton to immediately kill all these robbers and not leave anyone alive. The skeleton began to scream very loudly and emit incredibly strong energy. He immediately made a rapid dash forward in order to attack a group of enemies. He raised his bone fist to strike the first blow. The robbers realized that this guy now wants to use the Fist of the Void. With this blow, the skeleton scatters opponents in different directions with a swing and made a real explosion with his blow. The robber did not understand what was happening to his younger brother, and he was surprised that his brother was still alive. But the leader of the robbers said that there is no need to talk nonsense, and no normal person can live with only bones, and most likely these are dark arts. He drew attention to the chained MI who was wearing a pink suit. The skeleton did not waste time all this time, and with the help of his ball, cut the iron chains that bound him. He was able to break these chains and throw them in different directions, and now he could continue the battle further. He began to laugh in his vile, hoarse voice because now none of these opponents could stop him. They looked at this skeleton in fear and could not believe that they now had to fight two living dead at once. The skeleton swung his sword and dealt a very powerful blow with which he cut off the head of one of the guys. The robber could not believe that this skeleton had just cut off the head of his ally in such a cruel way. He realized that they had run into serious opponents and now they were trapped. Before I could finish my thought, a bone fist flew into his jaw and caused incredibly strong damage to them. Two skeletons fought shoulder to shoulder and inflicted incredibly powerful damage on their opponents. The leader of a gang of robbers looked at this bloody massacre and did not understand what to do now. He shouted very loudly that this was impossible and all his younger brothers were dead, and this was definitely not the outcome he wanted to see. He didn't understand how it all happened, because in a few seconds these two skeletons destroyed all his best fighters, and now he was left completely alone. The skeletons laughed in their vile hippie voice and slowly turned their heads towards the last victim they had left to kill. The leader of the Bandera robbers understood that there was no point in fighting further and began to run away towards the girl because he had to deliver the goods. He grabbed the girl by the belt with one hand and tried to snatch it. He stole her belt with a medallion and very quickly began to run away towards the forest. He ran and thought that this medallion was all he needed, but he could not believe that he had to make such sacrifices to get it. He held a yellow cloth in his hands and tried to find this medallion on it, but it was hard to see while running. He suddenly felt the presence of someone else next to him, and he felt creepy because of this feeling. He turned his head to the right and saw that the skeleton was running at the same speed as he was next to him. The skeleton looked at him with his terrible blue eyes and began to laugh, and the leader of the bandits realized that this was the last thing he would see before his death. Splashes of blood appeared in the air and flew in different directions. Soji at that moment took the girl and sat her near a tree. He wanted to help and come to his senses. Suji felt that she had a pulse, and her heart was beating, and this calmed him because she was still alive. He heard some strange sounds behind him, turned his head back, and saw that it was his skeleton returning after the task. The skeleton was holding in his hands a golden belt that the robber stole from the girl. Soji looked at this belt in surprise and wondered what it was and why this robber decided to steal this item from the girl. He carefully examined this belt and tried to understand whether this thing is really worth such robbers hunting a small defenseless girl. He continued to look at this belt, and a brilliant idea came to his mind. He smiled and said that now everything is clear to him, and this train is most likely a real treasure. He opened this belt and saw that in the middle of it there was some kind of box. Soji was happy and started laughing because he considered himself a genius and a real detective because he was able to find this treasure. He had not yet opened this box, but it already looked as if there was something very valuable inside. He joyfully opened this box in one motion and looked at what was inside. But when he saw the contents of this box, his face turned pale, and he could not believe that this item was actually in front of him now. He saw that there was a modern smartphone in the box, and he did not understand what this smartphone was doing here. I looked at the smartphone in surprise and did not understand what this phone was doing in this world. Soji took it in his hands and began to carefully examine it and thought that I was some kind of joke. The smartphone looked like a new model, but it was already beaten and someone used it. Suji didn't understand what kind of irresponsible child could ruin a smartphone and break its glass. Suddenly, he noticed that Dan-se-kun had come to her senses and slowly began to rise to her feet. At that moment, he was holding a smartphone in his hands and completely forgot that he took it from her things. Se-kun noticed that he was holding in his hands an object that belonged to her and looked at him in surprise and did not understand why he stole it. She ordered the artifact to be given to her immediately because it is a very important thing that should not be given into the hands of other people. She grabbed her sword, which was lying on the ground, and prepared to defend herself. She got into a fighting position and said that she did not want to point the blade at her benefactor. But if he did not give her this artifact, she would have no other choice. Se-kun looked him in the eyes and politely asked him to return this item back. Soji looked at her and thought about what to do in this situation. He saw her trembling hand that was holding the sword and realized that she was very afraid of him and worried. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down so that he could calm her down later. Suji continued to look into his eyes, and it was clear from his gaze that he was serious. Suji, he has a few questions for her, and if she answers these questions, then he will return this item to her. Se-kun said that he can ask questions and she will try to answer them. Soji asked her the first questions and asked who attacked them. She replied that she didn't know who these people were, but the treasures of their clan were now being targeted by a lot of people, and it was one of these people. Soji showed her smartphones and asked her if she knew what it was and what it was like. Se-kun answered him that this is her family treasure, but she doesn't know much about this item, and she knows for sure that one day the day will come to use this item. Soji looked down and thought that some kind of devilry is happening in this world, and he doesn't understand why they keep ordinary smartphones as relics. Sekun grabbed her sword and asked him to immediately return this artifact because she did not want to use force. Suji thought that this girl knew nothing at all about this subject, but first he needed to complete the quest and then get involved in this. He took the wooden box with his hand and thought that if something goes wrong, his quest will fail. Suji put the smartphone in a wooden box and held it forward so that the girl could take this item for herself. Sekun couldn't believe that this guy just gave her his family religion and didn't ask for anything in return. She was shocked when she saw his kindness and thought that she would definitely have to thank him. Sekun immediately bowed to her savior and asked for forgiveness for raising the sword on him. But Suji replied that everything was fine and there was no need to apologize because of this. Suddenly, her face began to illuminate with a gentle yellow light, and she looked towards the horizon. They spent the whole night in the forest dealing with robbers and family heirlooms, and did not notice how morning had already come. The sun slowly rose from the horizon, and it could already be seen appearing from behind. They turned their heads back and began to watch the sun rise and illuminate the forest space. Sekun suddenly realized what was happening and started screaming in a very loud, frightened voice that they were late. Soji asked her what he means when I say that they are late, and Sekun replied that if they do not come to the academy before sunset, then the admission will be cancelled. Suji was shocked when he heard this information, and he was not prepared for the fact that they might be late and his quest would be cancelled. He thought that if he didn't make it in time, the quest would be torn up, which meant that he would remain a skeleton for the rest of his life. Suji turned around and immediately walked in the right direction and said that they needed to hurry up. Sekun took the first step to follow him but suddenly felt very strong pain in her leg. She fell and said that she was in a lot of pain and it was very difficult to walk. She touched her leg with her hands, felt very strong pain, said that he could go forward on his own and she would catch up with him later. Suji approached her and said that there was no point in this because if she was late, her admission would be cancelled and she would not be able to enter the university. He sat down next to her and grabbed her waist with his hand to help her stand up. Suji said that they should go and help each other because they are now classmates. Sekun looked at him with a loving gaze and thought that she had the best classmates and she was very lucky. They slowly began to walk forward, and Suji tried to hold her with his hand and help her move. The scene shifts to an honorary martial arts academy. 4 people stood near the entrance to the academy, and one of them leaned against the wall, threw his hands behind his head and placed the sword next to him. He yawned and said that it was finally evening and it would all be over soon. The girl looked at her notebook and saw that not all the students had arrived at the academy and 2 students were late. He answered her in a rude and dissatisfied voice that according to the rules you need to close the doors at dawn for latecomers on the first day. There are no excuses. This guy was the head of the student council, Li Chang. He ordered the guys to close the gate because no one else would come and the warrior otherwise or turn the lever to close the gate. The gate slowly began to move and close, but suddenly the girl asked them to stop, and she noticed 2 people in the distance who were approaching the academy. Suji and Sekun walked slowly towards the main gate of the academy and looked very tired. The guy stopped and stopped turning the lever. He looked attentively at these guys. The sun continued to set below the horizon, and very soon it would be completely dark. The guy said that 2 people came out of the forest and most likely these were the same students who were late, but the head of the student council, Li San, ordered the doors to be closed because these guys were late. The gates began to close and very quickly they would have slammed in front of them. Suji and Sekun shouted very loudly and asked them to stop and wait just a little bit. But Li Chan was very serious and ordered these guys to go back because they were late. Sekun was unhappy with this decision and said that the sun had not yet completely set below the horizon. Li Chan was angry because it was the girl who told him what to do and said that only he will decide when the gates close. Sekun asked him to listen only once and help them because they had unforeseen circumstances. The gate was almost closed and Li Chang said that there is not a single grave without a reason and not a single person without personal circumstances in Jianghu. Soji thought that if he didn't enter the gate now, he would fail the quest, but he suddenly came up with a plan. He shouted very loudly to this guy to pay attention to him and said that if he is not a coward and they cannot decide everything in battle, and whoever wins will be right. Li Chang got angry when he heard this proposal and understood that he could not embarrass himself in front of the other students. He stopped the gate with his hand and did not allow it to close completely. Li Chang came out of the gate and asked this guy if he was afraid to fight him in battle. Soji answered him that, like you, this guy smells of insecurity, and if this is not so, he can only prove it in battle. Li got angry and opened the gate with both hands so that he could penetrate and see the power he has. Li said that this guy has a very strange attitude for someone who was late, but if he wants to fight, it's his will. The students thought that this newcomer did not understand what he was saying. After all, every sane person had at least once heard the name of the head of the student council. Li Chan is known as the swordsman of the 7 Urars, and he has a promising talent that has attracted everyone's attention since entering the academy. The students thought that this newcomer was a complete idiot, and the best solution would be for him to simply return home. But now they will be beaten. Li Chan went outside, smiled, and said that he accepted his challenge and told them that he was the same swordsman of 7 strikes. Sekun got scared when she heard what nickname this guy had, and Soji asked her if she really knew him. Sekun replied that she had heard a lot about him and this guy is very strong. Li Chan put his palm forward and showed 5 fingers. He said that if the enemy withstands 5 of his blows, then he will let them into the academy. Sekun thought that if such a strong opponent were fighting against them now, even 3 blows would be enough to end everything. Li Chang saw her trembling legs and asked if they were scared, and he felt as if their skills could not keep up with their tongue. But Sekun thought that if her ankle had not been injured, she would have been able to cope with him. Soji had never heard anything about this guy, so he didn't cause much fear and looked like just an ordinary upstart. He came forward and began to stretch his shoulder and told him that he should always be responsible for his words, and Sekun at that moment tried to stop him. He turned his head back and told her that everything would be fine and she shouldn't worry about it. Soji thought that his Gogol skeleton should cope with this task perfectly. Li Chan looked at this guy, smiled and said that he has a great mood for a fight. But in this battle, he will fight, and his servants should not participate in the battle. Soji at that moment finally got scared and realized that now there would be serious problems because he was counting on his skeleton. Li Chan looked to the side and decided to carefully watch this guy's servant. Li Chan started laughing and said that he wouldn't believe it if this guy wanted to blame the entire fight on his assistant. Soji realized that now he has serious problems, but he must withstand 5 blows and this does not sound difficult. Soju put his hand to the side and showed a gesture to his skeleton servant, and he immediately reacted. The skeleton brought a sword to his master and gave it to him. Li Chan said that during the battle, he would remove this stupid mask from his face. Soji thought that she shouldn't be fooled by his provocation and should focus on 5 strikes. He pulled his sword out of its sheath, and it immediately began to shine when the sun's rays hit it. He raised his sword up and swung it, and then took a fighting stance and prepared to fight. Li Chan twisted his face and looked at this guy with disgust and then asked what he was doing now. Suji showed him with his palm that he could attack first and said that this was his signature fighting stance. Li looked at the blade of his big ball and saw his reflection. He thought that he wanted to punish this arrogant bastard and show him where his place really was. Li made a swift dash forward and went to meet his opponent. He used internal energy and filled his entire body and his weapon with it, and his body glowed red. Suji continued to hold the sword behind his back and prepared to fight. But suddenly he felt the ground under his feet begin to collapse and felt some kind of overwhelming pressure. He felt everything around him begin to change, and as if his legs were becoming heavy and destroying the earth. Li Chan shouted very loudly that he would destroy him, and for his arrogance he would fight mercilessly. Soji thought that now there will be very dangerous moments and you need to be as careful as possible. He swung his sword and struck from the side in order to somehow damage his opponent. Their balls touched and a very strong explosion occurred, and sparks scattered in all directions. Soji could not withstand such tension, and after this blow he flew back. During the flight, Soji thought that his opponent was actually a very strong guy, and it was better to be careful with him. He fell to the ground and could not group himself in order to stay on his feet because he simply did not know how to do it. Soji raised his head and saw that his opponent was standing in front of him and looking at how he was lying and could not get up. Li Chan informed him that it was just the first blow and he was just starting to warm up. Suji slammed the ball's blades into the ground and used it as support to get to his feet. He got to his feet, but his body was shaking from pain and it was very difficult for him to stand after the first blow. Soji realized that he was unlikely to be able to block the next blows and needed to come up with a new plan. Suddenly, a sign appeared in front of his face, informing him that he could receive part of the powers from the summoned skeleton. Suji thought that it could be a very good idea if he got the skills that Golgol has. The skeleton looked at him and, as always, laughed in his disgusting hoarse voice. Suji activated the ability and pulled the powers from his skeleton body. The skills that his skeleton possessed were transferred to his body, and now he has become much stronger and gained new abilities. Li Chan did not understand what this guy was doing now, and therefore decided to attack him again so that he would not be distracted during the battle. Suji didn't expect his opponent to be so fast, and he didn't even have time to notice how his enemy started moving. He saw in front of him a quick red flash from the blade of his opponent's ball. Suji emitted very strong blue energy and thought that he needed to defend himself, and at that moment his body began to move on its own. He plunged his sword into the ground and created a support thanks to which he could fly into the air. Suji jumped very high and blocked his opponent's ball. Li Chan looked at his enemy in surprise and could not believe that this guy was capable of such techniques. Suji did not control his body and it moved on its own, and at some point he kicked very hard. But Li Chan managed to block this blow. Li was able to stay on his feet, but nevertheless he flew several meters back. Suji at that moment calmly landed on the ground and stood in a stable position. He smiled and thought that the second blow was successful, and he was even able to cause damage during the counterattack. Li Chan smiled and said that even a snail can snap back if you step on it, and what this guy just did will only make the battle a little more fun. Suji looked at his hands and could not believe that the ability of this warrior was transferred to his body. But suddenly he noticed that he had penetrated again, disappeared somewhere, and he understood that now there would be a third blow. Suji must have been attacked by his enemy because he had now disappeared somewhere, and he didn't know where his position would be. Leaf Chan knew that this arrogant applicant would not be able to notice him and would fall for such an elementary trick, and therefore decided to attack him from above. He struck the ground very hard and hoped that he could crush this weakling with his sword. There was smoke and dust around him, and he didn't understand where this guy was now. But why didn't you feel his attack go through? Suddenly he heard a sound from the left side and immediately dodged and struck in that direction. His sword touched the opponent's ball and sparks began to fly in different directions. He did not understand where his enemy was now because he felt his presence, but did not see him with his eyes. Li Chang ordered this roof to immediately come out of the darkness and fight like a warrior. And at that moment, Suji carried out his order and attacked him from behind, and their legs touched. They began to attack each other very quickly, and at the same time blocked each other's blows. Suji very quickly dodged his blows and changed his position on his feet in order to deliver his blow. And at some point their swords crossed, and they realized that none of them could pierce the enemy's body. Li Chang burped back and stopped, displeasure visible on his face. Suji also looked at his opponent and did not understand how to finally calm down and end this stupid test. The rest of the students watched this battle and could not believe that the new students were taking blows from the head of the student council. It seemed to them that all this was impossible, and in their eyes, the head of the student council, Li Chang, was losing his reputation because he fought just like she did as a student. Li touched the medallion on his cape with his hand and said that he now understands why this student has no bones in tongues. He threw his cape aside, and in this way made his equipment easier. Li Chan got into a fighting position and said that now he would fight him for real, and the energy increased several times. Suji scratched his head and said that he was talking nonsense, and he didn't want to fight him for real. Suji felt awkward and said that there were already 5 strikes and he should miss it at the academy. Li Chang got angry when he heard this guy's words and thought that he still remembered the terms of the contract. His body began to shake with anger and he wanted to destroy this guy in order to restore his reputation, but Suji no longer wanted to fight. He approached Sekun and told her that everything was over and now they could go to the academy. Sekun was shocked because she couldn't believe that he was able to stand on his feet against the head of the student council. Li Chang could not calm down and ordered them to stand still and not go anywhere because he was not finished dealing with them yet. But some adult man did not appear and in a rude voice ordered them to stop immediately. Li Chang immediately recognized this voice and was afraid as if he had just heard the voice of death. He turned his head back and saw the silhouette of a man on the second floor. Professor Baek Sa was standing on the balcony and an energy cobra was flying around him, and the professor ordered to end this fight and let these 2 guys in. Li did not agree with his decision, but he did not have elections and he was forced to carry out this order. He lifted his cape and went towards the gate and told those guys that they could leave. Suji helped his friend walk because it was hard for her to move, And Sakun said that before no one could stand against the head of the student council, and Suji replied that he just withstood 5 blows, and he did not win the battle against him, so there is no need to praise him. Soji reflected on the fact that he had a transfer of abilities, and the extension was so smooth as if it was really him who was moving. But he still didn't understand why I activated these abilities only now, because before they could also be very useful. Professor Beksa watched this guy carefully, and he became very interested in him. Beksa said that most likely this guy came from that very place, and it is very exciting. He said that a strong wind is starting to blow, and he feels this wind. The professor said that when a strong wind blows, this guy starts to smell of blood and corpses. He looked at the sun, and the wind began to get stronger, and he looked at the thick side from which this guy came. When Soji got to the academy, he was finally able to calm down and breathe a sigh of relief. When he took off his mask, a sign appeared in front of his eyes, informing him that the quest had been completed and the curse of the dead man had been cancelled. His face became normal, and he was now an ordinary person like before, and this brought a smile to his face. He looked forward and saw an incredibly beautiful view in front of him, because he didn't even understand what place he was in. He couldn't believe that now he would study in this place, and it was very cozy here. A man walked along a dark corridor and held a burning torch in his hand. When he passed behind him, there was smoke and fog. This fog and smoke grew larger and reached the ceiling. He covered his face with his hand because it was hard for him to breathe this air. Then he continued to walk further forward and put the torch in front of his face. There was no one in this tunnel for a long time, so there were a lot of panos here. He set the web on fire and cleared his way. He covered his face with his hand again and continued walking forward. But not suddenly, he noticed something terrible and immediately reacted to it. He did not expect to see it right now. He stopped in place and watched with delight the object that was in front of him. He looked at a giant statue called the White Phantom of Rakshana and became convinced with his own eyes that this myth actually exists. The statue didn't move, but it felt as if it was alive and could come to life and start moving at any moment. He said that this is where his path to greatness begins, and he was finally able to find what he had been looking for so long. The man took out a glass bottle from his pocket containing some kind of liquid. He immediately threw this bottle at the statue and tried to get to a certain place. The bottle hit the statue's head and broke, and liquid flowed out of it. This liquid began to flow down the face of this statue, and some strange sounds were heard. The man said that Murim must cleanse himself, and he will do everything possible to do this, and their peace must return again. There was a broken bottle on the floor, and liquid was spreading in different directions. After he broke this bottle, he turned around and began to run very quickly towards the exit. Drops of this liquid dripped from the statue and formed a small puddle on the floor. Suddenly, one eye of this statue began to glow with a red light, and it began to move, and the screen began to scatter in different directions and fall off its body. 2 whole days have passed since Suji arrived at the academy. He sat on a bench in one of the local parks and enjoyed the passage of time. He was dissatisfied because his original plan was to live his life wasting gold coins, but so far he is constantly facing troubles and obstacles. He smiled and realized that it still couldn't stop him, and for the sake of this opportunity, he would do everything in his power because he had already been through a lot. He leaned on the back of the bench and sat relaxed and looked at the sky. Suji looked at the clouds that quickly flew across the big blue sky. He started laughing like a real psychopath and said that he would make every effort to do nothing and graduate from this academy while trying not to do anything here. He understood that no matter how much he spent his gold coins and coins, they would never run out, and therefore there was no point in putting in the effort and making a name for himself. He smiled, relaxed, and said that life was waiting for him, but a real fairy tale, and he could only enjoy it. But suddenly he felt that some kind of shadow appeared on his face, which was preventing the sun's rays from heating his face. He opened his eye to see who was now preventing him from enjoying the sun. A tall, gray-haired old man stood in front of him and held his hands behind his back and looked at him with a dissatisfied look. He looked at this old man in surprise and asked who he was and what he was doing here. The professor told him that he was the same guy who chose this place, but this time he looks exactly like that. Soji didn't understand what this old man was talking about, but the judge guessed from his words that Soji came here from another world. He asked the old man what exact place he was just talking about, and the old man answered him that he said about that very place. Suji tensed and thought that this old man actually realized that he actually came here from modern Korea. Soji asked him in a surprised voice if he really knew where he came from here. The professor answered him that even during the battle with the head of the student council, he was wearing a mask that covered half of his face. The professor clearly understands the internal energy that only exits from that place have. The professor smiled and, in a sly voice, asked him how he could not understand such obvious things. Suji scratched the back of his head and thought that this thong speaks about internal energy, and most likely this is the power that Golgol transferred to him during the battle. The professor smiled and said that he was glad to meet you and said his name Baek-sa. He said that I was a professor at the Honorary Academy of Martial Arts. Soji didn't understand why this professor came to him and what he wanted from him, and thought that he would now bother him so much with questions about why they had a fight with the head of the student council. He thought that it would be best now to pretend that he did not understand anything, and bowed and also greeted the professor and said his name, Kim Soju. Baek-sa said that this is very strange because, as far as he knows from the place where he came from, he should not have belonged to the Kim clan. He said that he doesn't care much about the use of pseudo, so in principle he doesn't care. Soju said that now he doesn't understand anything, and asked the professor why he needs him. The professor started laughing in a loud voice and said that for a beginner, this guy is very brave. He suddenly began to radiate very strong and violet energy from his body, and it seemed that his body was burning with fire, and he asked what Kim Soju was trying to achieve. And after that, he used his special perception technique and his eyes turned into the eyes of a dragon. The violet energy around him began to spread in space and became very strong. Suji felt how this energy caused strong currents of wind and his hair flew in different directions, but still did not understand what was happening now. The wind was very strong and spread tens of meters from the professor who emitted it. Suji continued to stand in place and tried not to fall from such a strong flow of wind. His clothes began to fly up and his legs were exposed. He even felt his skins begin to fly back. Suji saw a sign in front of his eyes that informed him that he could use part of the abilities of his summons, and the summoned skill is called immunity to killing intent. From that moment on, the murderous intention no longer affected him, and his body was covered with a protective energy shell. Soju, surprised, asked the professor what he just did and why he used his power against him. The professor disappeared and asked if the forces had absolutely no effect on the guy. Did he really feel nothing? And Soju replied that he was a little cold. The professor cleared his throat several times into his fist, and then said that there was an unusual child standing in front and told him that the director was looking for him. Soju asked why the director needed him, and the professor replied that since an exchange program had been concluded between the Honorary Martial Arts Academy and that place, he should be curious to take a look at the new student. The professor turned around and began to leave and told the student to visit the director as quickly as possible. Soju. I watched this professor brazenly walk away into the distance and thought that this old man was annoying him very much. He decided not to waste time and also went after this professor to understand where the director's office was located. The grass in the forest suddenly began to die, and this was not typical for this area. There was still a lot of greenery and plants in the mountains, and there was a very beautiful landscape here. Soju walked after this professor and looked at everything around him and thought that he didn't even know that there was such a place in the academy. The professor asked the student what the atmosphere was like in this place where he came from. Soju looked at the professor in surprise. This question took him by surprise. He didn't even know what to answer. The professor said that the Orthodox faction and the demonic cult would finally unite after 70 years, and the atmosphere there should have changed. He turned his head to look at the couple and said that the demonic cult and the Orthodox faction had been enemies for quite some time, and it must have been a difficult choice. Soju listened to everything that this old man told him and thought that this is the Orthodox faction and the skeleton of Golgol was from a demonic cult, and this old man says that they are uniting after 70 years. He finally began to understand what was happening here and understood why Golgol was attacked by those people in black clothes. And by that place, the old man must mean a demonic cult, and those who attacked Golgol did not want to unite with the Orthodox faction. It all still didn't fit into his head, but he understood that the situation was difficult, and when he learns new information, he understands that the problems are only getting bigger. The professor said that Suji didn't have to answer the question if he didn't want to, and Suji replied that he didn't really want to talk about it right now. The professor explained to him that this was normal, and that the Orthodox faction of Murim also disagreed with this decision. He stopped and said with confidence in his voice that guys like Suji need to be very careful in this place. He looked at this old man in surprise and thought that he could say something more important or useful. But in the end, he thanked the old man for the advice, despite the fact that this advice did not help him at all. The old man smiled, and it seemed as if at that moment he had conceived some bad plan. The professor pointed with his head in the direction in which these guys were needed and said that he would go further himself. Soji didn't answer the old man and just started walking forward, but the professor allowed him to tell him something else before moving. The professor asked him not to believe everything that the director would tell him and choose the information that seems true to him. Suji listened to this advice and continued to walk forward towards the director's office. In this place, there were a lot of bamboo trees that grew and reached large sizes. He walked towards the director's office, walking along the path that led into the building. He stopped near a stone on which there was some strange inscription and began to carefully examine it. It was written on the stone that the director lived in this place, and Soji realized that he was going in the right direction. He smiled and thought that it was so stupid to write such a large inscription on a stone, and they could just make an ordinary sign. He took the first step and entered the territory where the director lived. Suddenly, the world around him changed, and he saw everything through a negative prism, as if through a filter on his phone. He didn't understand what was happening, but he felt it as if his world was disappearing and changing. He suddenly stopped and decided to look around him. The world became the same again, but he still didn't understand what it was. A sign appeared before my eyes, on which it was written that there were 45 minutes and 32 seconds left to complete the task. Moji waved his hand and removed this sign so that it disappeared, and he did not understand where it came from. Suddenly, he heard a voice in his head that told him that he could enter since he had already come to this place. Soji looked around and saw no people here. He didn't understand where this voice came from. He lied with his head in different directions but didn't see anyone, and then realized that this old director must be sitting here somewhere. He entered the building through the central gate and stood on the blue carpet. In front of him was a gray-haired old man with a strong build who was sitting at a table and drawing something on paper. This old man's name was Chang Wright, and he was the director of an honorary martial arts academy. The old man asked if it was a demonic cult who sent him here and told him that he had been waiting for him for a very long time. Suji bowed and greeted him and asked for forgiveness for not coming to him right away. The old man drew a long line on the paper and then said that there is no need to apologize for such actions. Suji immediately removed the smile from his face and asked in a rude voice what the director wanted from him. Chang Wright continued to draw his brushes on the paper and said that he definitely didn't invite this guy here just to look at him. He explained that people from the Orthodox faction think that members of the demonic cult grow horns, and also that they drink human blood. But in fact, there is practically no difference between them and the demonic cult, and they are very similar in essence. He asked the student if there was any meaning in his words, and Soji replied that everything was exactly like that. The director smiled and sat silently for several seconds. He picked up his paper from the table and began to examine it. The director walked up to the wall and said that people from the Orthodox faction believe that they are much better than those who are in the demonic cult. He hung the paper on a wooden shelf that was near the wall. He asked Soji what his opinion was on this matter and how he felt about it all. Soji made a dissatisfied expression on his face and said that people can think whatever they want and he doesn't really care. The director was surprised when he heard such words from a student and could not believe that he believed that people can think as they want. He asked if his opinion would change when he realized that such freedom could harm many. Soji replied that he was not sure, but even if that was the case, you couldn't just deprive them of your opinion and they were free to think as they wanted. These words made the director laugh, and he began to laugh out loud, as if he had heard the best joke of his life. His laughter caused the wind on the street, and this wind grew stronger every second, tearing leaves off the bamboo trees more and more. He looked at the guy and said that the brat of the demonic cult was defending the Orthodox faction, and it sounded like a joke. He took a step forward and walked down the steps onto the carpet. The director informed him that he had one very important request, and Suji said that he hates when he is forced to do something. He hoped that the director would not have a request for him. He spread his hands and said that asking for something unhooks a demonic cult is not befitting the status of a director. The director looked at him and said that his request was that Suji become the best student in the academy. Soji looked at him with a dissatisfied look and asked the old man if he had listened to what he had just been told, and asked what a better student means. The director replied that he listened carefully to everything Suji told him and asked him to take first place and wipe his nose with the hypocrite and Orthodox factions in order to change their minds. Suji suddenly saw a sign in front of his face which said that he had side quests, and the honorary director of the martial arts academy invited him to become the best student among the freshmen, and the reward would be a special prize. But if he refused, he would have a dead man's curse, and again he would only be able to summon one skeleton. Suji got very angry when he read the task in his quest, and he was also angry that this request turned into a task that could not be rejected. The director asked the guy if he didn't want to fulfill his request, and Soji replied that the director misunderstood him, and he would be happy to complete this task. With a trembling finger, he pressed the button that was responsible for accepting the task, and said that, of course, he would do everything in the best possible way. The old man smiled and said that he knew that the boy would agree to fulfill his request. Suji took a deep breath and exhaled all the air from his lungs in order to calm down, because this task made him very angry. He bowed to the director and said that, for that matter, he asks the director to take care of him. He raised his head up and asked the director if he would fulfill his request. The director smiled and said that this is a very modest request, and he is not sure that among the talent of the Orthodox faction, there is someone who will be similar to him in strength. Soji turned his head to the side, and the veins on his face began to swell, and he thought that this was not modesty, and he was trying to ask the director for moral and physical help. The director waved goodbye to him and said that now the guy could leave, and Soji also said goodbye to him in return. He turned around and began to walk towards the exit from this house. The director looked after him and watched as the boy left his building. But suddenly he remembered one very important question that he did not ask him. He turned his head back and looked at the drawing he had drawn recently. He looked at the paper that was hanging on a wooden stick to make sure that it was already dry. He saw that the writing on this paper had already dried and it was now ready. Suji left the building and began to walk out of here with long strides. He was incredibly angry and understood that these idiots wanted to ruin his plan for an ideal life. This made him even more angry. He said that he wouldn't even do anything and would still become the best student. But suddenly the world changed again, and everything turned into black and white, and he felt this headache. Soju didn't understand what was happening and why it happened again. He was fine before. A sign with numbers appeared in front of his face again, and he shouted that this sign had already begun to get to him. He saw a red arrow on this sign that told him which direction he now needed to move. He sighed heavily to calm down and accepted the fact that this sign would constantly appear before his eyes. He passed through it and began to walk forward and spread this sign, and then it disappeared. But the sign appeared before his eyes again and began to show him which way to go. Soji got angry and suggested these signs that he already knows where he needs to go and does not have to appear every 10 seconds. But suddenly he realized that this was very important, and it was as if a brilliant thought had dawned on his head. He thought that this sign could show him the way to treasures, and where it points with arrows could hide something very valuable, and if he finds gold coins again, it will be great. Soji very quickly and began to run in the direction in which the red arrow was pointing to him. But when he ran a long enough distance, he came across a cave in which there were steps down. He joyfully began to shout and raised his hands forward. He said that it had finally started bleeding, and now all that was left was to go down to this basement. He rubbed his hands to stretch them and prepare them for the fact that they would soon be collecting gold coins. Suji took his first step down and stepped on the step. He was going down, but suddenly he noticed someone's foot going up these steps. A man appeared in front of him and hit him in the stomach with all his might. This man clearly did not expect such a collision, and after the impact, he fell down and began to slide down the steps. Soji saw how this man rolled into the very depths of this cave and hit loudly. He was lying on the floor and was in pain because he hit himself very hard when he fell. This man stood up and began to shake off the dirt from the dust from his clothes and asked this guy who he was. He got angry and started shouting at the student and asked what he had, what he forgot here, and why he was bothering him and standing in his way. Suji didn't understand why this man was so aggressive and why he was behaving so strangely, but the sign appeared in front of his face again. He noticed that the time on the sign had expired, and most likely he was already late, and the treasure had disappeared. This strange man began to climb up the steps to get out of this cave. This man turned his head back and said that it was too late, and the white phantom of Rakshasa had awakened. But Soji did not understand what this man was talking about and what phantom he was talking about. Suddenly, a very loud scream was heard from the cave, and this scream sounded like some kind of large animal. The men looked frightened towards the dark tunnel from which he came out, and he became scared when he heard this scream. Suddenly, the ground began to crack, and large cracks and splits appeared. The walls of the tunnels began to collapse, and some kind of monster appeared who was trying to get out of labor. The man immediately reacted to the appearance of this monster and began to run away and shout loudly that he did not have time to leave here. A large monster with red eyes and horns on its head ran out of Tonelli. This monster had very sharp paws with sharp nails at the end that could pierce anyone. The Rakshasa did not want to let go of this man and pierced his body with her sharp claw right through, and blood began to splash out of his chest. He coughed up blood and felt like his vitality was leaving him, and he could no longer resist death. Soji Serve himself looked at what was happening here and didn't understand at all what the hell was going on here and where this monster came from. He didn't know what to pretend just now, and Tonelli ran out a huge monster and pierced his monster on this man's watch. The Rakshasa threw the corpses of this man in the desert not far from him, and Soji was able to get a better look at this monster. This monster looked very frightening, and it had very powerful arms with large rocks, and it was later covered with protective armor. This monster very quickly began to run towards the guy and make terrible sounds with his voice. Suji immediately used the skeleton summoning technique to protect himself from this monster. A bone hand came out of the ground, and the skeleton tried to get out of the ground as soon as possible in order to help its owner. His bones began to gather into one single skeleton, and purple energy appeared around his body. Suddenly, a skeleton was created and started screaming very loudly. This skeleton was proficient in fist fighting, and he immediately used the Void Fist to attack the monster. He hit him in the face with all his fist, and at the moment of the collision, his bones began to break because they could not break through the protective shell. The monster got angry because he did not expect that someone would inflict retaliatory damage on him, and this caused additional rage in him. He used his tentacles to attack the skeleton that was blocking his passage. Using his claw island, he was able to crush the bones of this skeleton and break its body. After this, the monster stepped on the skeleton's skull with its big foot and crushed it. He was not going to stand still and wait for the enemy to fly at him, so he immediately activated his animal instincts and attacked first. Soji started screaming very loudly in fear and didn't understand what to do because without his skeletons, he definitely wouldn't be able to cope with this monster. The skeleton was destroyed, and its bones were crushed by this monster. He quickly ran forward towards his opponent in order to destroy him and opened his mouth to scare the enemy. Soji saw the monster attacking him with its tentacle with a sharp claw, and all he managed to do was block its blow with his hand. The monster cut his hand, and he began to bleed because his body could not withstand such damage. He could not stay on his feet, and after this blow, he flew backwards and hit the ground several times. He was lying on the ground and writhing in pain. It was very difficult for him to move. He saw that not far from him lay the dead body of the man who came out of this dungeon, and he noticed that near this man there was a sword. He tried to reach this washer with his trembling hand. He managed to do this and grabbed the sword with his hand by the scabbard. Soji continued to move through the pain and understood that he couldn't give up now because he would die. He saw the glowing red eye of this monster through the fog. He got angry and thought that when he went into this dungeon, he thought that there would be treasure there. But everything turned out to be much worse. Soji, I thought that it was unlikely that he would be able to defeat this monster using his strength, and decided to use cunning. So he took sand from the ground. Soji held a ball in his left hand. In his right hand, he had sand, and he looked at this monster and said that he was not afraid of such growling creatures. Suji pulled the sword out of its sheath, and the sword began to glow blue. He activated his superpower again and summoned the spirit of war to help him fight in battle. The monster got angry when he saw that his opponent was going to resist him and began to emit very strong black-violet energy from his body. This energy flew very quickly and swiftly towards the guy, and it looked like black-purple fog. With the help of his new strength, he deftly dodged attacks from this purple energy and did not take damage. The monster stood aside all this time and watched what was happening ahead, but because of the fog and dust, he saw nothing. Suddenly, because of this fog, a guy jumped out and swung his ball to strike from above. He hit the ball blade monster right on the head and caused crushing damage. But the monster's head did not split after such a strong blow because it had a protective shell. Suji didn't expect this monster to be so hard to defeat, and he was shocked when he saw that his head didn't break after being hit. This monster again used its large tentacles to strike. Suji felt this tentacle hit him in the shoulder and caused him very strong damage. He flew to the side and fell to the ground again because he could not stand on his feet after such a blow. He lay on the ground and leveled the sword of his hands into the air. Dust rose from the ground. Soji combed the ground with his body and realized that it was very difficult for him to move after such a wound. He raised his hand up and looked at the rays of the sun through his fingers. He realized that the only way to defeat this monster was to summon his best skeleton, Golgol. He clenched his fist and activated the summon of his skeleton, hoping that it would appear before this monster killed him. The monster ran very quickly and swiftly towards the guy in order to destroy him and crush him and tear his body apart. Soji slowly rose to the ground and saw this monster approaching him closer and closer. He got angry and shouted very loudly that he would not allow some creature to destroy him so easily, and he would now choose all his teeth for this monster. But the monster didn't understand what this guy was saying. He didn't just swing his hand to deal him the final blow. Suji expected the monster to deliver just such a blow and therefore slid under his body and dodged the blow. He raised his sword up and began to make very fast attacks on the stomach of this monster in order to cut its flesh. He saw that he was able to inflict damage on this monster. His sword left bloody wounds on the body of this monster because here he had no protective shell. The monster began to scream in pain, and his scream was so loud that an ordinary person could go deaf. He began to step back to give himself a break after such serious injuries. Soji took advantage of the fact that the monster stepped back and began to run away from him. But the monster decided to run after him. This monster was much faster than Soji, and it grabbed the sword with its paws and did not allow him to attack with the sword. Soji looked at this monster in fear and thought that he absolutely did not expect such a turn of events. The monster again delivered a very powerful blow to Soji's stomach and threw him back, and the guy flew into the bushes. He sat near the bushes with his head down and realized that this creature was much stronger than he thought, and he was surprised that she did not die after her stomach was pierced. Suji felt weak in his body, but he informed this monster that he was still alive and could fight. The monster seemed to understand this guy. His eyes began to glow even more red with anger. The monster began to run forward again, but suddenly a purple flash appeared quickly in the air. He jumped and pounced on the guy. He spread his claws to deliver a powerful cutting blow. But suddenly Golgol appeared and flew very quickly near Soji's head. The skeleton tried to get closer to its owner as quickly as possible and try to protect him from this monster. He swung his sword and struck from above. And after this blow, blood splashed out of the monster. Soji saw that his skeleton had cut off one of the tentacles of this monster, and the monster knelt down and began to scream very loudly in pain. Soji asked your skeleton why it took him so long to come here, and during this time he could have died 300 times. The skeleton turned its head towards its owner, and, as Golgol always said, it seemed to be smiling at that moment. Soji said that it doesn't matter. And to be honest, the second round begins, and together with his skeleton, he will be able to destroy this monster. Soji understood that his skeleton was unlikely to be able to cope with such a strong opponent on his own. So he decided to help him and attack the monsters from the other side. The two of them began to attack very quickly and from different sides, and the monster did not understand what was happening. Soji and Golgol filled their weapons with very strong energy in order to try to destroy this monster with one blow. After that, the two of them made a jump and flew away in different directions. They used the same technique and cut off the monster's remaining tentacles that protruded from its back. They were able to successfully carry out their attack, and after that, they did not land on the ground behind the monster. The monster growled and exhaled steam from its mouth, and Soji and the skeleton stood and looked at what this monster would do next. Soji smiled and said that it's time to ask this monster, but do it very gently. The monster continued to growl and intimidate its opponents. He suddenly adopted a new tactic and began to run towards the forest trying to save his life. Suji ordered his skeleton to follow this monster and not let him escape because they must kill him now. Golgol immediately made a swift dash and ran after this monster. He dealt a very strong blow to his neck, and the monster could not stand on his feet and his head flew back. The monster fell on its back, and Golgol stood not far from the monster and watched it. Soji that it is becoming very difficult for him to move, and most likely the wounds inflicted by his skeleton caused serious damage to him. He clenched his hand into a fist to strike. He accumulated energy in his fist and said that now he will take revenge for his skeleton which this monster just killed. He punched this monster right in the solar plexus, and the monster began to growl and scream in pain. Suji used a technique called the Fist of Emptiness, and with this technique he caused very powerful damage. The energy he put into this blow passed through the body of this monster and came out through his back. This monster had a huge through-hole in its stomach, and smoke flew out of this hole. The monster could not withstand this blow, and after receiving damage fell to the ground. Soji saw that a sign appeared in front of his face again, informing him that the white phantom of Rakshasa had been destroyed, and he could add a white phantom to his summons. Soji looked at this monster and asked in surprise if he could really summon this creature, just like other skeletons. But suddenly, he and Golgo heard some strange voices of people approaching them. 3 people walked towards them very quickly and asked what was happening here. Suji turned his head back and ordered his skeleton to get out of here immediately so they wouldn't see him. He pressed the accept button and activated the skeleton call. After he accepted this monster into his skeletons, the monster's body began to evaporate. When people came closer to them and they were shocked in front of him or the yellow pipes of the white phantom Rakshasa, they saw that standing next to this monster was a newcomer who had just gotten out of the academy a few days ago. They did not understand how he was able to kill this monster. The director of the academy looked at the guy in surprise and realized that this Soji was much stronger than he thought. Suddenly, corpses were discovered, and one of the men said that it was Professor Hong, and he was dead. The director ordered everyone to immediately shut up and not utter a word while he deals with what happened here. The professors turned their heads to the director in surprise and looked at him. They did not understand what would happen now. He stood silently for several seconds and thought about what was best to do now. The director approached the guy and asked him what was going on here and how he ended up here. But the most important question that interested him was how he killed the white phantom. Suji scratched his cheek with his index finger and replied that he heard strange sounds and came here, and this monster attacked him and had to kill him. The director looked at the guy with disbelief and said that this was very surprising, and it was very difficult to resist the white fountain. After this, the director asked the guy why the corpse of Professor Hong was lying here. Suji thought about his answer for a few seconds and thought that this guy was passed out, but he didn't understand why he came out of the dungeon. Soji answered the director that when he came here, this man was already in this state and he doesn't know what happened here. The director looked the guy straight in the eye and suggested that Professor Hong suffered from the clutches of this monster. The director said that the boy probably also could have suffered from this monster, and first he needs to return to school, and later if questions arise, he will have to go to the director, and Suji bowed with a sign of agreement. After that, the boy turned around and walked away along the forest to return to the academy. The professor informed the director that the white phantom was reborn again, and a terrible tragedy happened to Professor Hong. And the director simply sent the child back, and now he is the only witness to what happened. The principal got angry and shouted that this guy was just a child, and therefore could not be associated with this monster. Only thanks to him, the monster did not get to school. The professor did not agree with the director and shouted very loudly that this was not a joke, and the white phantom was a dangerous monster, and it absolutely did not matter how old this guy was. The director replied to the professor that if there really was a way to summon the white phantom of the central plane, they would already be drowning in blood. He looked at the rest of his professors and said that they should make sure that there is no panic among the students. There was very beautiful nature and landscapes around this academy. Soji saw that there was never anyone around him anymore, and the skeleton returned to him, and the guy said that it seemed like he hadn't done anything wrong, but his legs were still shaking. He remembered the appearance of this monster and said that he was very curious because now he can summon this monster for battles. He decided to take advantage of this feature and use his power to produce this monster. The power of this monster began to emerge from the sand and assemble it into a single frame. His first bones emerged from the sand, creating his long spine. After this, his bone face began to appear, which was also created gradually. And after a few seconds, the monster was ready, and in front of him stood a large phantom created from bones. This monster looked at him with her violet eyes and exhaled steam from her mouth, and then began to growl. Soji ordered the monster to immediately close its mouth and be silent, because if they were noticed, he would have problems, and the monster obediently listened to his request and fell silent. Suji was surprised because he listened to his orders and he didn't even know what he could do. He put his hand on Golgol's shoulder and hugged him. Soji smiled, and in a joyful voice told Golgol that he had a new friend, and now he must accept this recruit. Golgol smiled, and his eyes began to sparkle and express joy because he now had a serious ally. Golgol joyfully approached this large monster to greet him. Golgol extended his hand forward to stroke the white phantom's head. But the white phantom did not want this skeleton to touch him and began to touch him in different directions. Golgol was dissatisfied with this behavior of this pet and therefore punched him in the jaw. The white phantom got angry and started his bone teeth on this skeleton. Golgol tried to show this with his own eyes that he is the main one here, and the white phantom should listen to him. After this, the skeleton began to kick this large pet, so that he understood that he needed to listen to his elders. And Soji ordered his skeleton to immediately end this quarrel and not add problems to him. Golgol looked at his master and felt that he had offended him, but after that he could not restrain himself, and again began to strike this skeleton because he did not want to listen to him. Soji decided to warm up a little and said that classes at the academy start tomorrow, and he was very tired today. Soji said that from now on the White Phantom will be Golgol Mark III, and he must obey Golgol number 1. After that he put his palm forward, activated the spell and cancelled the call. The White Phantom turned into sand again and evaporated. Soji asked his skeleton if he was ready to go back, and the skeleton was not happy when he heard this. He turned his head and looked at his skeleton and saw that Golgol was hiding something from him. Soji asked the skeleton what he had already done and why he was behaving so strangely. But the skeleton turned his head to the side. They returned back to the academy dormitory, and by this time it was already evening. Soji raised his head up and saw that the ceiling was strewn with plaster and small stones. He saw a huge hole in the ceiling and asked his skeleton what it was. Golgol felt that his owner would now scold him and therefore turned his head to the side. From this hole, a loud, dissatisfied cry from Soji was heard, scolding his skeleton. Instead of the action, it is transferred to a few hours ago when Golgol was sitting alone in the room. Suddenly, he heard through telepathy the voice of his master who called him for help. He was immediately happy, and his eyes began to glow blue, and he understood that his owner needed him again. Golgol got to his feet and pushed off from Paul to jump up. He jumped and broke the ceiling with his fist in order to get to his owner as quickly as possible. At the moment, she was absolutely not paying attention to the fact that she left the taker in the stream, and the fact that the owner would scold him. All he thought about was that he wanted to come to the aid of his master as soon as possible, so that he would not be killed. Soji listened to the whole story from his skeleton, and said that he certainly did not expect such heroic deeds from him. But then he sighed heavily, and realized that nothing could be done about it. He jumped onto his bed and lay down to get some rest. Soji looked at the hole in the ceiling and saw the moon hanging in the sky. The moon was shining very brightly that day, and it seemed as if there was some strange flash there. He decided to take a closer look at this flash and did not understand what kind of strange flash was flying in the air. When he tried to focus his vision, he saw some object that was approaching him very quickly. He took a closer look and realized that it was a sharp blade that was flying very fast in his direction. Soji didn't understand what the hell was going on here and why this blade was now flying straight at him. Golgol managed to quickly react to this blade and at the very last moment struck and hit it with his balls. The blade did not hit the guy's body and flew to the side and then got stuck in the ceiling. They looked at this blade and did not understand who could throw this dagger at them at such a late time, and most importantly, they did not understand why it had to be done. Soji said that some kind of devilry is happening here, and someone wants to kill him, but he still didn't understand why. He stood up and tried to pull the blade out of the ceiling. Soji saw that there was a note tied to this blade. He took it off and printed it out to read what was written there. The note said that today, after lights out, he needed to come to the far side of the dorm. Soji looked at this note in surprise and did not understand how to perceive this text, and why someone would call him to the far side of the dorm. Soji looked at his skeleton and said that this didn't look like a love letter, and that it's unlikely that anyone would want to set him up on a date. He lay down on the bed again and said in an angry voice that everything treats him like dogs. They want him to come when called, and he's not going to go anywhere. Soji lay down on the pillow and closed his eyes, and he was about to fall asleep and didn't want to go anywhere. In the dark forest, you can hear the sounds of a man making his way through the branches of trees. This man stood in a black robe on a large tree branch and looked at the dormitory. It was a girl, and she was very unhappy because the time for the meeting had long passed, and she didn't understand where this guy was now. She took the robe off her head and looked ahead. Dissatisfaction was visible on her face, and she said that despite the fact that he is a young cult leader, he still cannot make her leader of the Full Moon Squad wait in vain. The next day the weather was very warm and the sun was shining very brightly. Academy students walked around the territory of the educational institution and each went about their own business. Soji watched the students and girls who walked next to him and thought that this world was completely different. But suddenly he realized that some things in this world make him nostalgic. He smiled and thought that he was very pleased to see something familiar from the world he missed. Suji climbed the stairs and approached the central door of the academy. He was heading towards the entrance to enter the academy. Suji climbed up the long stairs. When he got to his floor, he saw that there were a very large number of students in the corridor. A bald student was walking towards him, and he thought that he had never met such guys here before. Suji carefully examined all the students of this academy and watched them with curiosity. He saw a sign on the wall near one of the offices, and thought that such signs were in the real world from which he came. Stella wondered who could have done something like that, and he decided to go to the window to look at him. In the window, he saw a guy in blue clothes standing near the table and telling something. Suji thought that these brats had created a mess from day one, and most likely they wanted to get a reprimand from the teacher. The guy very loudly and confidently told everyone that his name is Noah and he is from Western Liang. Noah smiled, touched his temple with his index finger, and asked everyone to remember that today he will be in charge here. The students who were sitting at their desks at that moment and did not understand what was happening, and this guy's speech took them by surprise. Suddenly, another guy with a headband appeared next to him and smiled when he heard Noah's words and saw the reaction of the other students. They didn't understand what was happening, and then they opened their mouths in surprise and froze in that position. Noah said that if someone wants to prove that he is worthy of being in charge here, he can challenge him at any time. Soji smiled when I heard the speech of this hooligan and thought that this is a very cute child from such people. It's always interesting to spend time. Soji remembered that he had a notebook hidden under his cloak and decided to take it out. Suji raised this thick notebook up and swung it to strike. He hit this guy with his notebook club with all his might and told him to sit down and think about his behavior. The rest of the students did not understand what was happening and watched in surprise at the new student who decided to challenge Noah. They immediately started whispering among themselves that they didn't know who this guy was, and most likely he was their new teacher or some very cool student. Soji suddenly realized that there was no need to do this, and the teacher's old habit worked in him by inertia. But he forgot that now he is an ordinary student. Noah at that moment was very angry because some newcomer decided to challenge him. Noah turned his head to this guy and asked him if he really wanted to challenge him, and his Western Liang could not help but accept him. Noah grabbed the clothes with both hands and prepared to take them off. He made a quick movement with his hands and tore the clothes on his body, and then said that he had been sprinkled since the first day. Suji made a displeased expression and said that that's not what he meant, and that guy misunderstood him. Noah began to emit very strong red energy from his body and got into a fighting position in order to start a fight. He said that a fight could not be avoided. Noah made a rapid fish forward, swung his fist, and said that he was now using his to improve the rapid blow of a certain body. The student stood up from her desk and shouted in a joyful voice that what she had been waiting for so long had finally begun, and the traditional start of the honorary semester of the Martial Arts Academy had just opened. She took on the role of commentator and said that the first fighter is a descendant of the great Ma Chao from Western Liang. And after that, she announced the second participant in the fight, who pretended to be a teacher and called him a rootless freshman, Soji. I saw that the enemy's fist was already very close to his face, and something needed to be done. Soji, by inertia, managed to dodge the blow in time and did not receive damage, so the fist flew past his face. Soji looked at this fist and thought that with such things she would really kill him and it would be very dangerous to fight with him. Noah gave up and raised his fist again to strike again. But Soji dodged this blow again and lowered his head down so the fist flew over his head. Noah shouted that he was annoyed by this guy and ordered him to stop dodging and fight like a real warrior. Soji thought that this guy is most likely not himself right now and he has gone completely crazy. Nop swung his fist again and his hand emitted a very strong red energy and his fist was like a hammer. Suji heard the voice of the sign that told him that he had received part of the powers of the summoned skeleton and he had received the transfer of martial arts. Noah missed his punch again and broke the table in front of him with his hammer fist. He thought that he had been penetrated. He was moving very quickly, and he didn't even have time to notice how this guy dodged. Noah looked at his opponent and saw that he had finally decided to attack, and therefore put his hands in a defensive position. Suji clenched his hand into a fist and prepared to strike very hard. But suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, Soji turned around and began to run away towards his place at his desk. Noah didn't understand what was happening and why his opponent had just run away and sat down in his place because their battle was only in full swing. He looked at him in surprise and asked why he didn't attack, and instead just sat in his place as if they weren't fighting right now. But suddenly a person hit Noah on the head with a book, and the guy felt very severe pain. There were tall, pumped-up men standing taller, and asked the guy if he really decided to break everything here on the very first day, and Noah felt like a big bump appeared on his head after this blow. Soji smiled and thought that this Noah is a real idiot, and karma came back to him. The sign said that this was an auditorium for first-year students. The teacher inhaled air through his nostrils, and he inhaled so hard that the air could be seen. He looked at his students with a menacing look and said that he was very glad to meet them. The students did not understand who this man was and why he looked so dangerous. The teacher was about to say his name, but kept the intrigue so that the students would pay all their attention to him, and at that moment, Noah was sitting on the floor and holding the table above his head with both hands. The students were waiting for the teacher to call his name, and they did not understand what was happening, and they were very curious to know what would happen next. The teacher put his 2 fingers forward and he used his internal energy to lift the chalk into the air with a touch. After that, with help, he knew how and began to draw his name on the board. When he finished drawing his name, and he broke the chalk with the help of the skull, and the chalk exploded and shattered into small pieces, he very loudly and confidently told him that his name was Peck. Mu-young and he are their new curator for this school year. He very loudly asked his students if there was anyone here in the class who had heard of him, and if those who had not heard of him. The girls shouted in a joyful voice that they were incredibly lucky, and Peck Mu-young is Minnick White Mountain, and she can't believe that he will be their curator. Another girl turned to her and asked if this teacher was really that cool, and she told her that he was one of the 100 selected masters of the Central Plains. She spoke with delight in her voice about how it was a great honor to be a student of such a high-ranking fighter. When the students heard this girl's information about their teacher, they could not believe that they were so lucky. But the teacher told them to forget everything they were taught outside of this academy. Otherwise, they would start their training again from scratch. He told them in a rude, low voice that if they couldn't do this, it would be very bad for themselves. Because in this case, they will die. And they must remember that only they themselves are responsible for their lives here. These words did not frighten all the students, and the atmosphere in the audience immediately changed, and one could feel panic and fear from all the students. They dropped when they heard that they could die while studying at this university, and their faces turned pale as if they were not living corpses. Suddenly, one of the guys raised his hand up to ask a question. It was a guy with long hair who was very curious to know why the teacher said that. Beck replied to this guy that they might have already heard that a sad incident happened on the territory of the academy recently. He explained that during this incident, one professor died and he could not save his life. When the student heard this, he turned pale, and after that, his face began to turn blue because he did not know that a professor at this academy had recently died. This new thing scared absolutely all the students, and they started looking at each other and trying to understand what happened. But suddenly, the student still dared and asked the teacher a question and asked him what really happened. Peck walked along the class holding his hands behind his back and told them that the investigation was still ongoing and the culprit would have to suffer serious punishment. Beck walked to the back of the class and stopped near the desk where Suji was sitting. Beck looked at Soji and said that he really wanted this guy to be in his class and was very glad that everything turned out this way. After that, he put his hand on his shoulder and squeezed his shoulder with his fingers. Beck looked at him and said that this means that now only he will decide whether Soji will die or live on. Soji looked at him in surprise and did not understand what was happening. It was strange that a teacher would say such things to his student. They looked at each other, and in their gaze one could feel the tension and hostility towards each other. After these words, Teacher Beck turned around and walked towards the board, and Soji was now closely watching him. Beck continued his lecture and asked them to remember that the academy does not just train martial artists, but separates the wheat from the chaff. He finally stopped in one place and took a very stable position with his feet. Pack. He said that this was the end of the introductory words. Now they could get down to business and asked them to choose a headman. Several participants immediately applied for the place of the headman, and one of them was the same guy with a bandage on his head. In the center of the class sat a very strong guy with a strong physique and also wanted to take the position of prefect. The girl with brown eyes also wanted to claim this place. Noah smiled and realized that he couldn't miss this opportunity. She definitely had to become a prefect. Teacher Beck doesn't care at all which way, and they won't choose their prefect. But when they finish, they must inform him, and from that moment, the lesson is over. Soji. He became wary and realized that something was wrong here in this academy, but he was not yet accustomed to these rules. Near the door to this classroom, there was a sign that stated that first-year students were studying here. Through the open windows into this auditorium, we can see Suji sitting in his seat and rocking on his chair. He swayed and thought that because of the director and curator, now he would not be able to live as carefree as he wanted. He looked forward and thought that, however, in Korea, he had already been in the role of a student and a teacher and had experienced many. So now it would be much easier for him to cope with these problems. Suddenly swayed too much in his chair and lost his balance. Soji started to fall backwards and screamed very loudly. But a woman's leg stopped his chair and did not allow him to fall. Sekun reacted in time, and with the help of her leg was able to stop his chair and save him from falling. She returned the chair and put it back in its place. Soji finally felt that the chair had returned to its original position, and now he could sit on it calmly. He turned his head back, smiled, and thanked her in an awkward voice. But when he turned his head, he saw that this was the same girl with whom he came here, and she was again making a mistake near him. Sekun, with joy in her voice, asked him if he was the same guy in the mask who helped her get to the academy. Suji looked at her in surprise and disdainfully, but didn't answer. Seconds said that from the first day she got into this academy, she has been looking for a guy who was wearing a white mask, and she assumes that he is now sitting in front of her. Soji looked at her again with a surprised look and said nothing. Sekun began to get angry and demanded that he answer her immediately because he was the same guy with whom she came to the academy together. Suji was actually surprised because this girl didn't recognize him without a mask, and most likely it's even better because she really irritates him. Soji asked her what she meant, as if she was saying that they came to the academy together, and Sekun asked him why that man in the mask is not him. Soji asked her what mask she was talking about, and said that he was starting to get tired of her repeating the same thing. Sekun cleared her fist several times and asked him for forgiveness for thinking that he was that person. Sekun carefully examined the face of this guy and could not believe that she was mistaken because his face is very similar. Suji turned away and asked her not to bother him anymore because he was tired. She extended her hand to him and tried to stop him from asking something else. Sekun almost touched his shoulder with her palm, but suddenly her hand began to tremble and she stopped. She returned her hand and back and thought that such a rude guy couldn't be the guy who helped her get here. She got upset and immediately left because there was nothing more for her to catch here. Soji. I saw how suddenly the girl from the first desk turned to him and greeted him. She smiled and said that her name was Yu Sung and that she was in the northern area of the Yellow River. Soji extended his hand forward and said that he was pleased to meet you and his name was Kim Soji. She looked in surprise as he extended his hand to say hello and did not understand what he wanted from her. Yu Sung asked. He extended his hand, and what does he want from her? Suji suddenly realized that he did not know what a handshake was, and this reminded him that he was now in another world. Yu Sung looked at him and asked Soji if he also wants to be a prefect. He contorted his face and answered in a dissatisfied voice that he didn't need it, and he wasn't going to become a headman. She scratched her head and said that old age adds 2 points to the final points, and therefore it thought that it would also be interesting for him to take this place. But Soji suddenly jumped up after that, hit the desk with his palms, and asked why they give 2 points for the debt of old age, and she replied that everyone is already in the know and knows about it. Suji suddenly realized that he needs to take the place of the prefect, and in this case, he will be the first in the ranking if he becomes the prefect, and he will regret if he does not take advantage of such a bonus and does not become the best. Suji slammed his palm on the desk and attracted attention with a loud noise. After that, he put his foot on the desk, and Yu Sung was scared, because she didn't understand that he was now. The students immediately paid attention to him and tried to understand what was happening in the class now. They looked at this guy with contempt and tried to listen to what he wanted to tell them now. Soji shouted very loudly that all these brats who want to become a headman should now follow him to the roof and find out who will take this position. Save a few minutes, and not everyone went to the roof of the university and split into 2 groups. Students stood opposite each other and prepared for battle. Noah stood in front of him with a bare torso and prepared for a fight, and Soji warmed up his fists before the fight. Yu Sung shouted very loudly with joy that now everything will begin and everyone will fight one-on-one and then the winners will fight among themselves, but everyone must follow the rules. She clenched her fist and said that the strongest will become the headman. So this is the best way to determine the worthy. Suji brought his hands together to bow to his opponent and said that he wanted to finish this quickly because he was hungry. His opponent was Noah, who tore his uniform on the first day of training, and he is a descendant of the great Ma Chao from Western Liang. She shouted very loudly that it was hot, and the battle of two candidates for the position of headman began right now. Noah was emitting an incredibly large amount of energy, and his body felt like it was on fire. Noah decided to go to the end and grabbed his pants with his hands and began to tear them out. He tore his pants and his body and was left to fight in only leopard print shorts. Soji looked at him and thought that this guy was very strange and he had some kind of strange fetish because he constantly tears his clothes. Noah wasted no time and made a swift dash forward to attack first. He used the tiger technique, and a fiery silhouette of a large tiger appeared behind him and helped him fight. He delivered his first blow and tried to put all of himself into it in order to attack his enemy as hard as possible. Suji was prepared for this blow and managed to block his body with both hands. He smiled and looked at this guy because he knew that he had a cunning plan. Soji pushed off with his foot from the ground and made a rapid dash forward. He flew forward very quickly and kept his fist ready to strike. He shouted very loudly that now it was his turn to attack and he would put all his strength into this blow. Soji did not deceive him, and when he hit Noah, he could not block this attack and got hit in his chest. Suji hit him so hard that he flew back several meters and jumped off the roof surface several times. The students were shocked when they saw how much power Kim Soji has, and they opened their mouths in delight and amazement. But Soji himself didn't know that his power was so cool, and he finally felt the ointment that owns his Golgol skeleton. Smoke appeared on the roof from the dust that rose up after Noah fell. Soji was still standing in a fighting position and hoped that after this blow, the battle would be over. But suddenly, the silhouette of this guy began to emerge from the smoke, and everyone realized that he was still able to fight. Noah stood in a fighting position and held his fists in front of him. He said that he would not give up so easily. He tried to say that the fighters of the Eastern Liang never give up and they cannot be defeated so easily. But suddenly, his strength began to leave him, and he slowly began to bend and fall. Noah fell to the floor and lost consciousness, and this meant that the fight was over because he could no longer fight. When the students saw that the enemy had fallen and sadly began to shout that it was an amazing fight, Soji looked at the other candidates who wanted to take the position of headman and decided to understand how many of them were left. Suji counted them with her finger and said that I had only 6 opponents left. Soji, he said that he was already very tired today and wanted to go eat, so he ordered them to hit everyone at the same time. They were very angry with him and began to radiate their internal energy and bodies and accumulated their anger into this energy. They made a rapid dash forward and attacked him from different sides. Soji very quickly and deftly fought off all opponents and delivered very powerful blows. Soji could not believe that he himself was able to cope with several opponents at once. The force that Golgol gave him was incredibly powerful and was capable of throwing the enemy several meters back. This fight lasted for several minutes, and Soji continued to fight off all these opponents. Suddenly it didn't rain, and clouds gathered over the university. The rain intensified every minute, and the drops became larger and larger. They dripped onto the roof and left wet marks. Suji looked and saw that most of his opponents were unconscious and unable to resist. He was breathing heavily because he was very tired of fighting off all opponents at once, but he was still ready to fight, and then he got into a fighting position and waited for the next enemy to attack him. But Yusung suddenly shouted very loudly that the headman had finally been chosen. And today this position is occupied by Kim Soju from the mysterious clan who has defeated all rivals. Soji looked at the guys he beat and thought that the youth were not very tired from this battle, but he had practically no strength left. Soji looked at the students who had been watching the fight all this time and turned to them. He pointed at himself with his thumb and said that from now on, he, as headman, would work for the benefit of their class. These words greatly motivated all the students, and they joyfully began to shout that they loved their new prefect, Kim Soju. But he smiled, and it became very funny. Because it's very easy for me to talk to children because they believe everything they are told. He thought that besides all this, thanks to the extra points, completing the mission would be as easy as shelling pears, and with 2 points, it would be incredibly easy. But suddenly, a very sharp dagger began to fly towards him. Soji managed to feel it with his energy and dodged at the very last moment. This dagger got stuck in the roof of a building and didn't hurt anyone. Suji sat in a fighting position and wondered who the man was who threw the weapon at him. The clouds suddenly disappeared from the sky and the sun appeared again. A guy was walking towards him, surrounded by his friends. It was a tall guy with long hair dressed in the clothes of another group, and it was the head of the second group of freshmen and the best student of the Moigun clan, Moyongju. Standing next to him were very tall guys with strong builds, and they had a dissatisfied expression on their faces. They looked like they had been through a war and seen a lot of different shit in their lives. Suji wiped his mouth from the dirt and dust that had stuck during the fight. Yu-sung asked Moyoung-ju why the hell did he come here and what is he going to do. Ju smiled and replied that he just heard about an interesting way of choosing a headman and came to see. He smiled and said that there was no one to even look at as trash, and that's why he just wasted his time, and this election for the headman is nonsense. Soji didn't understand who this guy was or why he was acting so impudently because so far he looked like just an ordinary upstart. Ju threw his cloak behind his back and said that he was in a bad mood and that's why he was leaving here. But suddenly some kind of weapon flew near his face, and he realized that he had just been challenged. He saw that I was throwing the blade at the guy and came back and got stuck in the wall. Soji shouted to him very loudly that the only trash he sees here is only Ju. Suji ordered him to leave immediately until he was taught proper manners and began to flex his fists. Ju smiled because he felt that he finally had some interesting competitor. The students gathered in a circle again and began to carefully observe what would happen next. Ju looked at his opponent and told him that it would be better if he didn't run into a fight because he was unlikely to be able to cope with him. Suji got angry at this guy's arrogant behavior and told him that it would be better if he just kept quiet. Soji understood that this world was special, and this world reminded him of a jungle where only the strongest survive. He turned around and began to walk towards the wall with confident steps. His sword lay near the wall and he took it in his hands. Soji pulled the sword out of its sheath and thought that if someone allows himself to be humiliated, he will immediately be eaten in this world. He got into a fighting position and put his sword in front of his face. After that, he made a rapid dash forward and began to run towards his opponent in order to attack him. Ju's assistants, they saw that this guy decided to attack him and use a weapon, so they immediately ran towards him in order to protect the boss. But Ju put his hand forward and showed them a gesture that was supposed to stop them. They didn't understand what was happening, but it was clear from the boss's face that he didn't want them to help him, and he knew what he was doing. Ju took his cloak with his hand, which hung on his back, and began to take it off. Soju was already approaching his opponent, and in a few seconds was supposed to inflict a strong attack on him. But Ju, with a calm movement, smoothly continued to remove the cloak from his back. He threw his cloak into the hands of his assistant and said that he had no self-control at all, just like she was expecting garbage. Soji swung his sword to strike and did not understand why his enemy was acting so calmly. Ju smiled and thought that if this guy thinks that his attack looks serious, then he is very mistaken. But suddenly he saw that the sword had moved to the other side, and now this guy was attacking him from the other side. He did not expect such a turn of events, but still managed to dodge this blow. Ju suddenly realized that it was much faster to go through than he thought, and he did not underestimate his enemy. Soju used a combination of very fast attacks, and the blade of his sword moved incredibly fast. Suji struck at his opponent, but Ju continued to dodge the blows. Ju thought that this was the first time he had encountered such a sword technique, and he had never seen anything like it before. Soji. The guy was knowledgeable in various martial arts techniques and simply struck as his internal energy told him. Ju, I understood that something urgently needed to be done because the battle was already getting out of control. He jumped and flew into the air and in this way again dodged the blow. After a few seconds, he landed on the surface of the roof and stood confidently on his feet. He looked at his enemy and tried to figure out how to counter his military equipment. He looked to the side at the place where all the students were, and he needed to understand how they were now reacting to this battle. The freshman watched this battle in surprise and could not believe that the unknown freshman was now defeating Ju. He got angry and veins appeared on his face, and he thought that if he lost to this guy, it would be a real shame that he would never be able to wash off for himself. He began to run forward in order to pull out his sword from behind the wall and thought that defeat must not be allowed. He grabbed the handle of the ball with his hand and began to pull it out. With one movement, he was able to pull the sword out of the hole in the wall. Ju began to laugh when a weapon appeared in his hand, and he felt the power in himself. He put his sword forward and told his opponent that he shouldn't have given the sword in his hands because that was his main mistake. Suji did not see his enemy as a threat, and therefore the sword in his hand did not frighten him. He pushed off the ground and made a very strong jump up. Suji swung his balls over his head to deliver a devastating overhead kick. Ju, he also swung his sword and said that it was Nadina herself who was engaging in a sword fight with him. Soji still didn't understand what the problem was and why he was talking so impudently. But he knew the most important thing was that he needed to attack. Their balls touched, and from this contact, sparks began to fly in different directions. Ji felt that the enemy was very strong, and it was hardly possible to hold back such an attack. He lunged to the side with his right foot and tried to change his fighting position. Ji thought that this guy was striking him, and as if he was fighting holding an axe or an axe in his hands, but not a sword, and he had never seen such a fighting technique. Soji raised his sword up and did it demonstratively for everyone to see. He raised his sword behind his back to strike again. Suji advised his opponent to block this blow now, or in a bad case, he will not survive. Ju couldn't believe that this guy was so confident in his abilities that he could afford to say such words. Soji, I didn't want to say anything more, so I dealt a crushing blow. Ji was forced to block this blow because if he had not done this, his head would have split into two halves. He could not stand on his feet from such a blow and fell on his knees. He had to put in a lot of effort to block this attack, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Ju felt his hands begin to shake after this attack, and it was hard for him to hold the sword in his hands. Suji swung his weapon and told him to block because this blow would be even stronger. Soji dealt a crushing blow with his weapon and put enormous power into this blow. Ji saw that his sword could not stand it and broke into two halves after such a blow. Suji stood in front of the body of a lying opponent and held a sword in front of him. Ju turned pale because I realized that he could do nothing more and could not resist this enemy. Soji looked at this upstart with a contemptuous look and let him know that he had lost. Ju's assistants opened their mouths in surprise because they couldn't believe that their boss had just lost to this freshman. Yu-sung shouts in a surprised voice that Kim Soji won the fight against Ju. She came forward and informed all the students that their headman had won this fight, and the students joyfully began to shout and celebrate the victory. The assistants immediately started running towards their boss to help him get up. Soji understood that he had already won this battle and, for forgiveness, decided to say something to this arrogant idiot. Soji said that from now on, Ju should watch his language and not throw around such phrases if he doesn't know who to talk to. Ju was incredibly angry because he had just been disgraced by some freshman. He doesn't even know who this guy is. Suji threw the sword over his shoulder and told the first years to follow him. They immediately began to run after their leader and asked him to wait for them. This is how the selection of the prefect ended, and now Kim Soji was the prefect of the first year. The scene is transferred to one of the academy buildings. Yu-sung ran up the stairs very quickly to catch up with him. Suji turned his head back when he heard her steps and looked at her in surprise. She was breathing very heavily because she had to run for a long time, but when she stopped, she invited Suji to go have lunch together. Soji replied that he didn't mind having a snack, but he didn't know where the dining room was. Yu-sung asked him to follow her and she would show him where to eat here. Suji followed her and said that he wanted to ask her something, and she replied that she would answer any question he had. Suji asked who was on the roof that he fought with last time. Yu-sung scratched the back of her head and felt embarrassed to answer this question, and Soji asked her if this guy was from the royal family. She replied that this guy is not from the royal family, but he is the language of the Moyong clan, and it is one of the 5 great clans. Soji looked at her in surprise and didn't quite understand what she meant. Yu-sung asked him if he didn't know about the 5 great clans, and Soji replied that he had never heard of them and asked what kind of clans they were. Yu-sung looked at him in surprise and asked where he came from. I don't know about the 5 great clans. But nevertheless, she said that if we talk about the most famous associations of the Central Plains, in Murim, there are 9 great factions and a group of poor people calling themselves Kabang. There are also 5 great clans that descended from 5 great warriors. They are of noble origin and are considered the most powerful clans in the Central Plains. Suji steeled his face and said that from her words, it sounds like the guy on the roof was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Soji said that it is not surprising that he is so arrogant and has lived his whole life as an aristocrat from whom the dust has been blown away. Soji suddenly decided to ask which clan she came here from, and Yu-sung became embarrassed. Her cheeks turned red and she said that her clan was outstandingly strong. But that was a long time ago. Soji looked at her in surprise and seemed to suspect something. He put his palm forward and swung. After that, he struck her back with his palm, and Yu-sung did not expect this blow and ran forward. Suji smiled and said that she shouldn't be upset about it because she's cool, and that means her family is cool too. She looked at him in surprise, and it was hard for her to come to terms with the fact that this guy was so strange. Yu-sung felt awkward but nevertheless thanked him for such support. Soji remembered that from his experience working at school, he can say that problems always arise with privileged children. He thought that since he was now a prefect, he needed to find out if there were guys like that arrogant upstart in their class. Soji decided to immediately ask her if there was someone in their class from famous clans, and Yusun replied that they didn't have such people. She explained that because they do not have special students, the rest of the students call their class third rate. This information shocked him, and he got angry and said that it was not surprising. Yusung asked him what exactly he meant, as if he was saying that it was not surprising. But he turned his head to the side and said that it was just his thoughts out loud. Soji. I thought that the students in his class lacked skills, and this could be noticed by the guy who tore all his clothes today, or the other guys who lost to him in a fight. They came to a large building with many floors. Suji put his hands behind his head and said that he was already very hungry and wanted to eat as soon as possible. The scene moves to the central gate. The building was very dark, and there were white boxes in the room. I was in this room only thanks to the sun's rays that made their way through the windows. The man sat on a chair, and behind him stood his sword. Suddenly, the big gate opened, and the room became very bright. Warriors armed with swords entered the gate. They all lined up and stood opposite this man. This man congratulated everyone on entering the academy. They bowed to him and thanked him for the fact that the master congratulated them. He looked at them with his eyes and carefully examined the face of each of them. But suddenly I noticed the second guy who was standing in line. This guy was Jew, and the gentleman noticed that he had a lot of sayings and bruises on his face. The master said that he hates it when his students show themselves as real weaklings, and he did not make him a prefect so that he would lose. Jew bowed to the master and asked for forgiveness for losing the battle. But Mr. Bo was very angry, so he stood up from his chair and grabbed his sword. He started walking forward to get closer to this guy. Jew didn't understand what was happening and what the gentleman was going to do now, and that's why he was scared of Stella. The gentleman came closer to him and asked who was the guy who was able to defeat him in a fight. Jew, you were so worried that you couldn't formulate your thoughts properly and started stuttering. The gentleman looked at him with a demonic gaze and said that it doesn't matter anymore and they absolutely don't care who beat such a weakling. The gentleman said that all that mattered was that he made a member of the great Mayong clan lie on the ground and feel disgraced. Jew felt how, due to excitement, beads of sweat began to appear on his face or on his cheeks. Drops from the drop and on his chin would otherwise begin to fall down. The drops fell on the floor and scattered many small drops to us. Jew sat down on his knees and bowed to his master. He hit his forehead on the floor and asked his elder brother for forgiveness for disgracing the name of their clan. The gentleman pulled the sword out of its sheath, and it glowed very brightly in this darkness. He plunged his sword into the ground in front of the head of Jew, who was now bowing to him. The gentleman sat down to be closer to his younger brother and said that he would give him another chance if he could take advantage of it. It would justify his shame. Jew looked at his older brother and promised him that he would fulfill any request. He waited for his elder brother to give him instructions and was ready to do anything in order to clear his name. And most importantly, the older brother came closer to him and then said in his ear that there would be an entrance ceremony soon, and accidents always happen there. He looked at the guy and said that at this ceremony someone could accidentally lose an arm or a leg, and he hoped that Jew understood his task correctly. The guy looked at his master in surprise and did not believe that he was asking him to cripple this guy. The sun's rays shine through the window and illuminate this room. These rays fell on the gentleman's face and he hid his sword back in its sheath and said that the guy must cope no matter what. He smiled and said that this was the last chance he was giving to Jew to regain his reputation. At this moment, Suji and his new girlfriend were having lunch at a local cafeteria. They ordered food for themselves and chose a table at which no one else was sitting. Soji carefully looked at the food they were given in this dining room and said that he was surprised to see a local snack here. He smiled and said in a joyful voice that if they gave me another can of beer, it would be ideal. Yu-sung at that moment looked at him in surprise and did not understand what he was saying, and sometimes his words seemed very strange to me. Suji took a chicken leg and suddenly saw another guy come into the dining room. It was Noah, and he had a bandage on his nose and he was holding a tray of food. Soji asked this guy why he was looking at him like that, and wasn't the fight enough for him last time? Noah lowered his head and said that he was not looking at him because of this, and that Western Liang warriors know how to accept defeat. Soji looked at him in surprise and didn't quite understand what he meant. Noah asked the village leader if he could sit next to them and have lunch together. Soji smiled and said that he would be happy to have lunch with him and allowed the guy to sit next to him. Noah sat down next to them and asked Soji what kind of beer he was just talking about, and he had never heard such words before. Soji. I was surprised when I found out that there is no beer in this world and tried to explain that it is such an interesting thing. Noah got angry and said that Soji doesn't want to tell him what beer is because he's from the province. Soji explained that it's not about Noah at all, and there's no one here at all who knows about it. So there's no point in talking about beer. Noah laughs, and now it becomes clear to him why he doesn't want to tell. But now 3 people know about beer. Noah laughed very loudly and thanked the headman for telling him about the beer. And Soji at that moment was calmly eating and thinking that this guy was actually kind of strange. Suji used to think that Noah was just a strange guy, but now he sees that he is an ordinary teenager and needs to be treated properly. Suji smiled and realized that he was just a clueless teenager. Noah smiled and said that he had already said it before, but wanted to repeat again that he was Noah from Western Liang. He again started talking about what family he was from and asked Soji if he had ever heard of him. Suji suddenly realized that Noah is a guy from the Ma family Chao who belonged to the 3 kingdoms, and suddenly began to understand who this baby was. Great Ma Chao is a character known to everyone who read the novel about the kingdom, and in those days their territory was divided into 3 factions. Ma Chao is a general whom he equates to the founders of 3 states, and in those times in which it existed, there were only 3 great kings who ruled these territories. Suji suddenly realized that the flow of the greatest general was sitting in front of him. Soji looked at him carefully and realized that this guy is actually still a slacker and a mediocrity, but nevertheless, he is then a great man. Soji replied that there is hardly a person who does not know the great Ma Chao. Noah put the spoon on the table and said he wanted to ask something. Noah asked his old man a question about where he came from and what clan he was from. Yu-sung wanted to ask this question for a very long time and said that she was also very interested to know where you are from. Their headman. There is one thing in Murim that is valued more than in Korea, and this thing is origin, and it is important in what family a person was born, the formation of the clan, and these 3 things greatly influence a person's life. Continuing the basis of all associations and making them closed, they are the driving force that made it what it is now. Soji didn't know when he would return back and whether he would ever be able to return to his real world. But in this world, he will constantly be asked questions about his ancestry. Soji suddenly realized that he had nothing to say and could only call his cult Golgol. But it was very dangerous because Golgol is the heir of a very famous organization, and if someone recognizes his face and hears about the Devil's Ring, it will be revealed. He opened his eyes wide and thought that he could say something that none of the locals knew about, and then there would be no suspicion of him. He would need some kind of organization that is not and cannot be here. Suji told them in a confident voice that he came from the Ministry of Defense. They looked at him in surprise and said that they had never heard anything except the Ministry of Defense. Suji raised his finger up and said that it was very far from here, and he didn't even pick it up because it was actually very far. Noah said that this happens in the Central Plains and there are many people who have not even heard of Western Liang. Soji turned his head to the side and replied that everything is exactly as it is, and there are no phones here, no internet, and his words will always be perceived as the truth because the one who is right louder. Suji watched them carefully and thought that they most likely believed his lies. Suji suddenly remembered that you guy tore his clothes during a fight today. Suji decided to ask this guy where he found new clothes because he tore up his old uniform relatively recently. Noah started laughing very loudly and asked the headman why he was asking such a question, and Soji replied that if he doesn't want to answer, he doesn't have to talk. Noah replied that everything is very simple here, and he brought with him 100 sets of uniforms in case he often fights and tears them. A guy stood near the wall and eavesdropped on all their conversations, and he thought that this was the first time they had heard about the Ministry of Defense. He smiled and thought that he didn't know where it was but would make every effort to find information about this place. The scene is transferred to the academy on the 5th floor. A sign near the freshman's office that notified everyone that this office belonged to them. Table near the wall that no one repaired or replaced. The students sat at their desks and listened carefully to everything the teacher told them. Peck asked the students if they were able to decide on the choice of prefect. All the students turned their heads back and looked at Kim Soji because he was their new prefect. Pack. I was surprised when I saw the reaction of all the students and could not believe that they decided to choose him. Suji stood up at his desk, raised his hand up and said that he was the new prefect of this class. Teacher Rak said that it was very interesting and allowed the student to sit back in his seat. Soji understood why the teacher was so interested in the fact that it was he who became the headman and some other student. Peck reported that if they haven't chosen a prefect, they can now proceed with the class schedule. He said that the first activity was on the list, and after that, the scene began to slowly move to another place. The director of the academy appeared in front of us and looked carefully ahead. The professor was angry and said that Rice was not carried out too well. The dungeon was a dangerous and fully explored place. But the director said that this is part of the past and students should know about it. Teachers and professors looked at the director in surprise and did not understand what he meant. His speech interested absolutely all teachers and professors, and they wanted to hear the director's opinion on this matter. He told them about the dungeon and the bamboo forest that was next to it. The director said that the best place where the entrance ceremony can take place is this place. Teacher Beck informed his students that their ceremony would take place in the dungeon, and they should prepare for it. They looked at their teacher in surprise and could not believe that the Council of Teachers made exactly such a decision. Soji, it was very boring, and he thought that it was very strange to hold the ceremony in this particular place. He didn't understand why the teacher was talking so dramatically about this place, and why everyone was talking so scared about the entrance ceremony. Soji patted Yu Sung on the back with his palm and asked why the teacher said such a strange thing about this ceremony. Yu Sung turned her head to him and said that this had never happened before, and that's why it sounded wild to everyone. Soji suggested that their teacher was simply escalating the situation and trying to intimidate the freshmen. Teacher Beck loudly addressed the old man and asked him to stand up. He said that before the ceremony, the headman leads the class to the dungeon, and it is located in front of the mountain behind the school. He opened the door to leave the classroom and said that he hoped that the new prefect would be able to cope with his obligations. After that, he closed the door and left the class. Soji smiled and started laughing and thought that there was nothing difficult in this, and he could easily cope with this task. After the lesson ended, they all went downstairs and went outside. Suji lined up all the students in 2 lines and asked them to stand still. Noah and Yu Sung began to talk to each other, and following their example, the rest of the students also began to talk. Suji shouted very loudly and ordered everyone to immediately shut up and not make a sound. The students immediately fell silent, and they understood that if it had been any other student, they would have ignored him, but Suji is very strong and can beat them. Soji gave the command forward, and they began to walk in a line, one after another. Each of the students followed the student who was in front of him, and they went to the tomb. Suji watched the students and carefully made sure everything was in order. He watched as they walked and noticed that each of them walked as he wanted instead of walking toe-to-toe like in the army. He thought about it a little and thought that this situation needed to be corrected. Suji stepped on the ground and made a very loud sound and attracted attention. A few minutes later, he taught his freshmen to walk like real soldiers, and he gave commands after which his students walked like soldiers. They were very scared, and you couldn't wrap their heads around the new rules that the headman had made. But in just a few minutes, they were taught to walk one after another, and this improved their sharing. Soji was able to train them in a few minutes and teach them to walk like real soldiers. But they were still very surprised by this turn of events, and did not know why he was behaving so strangely. Sekun watched him carefully, and all this time thought that he really reminded her of that guy in the mask who saved her. Soji walked away from them and continued to command this line. He looked at the guys, smiled, and thought that children who know martial arts don't even need to be taught how to keep up. The rest of the students watched them closely and saw that this class, which they considered the 3rd class of Nome, was behaving like an elite class. They couldn't believe that these guys were so cool and stood out among all the other classes. They were already approaching a large building that was located on the edge of the academy grounds. The director and professors saw that the students had approached the gates of their building. The director started laughing and said that it looked very funny and Suji was able to tame all these first years. The professor said that this is very surprising because all these guys are from different treasures, but they move like one organism. The professor replied that it was commendable that I was not organized, but we needed to see how they would behave in prison because they themselves did not know what dangers awaited them there. All the professors agreed with him and nodded their heads. The director did not understand why the professor was so concerned about this dungeon and began to suspect that something terrible might happen inside this dungeon. Suji continued to give commands to his students and forced them to follow each other. He was very calm and felt confident because he knew how to command a large number of people because he used to be a teacher. Ju and his assistants were watching them from the side all this time. They were very angry. These upstarts behaved as if they were the most important here. Ju couldn't stand this guy and was already waiting for the moment when he could finally take revenge on him. Ju said that this freak dared to disgrace him in front of the other students and he would definitely regret it. His assistants turned their heads and asked the headman why he was behaving so strangely. Ju replied that she was entering the entrance ceremony. There would be an accident. He would do everything possible to ensure that this accident was the most bloodthirsty in the history of the academy. Soji. He continued to give commands to his students and walked forward with them. The students approached a large cave, the entrance to which was closed by an iron door. It was huge, several meters high, and it turned out to be incredibly heavy. The students were divided into several groups, and in the center were students from Soji's class. He suddenly stopped and felt a very strange energy, and asked what was this strange aura here. Yu Sung replied that it was the first time in her life that she would be in a dungeon and had never been to such places before. Suji looked at her and asked what would be waiting for them in this place and if she had any ideas about it. Yu Sung replied that he unfortunately doesn't know anything else besides waving his fists. And this dungeon is one of the most secret places that exist on the territory of this academy. Before the appearance of the academy, various phantoms lived here, and the founders of the academy, the Heavenly Sun, put all the monsters to sleep and made a dungeon out of this place. Soji looked at her in surprise and asked if the founder of the academy was called the Heavenly Sun. He thought that this guy had a big ego and he couldn't even pronounce his name so that he wouldn't feel ashamed. And there was clearly something wrong with this man. Soji thought that the academy is similar to a modern Korean school, both in terms of aesthetics and ethics, and it cannot be that all this was created by the director or people from Murim. Soji was asked about this place. There used to be a lot of different monsters, and she answered that that's exactly how it was. Suji couldn't believe that their entrance ceremony would take place in such a dangerous place, and that the teachers would be in such danger. Yu Sung said that after the founding of the academy, not a single phantom was seen here, and therefore they believed that this place is more or less safe. Soji looked at these giant metal doors and thought that everything here is not as simple as it seems, and serious danger could await them inside. Noah suddenly started laughing and said that their headman was much more cowardly than he might have seemed at first glance. He put his hand on his chest and said that there was no point in worrying because he was a warrior from Western Liang and he would protect his elder. Soji. He looked at him with a tired look and said that Noah would one day choke on his pathos. Students gradually began to gather in one place and approach the iron gates. A tall guy in white clothes appeared with a large sword behind his back, and it was the same Li Chan who fought with Soji near the entrance to the academy. The students were delighted when they saw the head of the student council, and they were all interested in seeing him in person. Soji also noticed this guy and immediately remembered him because they fought with him recently. Li Chan turned his head to the side and looked at his partner who was standing in the crowd. He looked at him and grinned and pretended as if he was the most important thing here. Suji didn't understand why this guy was looking at him so strangely and pretending that he was the coolest guy here. The senior students lined up in front of the gate and looked at the rest of the students. Suddenly, the director of the academy appeared on the top of the mountain, along with the rest of the professors. They all stood like a wedge, and suddenly the director ordered everyone to shut up and pay attention to him. The director shouted very loudly that he was welcoming all the students who had entered the Honorary Martial Arts Academy. He used his inner energy to strengthen his voice and said that all these students can be proud of themselves because they have done a lot of work to get here. The students raised their heads forward and looked enthusiastically at the director of the academy. The old man said that they should not realize because they are just at the beginning of the journey, and if it was difficult to enter the academy, then graduating from here is a real feat. A very loud noise was heard in the mountain, and this noise was an echo that remained after the director's voice. The old man said that their first step on this path will be the entrance ceremony, which they will undergo today. The students listened carefully to their director and wanted to know what the purpose of this ceremony would be. He smiled and looked at the excited eyes of these young students. The director said that they would have to come all the way to the cave and stay alive and wished him good luck on this difficult path. After these words, the iron gates to the cave opened, and the students saw the darkness that awaited them ahead. A very strong and cold wind suddenly blew from the cave. The students began to cover their faces with their hands, and the wind was so strong that they gradually began to retreat back. The wind blew from behind the cave for several seconds, and it seemed that it would never end. Suddenly, they didn't see the darkness that was inside this cave, and realized that they would need to go into this dungeon. The students were scared and whispered to each other that this place was very dark, but some of them behaved with dignity and said that these dungeons were no different from a simple walk through the cemetery. Kim Chan said that this begins the rite of passage and now they can go inside. The girl raised her hand up and asked a question to the head of the student council and asked what they would need to do inside. Lee Chan said that they themselves will understand everything when they find themselves inside this tomb. After these words, the students slowly began to head into the cave and went inside one after another. When they got inside, one of the students saw a torch on the wall that began to light up on its own. Yu Sung didn't expect that this torch could burn on its own and was very surprised when she saw this magic. Suddenly, all the torches in the corridor began to light up one after another. The students continued to walk forward and saw their path illuminated by torches hanging on the walls. One of the guys turned his head back and said that Yu Sung is a real coward and an ordinary commoner, so she doesn't know how to behave in such situations. Yu Sung didn't understand why this guy was talking to her so rudely, and this guy's words angered Soji. He came closer to her and said that the intelligence of these guys is at the level of a wooden chair. But Yu Sung replied that she was actually scared and therefore is not offended by them. Suji scratched his chin and looked carefully at these guys. He saw how I didn't behave impudently and constantly laughed at those who were afraid to be here. Soji noticed their boots and decided to get closer to them in order to pull off a prank. He grabbed them by the shoes and started laughing in a very scary voice. After that, he started screaming very loudly near their ear and in this way scared these two guys and they started screaming like scared girls. One of them fell to the ground and hit his back. He was so scared that he could not stand on his feet. After this, the girls started laughing at him and discussing the fact that he was a real coward. He got angry and couldn't accept the fact that he was just scared stupidly by this idiot. Soji ran forward and pretended as if he had nothing to do with this, and was glad that he could teach them a lesson right away. Suji looked at them and said that cowards like them could wet their pants in this cave. Yu Sung. She was happy when she saw that her headman stood up for her and started laughing with these guys just like they laughed at her. She came closer to him and thanked him for helping her and disgracing these guys. Soji said that he didn't do anything special and she shouldn't thank him. He said that while he is the headman and no one dares to mock his class and offend his classmates. After this phrase, they continued to walk forward together and the rest of the students watched their old. They thought that they were very lucky because they had a real leader whom they deserved, and they looked at him with delight. Sekun looked at Soji with a loving gaze and was proud of him. She thought that he was a real leader. Senior students stood near the entrance to this cave and guarded it. One of the students said that he did not understand what was going on in this prison of growth. Lee Chan said that there were traces in this dungeon, but his interlocutor did not understand what he meant. Lee Chang crossed his arms over his chest and said that in this dungeon, there were still undisguised traces of the past. A monster once lived here, but there is nothing else there. The guy threw up his hands and said that it was a pity that there was nothing there, but for general development it could be useful, and he didn't understand why the director had never shown this place to other students before. Lee Chang replied that the director did not do this because it was not, despite the absence of danger at first glance. This place is filled with an atmosphere of horror. They looked again at the entrance to this cave and thought that now it didn't look as safe as they initially thought. Torches burned on the walls and illuminated the dark corridors of this dungeon. The students suddenly came out into some kind of gigantic room in which there was a large space and there was nothing inside this room. But they didn't pay attention to the fact that there were a lot of bloody stains and scratches on the walls and bloody marks from human palms. Sticking out of the wall were sharp swords and blades of various warriors who had been here for quite a long time. The students were scared, and they didn't understand why these blades were sticking out from behind the walls and what was going on here. They also wanted to know what happened in this place before and why this place looked so scary. Ju and him immediately grabbed the weapon and thought that most likely they would now have to defend themselves from something. Ju looked at everything around him and thought that some kind of devilry was happening here, and he thought that he needed to find a suitable chance to attack Soji. But Kim Soji at that moment just stood there, not suspecting anything, and looked at everything that was around him. Ju grabbed his sword and slowly began to unsheath it. He thought that the moment for us to attack this guy would come very soon, and he was waiting for this moment with all his heart. Suddenly, an earthquake started in the dungeons, and the students did not understand what was happening, and they felt terrible because of it. They saw how a large stone slab on the ceiling suddenly began to move and dust appeared around it. The students saw that the walls in this dungeon began to move on their own and protect students from each other. They helped each other get to the same place and grabbed hands so as not to lose. The space of this cave suddenly began to change and transform, and each student tried to find his place in this cave. Ju carefully watched his victim and understood that he had to get into the same room with this guy in order to take revenge on him. He smiled and realized that the time had come to act, and he had to do it now because then he would not have another opportunity. Ju started running after him and thought that the moment of confusion was the perfect time to attack. Soji turned his head to the side and saw this impudent Jew from a rich family running towards him. After Ju entered the room in which Soji was located, the stone gate closed. Soji saw that Ju was heading towards him very quickly and was holding his sword with his hand, and he was very serious. But suddenly the floor began to move away from under your feet and fall underground. Soji felt himself starting to fall down and generally stopped understanding what was happening here in this tomb. Ju, too, was not ready for the fact that the full one would begin to sink and leave from under his feet. Suddenly, all the students who were in this room began to fall down and slide down this large stone slab. In the dark dungeon, the torches lit up again and began to illuminate the long corridor. It was very dark in the corridor, and they felt strong and currents of wind that walked along this corridor. The guys didn't understand what was happening, and they didn't like that they ended up in this dungeon. Yu Sung and Sekun were also confused when they saw the place they ended up in. Soji looked around and tried to understand where they were now and how to get out of this place now. Noah started banging his fists on the wall and screaming very loudly and asking if anyone was alive behind the wall. Sekun decided to help him and also started screaming very loudly and calling the other guys who could be in this tunnel. But unfortunately, no one answered them, and only their echo remained in the long corridor. Yu Sung turned to the headman and asked Soji what they should do now and how they would get out of here. Soji saw Yu Sung's frightened face and told her that there was no need to worry, and the director was not a stupid person and would not allow students to die in this place. Yu Sun took her chin with her hand and said that she had never heard of something like this happening at the entrance ceremony. Suji thought about the meaning behind her words, and this test is not like the entrance test. He turned his head back and looked at Ju, who was standing near the wall. Soji thought that this guy was very suspicious, and she needed to be careful with him. He made an angry expression on his face and thought that Ju most likely had some kind of insidious plan in mind, and he needed to be on guard all the time. Suji asked Ju why he threw his classmates and other class into this dungeon. Ju answered in an irritated voice that he didn't do it on purpose, and he simply had no other choice due to the fact that the walls were constantly moving. But he was not surprised that such trash as Soji suspected him of something. At this moment, Ju was thinking that Soji turned out to be a very smart guy, and he was starting to guess why Ju came here. Soji narrowed his eyes and looked suspiciously at this guy, and thought that this bastard was definitely planning to do something bad. Noah was also angry because this guy went with them and shouted very loudly that Ju couldn't say anything. His excuse was because he wanted to do something bad. Suji ordered everyone to immediately shut up and start moving forward after him. They went forward along the corridor, and Suji walked ahead of everyone and led his students behind him. They followed their leader and were silent along the corridor and waited for them to finally go out somewhere. A few minutes into their journey, they saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Suji was the first to leave the corridor and enter the room from which the light appeared. When he saw what was in this room, surprise appeared on his face. He saw in front of him a sword sticking out into the stones which was located in the center of the room. It was an incredibly beautiful sword with a handmade hilt that was made by some experienced craftsman. Yu Sung suddenly heard a loud noise, turned her head back and said that the passage had just closed and they would not be able to go back. Soji looked at the closed passage and thought that there was no point in going back anyway because there was no way out. Soji looked at the sword sticking out of the stones and thought that it was just asking to be taken out of the stone, but it was obvious that this was some kind of trap. He thought that under no circumstances should he touch this sword, but at that moment one of the students came next to him. He saw how Ju did not ask permission from the other participants and went towards the sword. Ju grabbed with his hand the sword sticking out in the stones and said that this is the same legendary sword that he thinks, and said that he will pull it out. Suji started screaming very loudly and ordered this guy to stop immediately. Ju turned his head back and looked at Soji with a dissatisfied look, and then said that he was just an ordinary coward, and in any case, someone should get this sword. Ju grabbed the weapon with his other hand and began to take it out and the stone. He made great efforts to pull this sword out of the stone, and it seemed that the veins on his face would soon burst. Ju tried to pull out this sword and screamed very loudly because he had to make incredible efforts to do this. The students saw flames begin to appear near Ju, and he began to release a huge amount of energy. They stood with their mouths open and looked at what would happen next. The blade of the sword was completely pulled out of the stone. Ju held the sword with both hands and looked at how it radiated very strong red energy and said that he was finally able to master this weapon. Soji looked at him with a dissatisfied look and thought that this guy was a real idiot. They were wary and took up fighting positions because they didn't know what to expect from this guy. Ju turned around and showed him the sword that he pulled out of the stone and said that from now on he is the owner of the legendary ball. He started laughing a very scary laugh and said that they should now be jealous because they don't have this sword. Suji had a strange feeling as if something bad was about to happen. Suddenly, we didn't feel the dungeon begin to shake and an earthquake began on the ground. Noah looked around and shouted very loudly that the walls were starting to move again. Yu Sung was very scared and said that something very terrible was about to happen. They felt that some very strong vibrations appeared on the floor, and these vibrations were not like earthquakes. A hole appeared in Palu from which something was trying to crawl out, and I didn't realize that some opponents were about to appear. They saw a bone hand appearing from the ground and did not understand what was happening here now. Soji that a skeleton was crawling out of the ground, and he couldn't understand what he was doing here now. Suddenly, another skeleton hand appeared from the other side and grabbed Ju by the leg. Ju hit the ball with all his strength on this bone hand and jumped back to free his leg from the grip. He could not stand on his feet and fell on his back and hit his back very hard. The skeleton's hand was approaching him very quickly, and he wanted to grab him by the neck. Ju didn't understand what it was, and therefore was very scared. He screamed very loudly and tried to crawl as far away from her as possible. Soji still couldn't understand what the skeletons were doing here and why I didn't appear in this room right now. Skeletons slowly began to crawl out of the ground, and there were already 2 of them. A few seconds later, the room was filled with living skeletons that crawled out of the ground every second. Suji shouted very loudly and ordered all the students to immediately move as far back as possible. Noah said that he would gladly step back, but unfortunately there is a dead end that does not allow them to go further. Soji suddenly thought about it and wondered if the director knew that there were skeletons in this dungeon. And judging by the reaction of the guys, they don't meet skeletons every day. Suji suddenly remembered his first day when he came to this world and realized that until now, all the people he had met had never seen a living skeleton before. He realized that skeletons were not part of the everyday world of Murim and pulled out his sword from its sheath to begin to defend himself. Soji activated his ability and received part of the powers of the summoned skeleton. He said that there was nowhere to retreat, and therefore he would have to break through, but the guys said that they were afraid to fight with these skeletons. Soji replied that they have no other choice, and they will either die or defend their lives. Noah looked at Soji and realized that their leader knew what he was saying and he shouldn't act like a coward. Sekun understood that she needed to protect her life and the lives of her classmates, so she needed to fight with them shoulder to shoulder. Yu Sung was just very scared, but understood that she needed to overcome her fear and help her friends destroy these skeletons. Suji ordered everyone to take out their weapons and begin the battle, and they all made a rapid dash forward and began to attack the horde of skeletons. The scene is transferred to the house where the director of the academy lives. There was a cup of tea on the table, and suddenly they saw that you in the water began to appear in waves and the earth began to shake. The director said that judging by this strange sound, this means that the walls have begun to move in the dungeon, and the students should already see traces. The professor took a cup of tea and said that the director should not worry about what might happen to the students inside this dungeon. The director put a cup of tea on the table and said that there was no point in worrying in this situation. He smiled and asked the professor why he was worried about the nerves of the students at their academy. The professor said that now Murim is not ready to look into his own past, and this worries him. The director said that they cannot look into the past, but nevertheless, they should not forget it. About the professor answered that such a test is still too cruel for children who have just entered the academy. The director started laughing and said that if they couldn't even cope with this, then they had nothing to do in this academy in the future. The professor took a cup of tea from the table which he had just poured from a teapot. He said that if any problems arise, the director will have to take responsibility and be responsible for the lives of the students. The director saw how the leaves began to fall from the trees and fly in the wind. He replied that of course it is very easy to say really loud words at the entrance ceremony where there are traces of battle. Soji struck with his sword and destroyed the skeletons by breaking their bones and shouted to his ally so that they should not think about how to kill the skeletons and just kill them hand and foot. Noah hit the skeleton's leg with all his might and broke it. Yu Sung overcame her fear and delivered a targeted blow directly to the hip bone of the skeleton and broke it. Sekun held a sword in her hands and was preparing to attack the enemy using her weapon. She hit the skeleton in the ribs and broke his bones with one blow. When I didn't think that the skeletons were over, we suddenly noticed that new opponents began to appear on the ground. Soji thought that there were too many of these skeletons and there was no turning back, so they would have to fight to the end. The girls heard Suji shout, who said that they must break forward at any cost and not look back. Suji rushed into battle again and began to strike with the skeleton and break their bodies. He suddenly drew attention to Ju, who was fighting the skeletons with his new legendary ball, which he pulled out of the stone. Soji quickly ran towards him and shouted very loudly that Ji should give him this sword. Ju replied that he was not going to give him this sword because he took it out of the stone and did not want to share it with anyone else. Suji got angry and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and then pulled him towards him. Soji was very angry and tried to explain to this idiot that you are in a terrible situation. You need to return the sword to its place so that the skeletons leave. Ju didn't seem to hear him and said that Soji was just jealous of him and wanted to take this legendary sword from him. And at that moment, his eyes began to glow red. Soji looked at this guy's face in surprise and thought that something strange was happening to his eyes. He looked back and saw that a large number of skeletons continued to crawl out of the ground. He grabbed him by the collar and began to pull him towards him. Suji decided to throw this guy over his hip and drop him to the floor. Ju didn't understand what was happening, and for a moment he felt that he was already flying towards the wall. Suji saw this guy fall to the floor, and a large cloud of dust appeared around him. He also held in his hands the legendary sword that this idiot pulled out of the stone and did not ask permission from the others. He carefully examined this sword and tried to understand what was special about this weapon. A sign appeared in front of his face, which informed him that he had discovered a new item called the Blood Sword, and his summoning skill was low, and he might not use the Blood Sword. The skeletons at that moment continued to meet him halfway, and became more and more with every second. Soji turned his head back and saw this huge number of skeletons, and realized that something urgently needed to be done. He approached the stone in which this sword originally stuck out, and decided to return it back. But the skeleton and quickly continued to run towards it in order to kill it. Suji lifted the ball up and held it above his head. He put all his strength into turning this sword back into stone. When he returned the sword, he saw a very bright light that blinded his eyes and released incredibly strong energy. When the skeletons saw this bright light, they suddenly stopped and froze in place, as if they all broke at the same time. After the sword returned to the stone, the skeletons began to collapse and disappear in their Quapadano floor. Noah sat on the ground and did not understand what had just happened, because after the bright flash of red light, he saw nothing. He looked to the side and noticed that Yu-sun also fell to the ground after seeing the flash. Sekun was sitting on the floor and holding a sword in her hands. She also did not understand what just happened. Ju at that moment was sitting on the ground and crawling towards the ball. He extended his trembling hand and said that he wanted to return his sword back. He looked like Golem from Lord of the Rings who wanted his charm back. Soju understood what was happening to this guy and why he was behaving so strangely. Because he didn't understand at all what risks they had to take, because he pulled the balls out of the stone. Suji punched him in the face and told him that he needed to come to his senses because he was completely crazy. Ju was sent flying back several meters after being punched hard in the face. Soji saw that the guy lost consciousness for a moment after the blow and realized that he hit him too hard and needed to control his strength. Ju lay on the floor and saw stars flying before his eyes, and for several seconds he did not understand where he was now. After that, he came to his senses and was very angry because Suji hit his club so hard. Ju looked at the sword that was in the stone and thought that he had gone crazy, and for some reason the contents became this sword. Ju looked at Soji and remembered that this guy was his main target, but he completely forgot about him. Soji turned to the rest of the guys and asked if everyone was okay and how they were feeling after the battle. Yu Sung and the rest of the guys said that everything was fine with them and that they were all alive and not injured. Sekun replied that she was also fine and all members of the group survived and remained intact. Suji smiled and exhaled calmly because everyone was alive. And after that, he told them all to get back on their feet. He extended his hand forward to help her stand up. Sekun saw that Soji extended his hand to her and wanted to help her get up from the ground. She gave him her hand and thought that Soji was absolutely not afraid when he saw these skeletons, and he behaved as if this was not the first time he had to meet them. Sekun thought that he had either met a skeleton before in his life, or he was just much cooler than she thought. Soji looked at her with a confident look and made it clear that nothing threatened them next to him. Soji saw that a door in the wall had opened and went with her team to continue along the corridor. Parts of human bodies were sticking out of the ceiling and bony arms. Skulls and legs were visible. Skeletons also stuck out of the walls, and it felt like they were somehow magically stuck in these walls. The girls didn't understand what was happening and why this place was so creepy and scary. Soji turned his head back, looked at the girls, and thought that for those who wield a sword so masterfully and are dissatisfied with cowards, he looked at the skeleton's hand and said that this is not a haunted house in amusement parks, and therefore he was wondering why human bodies were sticking out of the walls. Yu-sung turned pale and in a frightened voice asked Soji what ghosts he was just talking about because she is very afraid of meeting ghosts. Suji replied that she doesn't need to worry and should calm down because there are no ghosts here. Sekun thought that their leader knew exactly what he was talking about, and she was more confident in him than in other students. She took a few quick steps to catch up with him and come closer. Sekun called him and said that she wanted to talk to him, and Suji asked what she needed. Sekun asked the headman if he knew anything about those skeletons that had just crawled out of the ground in that room. Soji looked at her in surprise and said that he didn't know anything about them and didn't understand why she was asking. Sekun replied that when these skeletons appeared, Soji was not afraid and did not even flinch when he saw them. But most importantly, he knew how to fight them. Suddenly, a brilliant thought struck him, and he froze for a moment with his mouth open. Soji looked at Sekun and realized that this girl's head works well, and she thinks very quickly. Yu-sung and Noah thought that Sekun's words made sense, and their leader was not even afraid of these skeletons. Noah was happy and said that if it weren't for Soji and advice on how to fight skeletons, they would aim at their heads or break their ribs. Soji said that he doesn't understand why they are so surprised, because it was an obvious decision, and there is no point in trying to kill the dead, because they are already dead. Sekun thought for a few seconds and then said that she agreed with him about the obviousness, but he was quite calm, so she asked why this happened. She scratched her chin and said in a thoughtful voice that if they had not destroyed the skeletons, they could have died in this room. Yu-sung suddenly noticed something and looked at it in surprise with her mouth open. She said that on the rags that are in front of them, there is a familiar symbol that she recognized. She touched this fabric with her hand and that she did not understand where this symbol came from here. Yu-sung was shocked because this symbol was actually the coat of arms of her clan, and now she wanted to know what he was doing here. Noah also saw the red cloth that was lying on the floor and picked it up. Suji noticed that Sekun suddenly found a white cloth that also had a coat of arms on it. She took this fabric and said that it depicted the coat of arms of her clan, and she did not understand what was happening here. Yu-sung grabbed the cloth and clenched it into a fist, after which she said that she once heard that their ancestors died fighting for Murim. Yu-sung suggested that their ancestors could have fought in this place, and that is why their clothing items remained here. Ju suddenly intervened in their dialogue and said that dying while fighting for your homeland is very honorable. He pushed her with his shoulder and said that commoners like her don't know history, and that's why they're so surprised. Yu-sung got angry and told him that he shouldn't call her that if her ancestors had survived then and passed on the knowledge of their martial arts, and he would have no reason to treat her like that. Ju turned his head, looked at her with his nasty grin, and said that this was no longer his problem. Yu-sung got angry when she heard his words and clenched her fist tightly because she wanted to hit him. Soji thought that in Murim, after the death of their ancestors, they lose knowledge of their martial arts, and it is logical that here, after all, knowledge is passed on from one person to another. He realized that books and video libraries on the internet are all that are available today, and in his real world, there are many opportunities to save information. But in this era, everything is much simpler, and knowledge is passed on from generation to generation, so it is very valuable. But everything is not so simple, and there is another side to the coin in this method of transmitting information. If a person with knowledge managed to convey it and died, then this knowledge disappears forever. Sekun said that there is no point in quarreling because everyone has found something related to their clan. She put this cloth in her pocket and hid it. After that, she looked at the leader of their group and saw that he was the only one who found nothing in this dungeon. She wondered why he was the only one who couldn't find anything and thought that he was probably upset because of this. She understood that I could no longer stand still because the team was already moving forward and began to follow him. All group members continued their travels and began to walk further along the long corridor. Suji suddenly decided to talk to Moigong and started the conversation first. Ju replied that he does not allow himself to be addressed only by the name of his family and said that he should be called Moigong Ju. Soji asked him if it was because of his family that his ancestors died in that battle. Ju smiled and realized that this guy had just started a conversation on his favorite topic in which he feels the best. Ju very pompously began to talk about how the events that happened then could not have happened to the great Moyong clan. Yu Sung and Sekun became incredibly angry at that moment and began to emit fiery energy from their bodies. Soji spread his hands to the side and said that looking at his jumps, he thought that this should have hit his clan hard too. Ju got angry at this guy when he heard his words mocking his clan. Sekun began to giggle very quietly because Soju, as always, protected his younger brothers and sisters and shut the mouth of this arrogant Ju. But Ju at that moment began to get angry at this guy even more. He remembered his original purpose for the people that he came here. He thought that he would definitely kill this idiot because you didn't. But you need to wait a little and wait for the perfect moment. He grabbed his clothes with his hand and began to feel for something hidden in his shirts. He felt with his fingers the blade that was hidden under his clothes. Several hours have already passed since they entered this cave. The gates to the cave were still open, and the voices of students could be heard gradually approaching the exit. Some students were already able to get out of the cave and talk to each other about how this is a really creepy place, but they didn't even think that there had been such a battle here before. Suddenly, the students saw that a man was approaching them and began to pay attention to him. They took a closer look and couldn't believe that the director himself decided to come so close to him. The director asked the students how it went and how they coped with this task. The director said that even if it was very easy, he still wants them to tell how it went. The students looked at the director and smiled, and they said that now they understood why the entrance ceremony was held here. He smiled and said that he once again realized what sacrifice their ancestors made so that they could now live and study in peace. He smiled at the director and said that this guy thinks correctly, and they should not forget their past and always remember what they learned today. The students smiled and promised the director that they would never forget what their ancestors did. The professor began to look at the students and tried to understand whether all the students were able to leave the cave. He turned his head back and asked Li Chang if all the students had left the cave. He replied that one group had not yet left. These words alerted the professor, and he asked who else was missing, and Li Chan replied that the class in which old Kim Soji had still not left the cave. The professor looked thoughtfully at the entrance to this cave and thought that everything was clear to him now, and for some reason he had a bad feeling, and it is now justified. The students ran very quickly through the corridors of this cave. Soji was the first to run and told the guys that they shouldn't stop because in that case they would have very serious problems. Following them were a large number of aggressive skeletons who wanted to tear their bodies apart. Sekun decided to ask the leader, maybe it makes sense to engage in battle with these skeletons because they won't be able to run for long, and these skeletons will still catch up with them. Suji replied that despite the fact that these skeletons are on a diet, they will still happily eat their brains and organs. So now it would be better to just run forward. Sekun answered him that she doesn't know what a diet is, but nevertheless, she doesn't really want to try it and she wants to stay alive. They run faster and faster in order to get as far away from these skeletons as possible. Soji suddenly saw a light at the end of Tunneli and said that there was another gate there and they needed to get there as quickly as possible. But suddenly the stone wall began to descend and this gate gradually closed. He looked back and realized that they had no other choice, and I shouldn't get into this room to save myself. All this time, armed skeletons were running after them and they wanted to kill them. And fighting these skeletons would be pointless because they do not feel pain and fear, and there are too many of them. Soji thought that these skeletons were catching up with them, and she needed to make a final push or do something to escape. He suddenly stopped and brushed the ground with his foot. Suji grabbed his sword and turned to face the skeletons and activated his ability to gain strength and skeleton. Noah looked at the elder in fear and asked what he was going to do now and why she stood there, and Soji replied that he would try to delay these skeletons and asked them to run forward. He saw that they obediently listened to his order and went into the room and did not even want to resist. He thought that they did what he asked, nevertheless, and he was a little offended that they didn't even ask if he needed help. But suddenly he saw that Ju was standing next to him and asked the guy what he was doing here and why the hell he didn't go along with the others. The skeleton swung his sword to strike, but Soji beat him to it and broke his spine. Suji turned Ju and ordered him to leave immediately with the rest of the guys. Ju turned his head back and said that he was not going to listen to him because Soji is not an authority for him, but he cannot cope here on his own, and he needs help. Soji suddenly thought that I was a very strange behavior for this guy, and for the first time he was behaving adequately, and he thought that he had forgotten how to understand people. After that, he continued to fight against the skeletons and blocked the impact of the skeletons, and sparks began to fly when the swords collided. The skeletons continued to walk towards him, and their red eyes looked straight at him, and it was a very creepy sight. The skeleton swung his sword and wanted to attack. Soji easily parried this blow and flew away to the side. After this, Suji counter attacked him with his foot in the ribs and broke his chest. He hit this skeleton with the ball and cut his bones and crushed his skull. Suddenly, he was attacked from behind by another skeleton who crept up unnoticed, and Soji understood that he would not have time to repel this attack. Ju decided to help him and used his vortex spectrum technique and tried to save Suji's life. Using this technique, he was able to immediately destroy several skeletons that crept up on Soji from behind. Ji got angry and asked why this guy is standing still and doing nothing and they don't have time to be idle. The skeletons continued to approach them, and a large number of red eyes were visible in the darkness. Noah shouted very loudly to the old man that he needed to hurry up because the wall was almost closed. Soji said that there is no more need to fight skeletons, and now it is necessary to get into the room before the wall closes. There is very little time left, and in a few seconds, the passage will be closed. Soji thought that the passage was completely closed, and he hoped that they would be able to crawl through this gap, and told Ju to dive into this hole. But Ju, at that moment, I picked up the blade and swung it to hit Soji. He turned his head and saw that this guy turned out to be a traitor after all, and now he understood why he stayed to help him. Ju smiled and said that the Moyong clan never forgives their offenders. After this, Ji used his dagger to attack. He plunged a sharp blade into Suji's back and pierced his body. Suji felt a very strong pain in her back and began to cough up blood. He did not expect such a setup from this guy. Suji fell to the floor and a sharp knife was sticking out of his back, and his hands were shaking and he could not control his body. Ju said that this is a sword for the shame that he had to experience on the roof in front of the other students, and asked Soju not to be upset about this act because he is a hero who sacrificed himself for a heap of garbage. Suji looked at this son of a bitch and realized that people like him could never be trusted. He thought that he was a real idiot. How he doubted that this guy was a real traitor, and he needed to trust his intuition, was leaking from his mouth, and he had to make great efforts to remain conscious. He understood that there was no other choice, and it was time to call upon the white phantoms whom he named Mark III. When he activated the summon, 2 glowing purple eyes appeared in the air, emitting very strong energy. Strong purple flash appeared that blinded everyone who looked at it. An earthquake began, and a white phantom slowly began to crawl out of the ground. His bones seeped through the ground and flew into the air and tried to form an idiot. The bones were connected together with the help of magical energy and assembled the body into a single frame. A white phantom appeared in front of him and began to growl very loudly and make an incredibly loud sound. The skeletons could not withstand such strong magical damage and began to collapse after the purple light hit their body. Yusung didn't understand what was happening and where such a strong flash had just appeared in the corridor. Ju managed to get into the room at the very last moment and crawled under the wall below. The guys were happy when they saw him, but they were wondering where their headman was now. Ju lay thoughtfully on the floor for a few seconds and thought about how she needed to somehow correctly tell them about what happened there. But suddenly they didn't hear very loud sounds, as if some giant monster was growling and didn't understand what was happening. Ju felt like some creature grabbed his leg and began to pull him back into the corridor, and he began to scream in fear. This creature was pulling his body back into the corridor, and he wanted to grab onto something in order to stay here. But there was nothing nearby, and so he told this idiot to grab his hands. Yusung took his hand with both hands and began to pull him out from under this wall. She felt incredibly strong resistance and did not have enough strength to hold it, and her legs began to slip. She suddenly felt that she was running out of strength and let go of his hand. Ju scratched the floor with his nails in order to somehow stop, but it was all useless. At the very last moment, the stone wall slammed shut and the passage was closed. Noah asked her what that strange sound was that was not only heard from the corridor, but Yusung said that the sound was like some kind of big beast that was growling. Sakun very quickly and strongly began to hit the stone wall with her fist and wanted to somehow open this door. She said that they had to save the headman and that guy because they couldn't be left there alone against these skeletons. Yusung didn't know what the answer was. I didn't understand that it's just like that and they won't be able to open this door because they don't have enough strength for this. Sekun could not calm down and continued to hit the wall with her fist in order to somehow open. Yusung was very scared and said that they need to get out of here as soon as possible to call for help from someone who can help these guys. Otherwise, they will die. Sekun looked at her and thought that I was the only plan that could help them, and they were unlikely to be able to cope on their own. All this time, the students stood near the gate to this cave and waited for the last group to return. No one could leave this place until the students came out, and they began to panic because they did not know what was happening. The director did not understand how this was possible and why all the students had not yet come out from behind the cave. Li Chang replied that some students are still inside and no one knows what is happening to them. And the professor said that this is very strange because the walls of the labyrinth should have stopped moving by now. But suddenly they did not hear a very loud roar of some large animal that came from the depths of this cave. The director and the professor looked in surprise at the entrance to the cave. They did not understand who could create such a loud sound and what kind of creature lived inside this cave. But the sound only intensified, and they saw a large stream of purple energy coming out of this cave. The director said that he felt the aura of the white phantom Rakshasa, and this is a very bad sign. The professor said that this is impossible because this monster was recently killed. I did not see his corpse with my own eyes, and he cannot be in this cave. The director replied that he could never forget the aura of this monster, and he assures the professors that it is definitely a white phantom. Suddenly, they didn't see three dark forces that were running out of the cave and heading towards the exit. The students shouted joyfully that finally the last group that was in the cave was leaving. They saw three students who were running very quickly and were very worried about something. The director and the professor began to run towards them in order to find out what happened to them inside the cave. The director grabbed Sekun by the shoulders and asked her to tell what happened inside. The professor didn't understand why this girl was taking so long to figure it out and told her to immediately answer what happened. Sekun replied that they were taking entrance exams when suddenly they were attacked and they had to run away and defend themselves. The director asked her to explain in more detail what happened to him inside this cave and who attacked them. Sekun replied that these were skeletons that climbed out of the ground and their eyes glowed red. The professor was incredibly angry and said that she was probably joking and he didn't understand where the skeletons could have come from because the dead cannot rise. The director asked the professor to be silent and said that he needed to listen to other students and explained to him that he should calm down. The director looked at the girl again and asked what happened to the rest of the students, and Sekun replied that they had not returned back yet and gave them a chance to get out first. The director tensed up at that moment and realized that they had serious problems. He told the girl and the rest of the students who had just left the cave that they should not tell anyone about what they saw today. After these words, the director began to study the very strong golden energy and went into the cave alone. Before entering the cave, he said that from now on the council should not let anyone near the dungeon except the professors. And they bowed and promised the director that they had fulfilled his order. After this, the director went inside the cave to help the two students who remained there. Zhu, in a frightened voice, began to shout that he did not understand what was happening and where this monster came from here. A white phantom stood in front of him and exhaled steam from his mouth at him and looked at him with purple, glowing eyes. Soji felt incredible pain due to the blade sticking out of his back and said that he wouldn't let the traitor go just like that. Zhu was very scared and his face turned pale. He asked this idiot what he was doing and who he really was. Suji replied that he shouldn't think about it now because he didn't have long to live. Soji came closer to him and said that there was a very good expression that he wanted to tell him. But Zhu was very scared and ordered him to get out of here immediately. Suji said that this saying sounds like it is not for another pit because you yourself can fall into it. Zhu was very scared and asked him what he was doing and would he really kill him now if he did this. His clan would definitely find him and she would take revenge. Soji replied that he knows about this because he is the heir of the clan and his loss will be very big for the entire clan. Zhu began to smile and said that he was sorry for hitting him with a knife, but in order to avoid conflict and the cormorant, he needed to stop now. But suddenly he looked at Soji's face and realized that he couldn't just come to an agreement with him. Soji was very angry and said that it is unlikely that his clan will know what exactly killed the arrogant Zhu in this cave, and it is unlikely that anyone will blame Soji for this. But Zhu continued to explain to him that his clan always carefully investigates the murder of its members, and they won't just let him get away with it. Soji smiled and said that first they would have to try to find the remains of the body of their heir, because they would not be scattered throughout the cave. Ju was very scared and couldn't believe that this guy was actually so cruel and ready to commit such a crime. Soji heard a voice from the tablet that told him that he had just improved his summoning skill and could now allow himself to summon another skeleton, and the improved skill allowed him to turn living beings into skeletons. Soji decided it was time to try out his new ability and used a spell called creating a skeleton from a living person. He put his hand forward and a very strong blue energy began to radiate from his palm. Ju screamed very loudly and did not understand what was happening. He felt his body begin to collapse. He had never experienced such pain before and did not know how to resist such a spell. Ju felt his skin starting to tear right on his face and body, and he had to die alive. He gradually turned into a skeleton and screamed very loudly in pain. The torches continued to burn in the corridor and illuminated the space in which they were located. Ju grabbed his face with his hand and began to beg Soji to stop making him feel such pain. He put his trembling hand forward and asked him to stop and spare him. Soji looked at him with a contemptuous look and said that he himself was not going to spare him. And Ju did not look like a person who simply loves other men's backs. Ju got angry and started screaming that Suji should burn in hell, and at that moment half of his face had already turned into a skull. But suddenly the strength ran out and he fell to his knees and bowed his head down and his body relaxed. Suji looked at this guy and thought that he now feels like a villain, and he didn't want things to happen like this. He looked at his back and saw that he was looking for the dagger that this guy stuck in his back. He grabbed this dagger in his hand and pulled it out of his back. After that, he threw this dagger on the floor and the knife flew to the side. Suji turned his head back and saw that the skeleton continued to approach him, despite the fact that he had killed a large number of these skeletons. They took turns attacking the White Phantom with their swords and tried to crush his bones. Soji looked into the eyes of the White Phantom and asked him if it really had to be like this. The White Phantom could not talk, so it made very strange sounds similar to the growling of a dog. Soji smiled and said that now it's time to get out of here before there are too many of these skeletons. The White Phantom listened to the order of his master and after that began to growl very loudly and show everyone that he was now starting an attack. He used his big bone fingers to launch an attack. Using this tentacle, he hit 3 skeletons at once and crushed their bones. With his second tentacle, he threw other skeletons aside and began to break their bones until they turned to dust. Suji watched his monster fight and thought that he was a very experienced fighter. Suji praised his pet and said that he fights very well and should continue in the same spirit. The White Phantom looked at his owner and smiled because he had just been praised. Soji looked back and paid attention to the guy who should have already turned into a skeleton by this time. He saw his head and realized that the skin on his body had completely disappeared, and now he was left with only a bare skull. But the eyes of this skeleton were still empty, and it seemed as if it had not been activated. Suji understood that he did a terrible thing when he turned your boyfriend into a skeleton, and he felt a little sorry for this guy. He approached him, sat down on one knee and said that it was his own fault that he turned into a skeleton, and therefore should not blame Soji for this. He folded his 2 hands in front of his face and asked this skeleton to behave well in the afterlife. Suddenly his eyes started glowing red and he came to life and it looked very creepy. Soji was seriously scared and out of fear I started screaming so loudly that it seemed like his vocal cords would be torn. He immediately pulled out his sword and started waving it in different directions and said that this idiot scared him. The skeleton slowly began to rise to its feet and its body was constantly spinning in different directions. Then the skeleton raised its head down and it accidentally threw it back so hard that it seemed like it was about to fall. But after a few seconds, the skeleton was still able to get to his feet and began to scream very loudly and make terrible sounds. His eyes began to glow red, and a sign announced that the creation of a new skeleton had been successfully completed. Suji suddenly realized that he had a new summon activated, and he didn't think about it at all. But a sign appeared above the head of this skeleton saying that this is a hostile young skeleton. He noticed that the eyes of this skeleton glowed red, just like those of those skeletons who constantly want to kill him. He got angry and thought that this was some kind of mockery, and this skeleton should not have been hostile. In the skull with all his might and his head spun around its axis 360 degrees. The skeleton raised his hand up and began to be indignant, but Soji replied that this skeleton was in a bad mood, and perhaps it makes sense to cancel this call. But then he thought that there was a possibility that the rest of the skeletons might attack them again, and this guy might be useful to him. Soji came closer to the skeleton, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that it would be better if there was an extra skeleton with him. He knocked on the wall with his fist and tried to figure out how to open it. Suji said that it would be nice if they knew how to get out of this trap, and the skeleton stood next to him and scratched his skull. Suji ordered the White Phantom to hit this wall with all his strength and break it. The White Phantom listened to the order of his master and immediately made a rapid dash towards this wall in order to break it. He hit this wall with all his strength and tried to break it. But at that moment, stones began to fall from the ceiling, and there was a very strong earthquake in the corridor. But the wall still remained intact, and this absolutely did not help them destroy it or at least leave damage. Soji looked at this wall for a few seconds and concluded that they would not be able to simply break through this wall. He looked at his new skeleton and said that in that case they would have to look for some other workaround. The gate that served as the entrance to the dungeon was still open. The professor told the director that they don't know what's going on inside the director. He's still going to go in there. The director told him that there were still students there, and these were sufficient reasons to go inside. But the professor said that I could still be very dangerous there. The director once again explained to him that those children are possibly even more dangerous than they are now, and they need help. The professor replied that it would be nice if they called other professors, and at least this way, they would have a better chance of surviving in these tunnels. But the director replied that they do not have time to gather all the professors and something might happen to the students during this time. The professor at that moment thought that the students were unlikely to survive in this cave. But suddenly he thought that it might even be very good if they died inside this cave. The professor said that this does not mean that the headmaster of the school can go into the unknown alone and suffer there. The director got angry and ordered the professor to stop stopping him. But the professor replied that he wanted to go there himself. The director asked Professor Beck if he was ready to go inside the cave alone. Pak replied that the director understood everything correctly, and his skills and status are enough for him to cope with the obstacles in this cave. He smiled and said that the situation itself forced him to go to this place himself. New torches continued to be lit in the corridor, each time a person passed. Suji felt that his wounds in his back were bleeding. He scratched his head and said that at this rate, he himself would soon become like a skeleton, and when all his blood flowed out, he would look like his subordinate skeletons. These words were heard by his new skeletons and began to laugh in his vile voice. Suji got angry and hit him on the head with all his might for being so impudent. The skeleton was upset because his owner was constantly hitting him and he had to put his head back in place. Soji saw that the ceiling was starting to shake again, and stones and dust were falling from the ceiling. He looked at the ceiling and said that the same thing was starting again and the walls were starting to move. Suddenly he noticed that a large stone slab was starting to fall down. He saw that the wall was starting to close very quickly and they might not have time to get into another room. Soji ordered the White Phantom to get to this wall as quickly as possible and stop it. The White Phantom grabbed this wall with his hands and tried with all his might to hold it and not let it fall. The White Phantom made loud noises and tried to tell its owner to get through as quickly as possible because he would not be able to hold this wall for a long time. But suddenly, cracks began to appear in the ceiling, and something very strange happened. Soji got scared when he saw these cracks and said that something is going wrong here, and he doesn't understand what exactly. Suji ordered Ju to run after him and as quickly as possible because something bad was about to happen. The White Phantom growled very loudly and used its energy to hold back this wall. But suddenly, large stones began to fall from the ceiling and flew down very quickly. Soji shouted very loudly and ordered the White Phantom to save himself and run to the side because he could be crushed by large stones. But it was already too late and stones began to fall down and cover his body. Soji barely had time to jump to the side and hide so that these stones would not spread him. He looked up in surprise and realized that his life had just been saved. But he could not believe that everything happened exactly like that. In front of him stood a White Phantom who saved his life and took the entire blow on himself, and the stones that fell from the ceiling got stuck on his back. The White Phantom began to scream very loudly and shake these stones with his body so that they began to fall from his back. After he threw the stones off his back and they began to fall to the floor. Soji tried to see what was in front of him but saw only that. But the most important thing was that finally these stones stopped falling. He came closer to the wall and saw that the passage was finally open. He carefully walked closer to this entrance in order to see what was there. He shouted loudly and said that if there is a skeleton inside, I can't go out right now and not hide. Soji did not hear an answer to her request, and therefore asked Ju to go there first and deal with this problem and scout out the situation. The skeleton listened to the order and immediately made a rapid leap forward. Soji saw his skeleton run forward to conduct reconnaissance and find out what was inside this room. Suji was surprised because the skeleton was much faster than he thought, and he couldn't believe that this guy was running so fast. A sign appeared in front of his face, which told him that the summoned skeleton, which is hostile after being summoned, has greater strength than during life, and the hostile skeleton can attack its owner, and the hostility of the skeleton becomes stronger with each kill. Soji looked into the darkness at the place where this skeleton should have been, and thought that all these characteristics suit this guy. But suddenly, Ju flew out of the cave, and it felt as if someone grabbed him and threw him with all his might into the wall. Soji didn't understand what was happening and why this skeleton flew out of the corridor at such fast speed. He looked into this room and heard footsteps that were getting louder and louder every second. Suddenly, he saw someone's legs appearing from the darkness and walking towards him. The white phantom tensed up and began to growl when he sensed the approach of opponents. Soji suddenly heard the vile voices of skeletons who said that they were going after the head of the white phantom Rakshasa. He saw these monsters come out of the shadows and thought that this couldn't be true. It all looks like some kind of dream. He saw in front of him the face of a skeleton with golden eyes, who said that he did not expect to see a white phantom Rakshasa in this place, along with a man. 3 skeletons stood in front dressed like experienced warriors and asked who he was and why he was standing here with a white phantom. Soji didn't understand what was happening and for the first time saw that skeletons could talk. They stood opposite him and continued to ask what connects him with this monster called the White Phantom. Soji grabbed his sword by the hilt, thinking that now he would have to defend himself. But the skeletons asked him not to pretend that he didn't know what was happening, and they wanted to hear the answer. He did not understand what they demanded of him and what they were talking about now. Suddenly, the skeletons raised their weapons and said that this man was one of those who needed to see blood to answer the question. Suddenly, you disappeared, and Soji realized that now these skeletons would attack him. He turned his head towards the White Phantom and asked him to be careful, because these skeletons would want to attack him. Suddenly, one of the skeletons walked behind the White Phantom and was about to hit him from behind. Soji saw for the first time that someone could move so fast, and he did not understand where these skeletons came from such incredible speed. They surrounded the White Phantom and grabbed it by the tentacles in order to immobilize it, and were preparing to attack. One of the skeletons swung his sword to deliver a powerful blow to the bony body of the White Fountain. He used his inner energy and hit the White Phantom in his ribs with all his strength. The second skeleton raised his balls up and wanted to throw a sidekick too. He began to deliver slashing blows from different directions and cut his body. He raised his ball up and was about to make one of his powerful shots. The skeleton lunged and then delivered a flowing blow to the body of the White Phantom. The big monster didn't understand what was happening and didn't know how to defend these skeletons. He started screaming very loudly and tried to scare away these skeletons with his scream, but at some point he felt that his strength was not enough and began to fall down. The skeletons jumped up and decided to attack the White Phantoms from different sides from above. They glowed differently from other skeletons, and they looked like sane creatures that are different from all other skeletons. Suji ordered the White Phantom to dodge these blows because they can cause very powerful damage to him, and he is unlikely to be able to withstand it. Soji thought that he couldn't easily lose his White Phantom and used a spell that called the skeleton back. The infiltrator was about to touch the White Phantom with the blade of his blade, but suddenly he missed. The White Phantom disappeared because you called him back. There was a very strong explosion after the skeleton missed with their blows. This explosion was so powerful that Ju's skeleton flew back, and Ji was forced to cover his face with his hands from this blast wave. It was difficult for him to stand on his feet because the wind was incredibly powerful, and he slowly began to retreat back. Suji waited for the clouds of dust to disappear and see what happened to these skeletons. He saw 3 skeletons emerging from a cloud of dust and slowly heading towards him. The main skeleton began to emit green, fiery energy and asked this person if he could finally give them the answer. Soji didn't understand what I didn't want and asked them what exactly they wanted to hear from him. The skeleton said that if he doesn't understand, then he must die, and they will now do everything to take his life. Suji got angry at them because they were acting very arrogantly and thought that he needed to come up with some kind of plan. The skeleton made a swift dash forward and swung his sword to strike. Ju understood that this skeleton was attacking him and wanted to inflict damage on him now, and therefore he was forced to dodge. Soji was scared because he realized that he could now lose Ju in this fight and ordered him to dodge their blows. Ju pulled out his sword and was confused because he didn't fully understand what exactly he needed to do now. Suddenly, one of the skeletons saw that a very strong explosion had occurred behind him. The skeleton in green clothes chose Suji as his target to attack him. Soji accepted that he could no longer stand and act, and grabbed his sword to defend himself. A duel began between them, and each of them struck very quickly and repelled the enemy's blows. Suji flew several meters back, and he could not believe that this skeleton had such strength that he was able to push him back after blocking the blow. He crouched down and touched the ground with his hand to change his fighting position. At that moment, the skeleton pushed off the floor with its feet and made a rapid jerk forward. He ran towards his opponent with incredible speed and held his weapon in his hands. Soji got angry and thought that he really missed Golgol now, and without it he would hardly be able to cope with these skeletons, and after that he began to curse. Suji began to defend himself from his opponent's blows. He looked at the blades and sword of the enemy, which was already very close to his face. But suddenly the blades stopped moving further. The skeleton looked at this man in surprise and asked him what he just said. Suddenly the skeleton stopped, looked at each other and said that now everything is clear to them. They heard his unusual words that he had just uttered and began to repeat after him. Soji turned pale at that moment because he didn't expect to hear from the skeleton how they say bad words. And it turned out that in this world, people don't know these words, but these skeletons were aware. The skeleton asked the guy how he knew these bad words, and Soji replied that they had exactly the same question for them. Suddenly, the fight stopped, and the skeleton was told that they needed to look into this. They stood in front of him and said that if they summarize the words of this guy, his vile skeleton and white phantom, they can conclude that he himself caught them and calls them as his helpers. Soji replied that everything was exactly like that, and they understood everything correctly. The skeleton scratched his skull with a bone finger and said that most likely this guy came from a place called Korea. Soji replied that everything was exactly like that, and asked how they knew about Korea, and the skeleton said that that puppy occasionally talked about Korea. Suji looked at them in surprise, and said that he couldn't believe that I told you the skeletons know about him, and who he arrived. He thought that the person they don't talk about most likely also ended up in this world just like Soju. The skeletons began to communicate with each other that this guy most likely does not know the guy who told them about Korea. The skeleton realized that this could happen, and they knew nothing at all, the puppies. And it is possible that he never showed them his true face. The skeleton came closer to him and said that he was interested in something, and he would like this man to tell him. The skeleton scratched his bony chin and said that he wanted to know what the word bitch meant, because this guy constantly called them similar words, and they didn't understand what it meant. Soji at that moment understood and realized that it would be very difficult for him to tell this skeleton about the meaning of this word. The skeleton said that when that guy called them such words, they thought that he was praising them. But it was a very strange praise. And after that, he asked whether he understood everything correctly or not. Soji at that moment grimaced his face and realized that it would be incredibly difficult for him to tell them what that guy meant. The skeleton, and suddenly realized that this word was actually a curse. But the second skeleton replied that this guy still had not told about the meaning of this word, and the skeleton in green clothes asked him to answer quickly. Suji turned his head to the side and said that in fact these words were praise, and he thought that he could not tell them that it was actually a curse. The skeleton in blue clothes was happy, and said that despite the fact that that puppy was mean, he still did not deceive them. The skeleton said that the puppy that was with them before was better than the bitch in the Central Plains, but he did not understand why this bitch left them and did not return to pick them up. The skeleton came closer to the guy and asked how much time had passed since this place was created. He said that he doesn't know how much time has passed because they are underground all the time. Suji scratched his cheek and said that according to what he heard, it has been about 800 years since this place appeared. At that moment, the skeleton opened their mouths and, surprised, asked him again how many years had passed. They could not believe that so much time had passed and asked how their descendants were living now, what had happened to their clans. They asked if he even knew what was happening to their clans and began to shake him to find out at least some news. They wanted to know if their descendants had become great. Soji shook the figurative sides and asked what clans they were from, and thought that they fought well, and maybe they were from the Great Five. But suddenly he realized that if these guys are from the Moyong clan, there will be serious problems. The skeleton replied that he should know about the Dan clan from Gansu, and this clan should be known outside of Gansu. The blue-robed skeleton said that he wants to know about the Yu clan from the northern Yellow River region, and he hopes that they have become much more famous than the Feng clan. Afterwards, the third skeleton asked what happened to the Liang clan, and he hoped that everyone in the Central Plains already knew about them, because they are excellent fighters. Sanji at that moment rebooted for a few seconds and realized that these skeletons were actually from forgotten clans. He very slowly told them what he had heard about their clans. After that, he turned his head to the side and said that all their clans had fizzled out and there was practically nothing left of them. The skeleton got angry and couldn't believe that this guy said that there was practically nothing left of their clans. He threw his sword on the floor and asked why their clans had lost their... They were very excited and alarmed, and I begged him to say that this was all not true. It was just a stupid joke. But Soji understood that unfortunately, this slide was true, and he needed to try to somehow adequately explain to them what happened. Suji said that they are here in this form, and asked them if they really think that their descendants can prosper because no one trained them properly. Suddenly, one of the skeletons fell to the ground and said that the martial arts of their clans had become oblivion. He felt very weak and said that he actually did not pass on the knowledge of martial techniques and died here. But a skeleton in blue clothes came up to him and put his hand on his back and said that he was not the only one here. He wiped his bone hand and the tears that should have come from his eyes if he were a man, and said that now he would never be able to see his descendants. Suji realized his palm up and asked them to stop and stop being sad. He asked them what happened to them and how they got here and said that he wanted to know their story. They looked at him in surprise and asked if he really wanted to know the story. A skeleton in green clothes began to rise from the ground, and it was constantly crunching. He said that if a guy wants to hear their story and then doesn't tell it, he will finally understand why they are called bitches. The skeleton said that the Central Plains used to be peaceful areas before they appeared and turned everything into chaos and destruction. The White Phantom Rakshasa was one of the most powerful monsters that destroyed everything in its path. People were in a panic. They collected their children's things and tried to escape from the city as quickly as possible. But there were a lot of monsters, and not everyone managed to escape because they managed to praise and kill some. But suddenly, a man appeared on the top of the mountain who looked at this horror. He was incredibly handsome, and his gaze inspired hope that this nightmare would someday end. They put their sword forward and shouted loudly that they could protect the village, and all hope for salvation now rested on their shoulders. The warriors of other clans shouted loudly that they would follow their leader. But suddenly, one of the skeletons said that the story was actually completely different. Another warrior stood on the top of the cliff and looked at the fire. He was a tall man with blue eyes wearing the green clothes his faction wore. He put his sword forward and said that today they will not protect the Central Plains and will save everyone. Warriors from other clans struck their fists with their palms and said that they would do this together. After all this, the war made a rapid jump up and flew into the air. But suddenly a skeleton hand appeared and touched this memory in order to remove it. The skeleton's hand squeezed the memories and turned it into a crumpled piece of paper. And this skeleton said that these stupid skeletons only remember about themselves and therefore only tell good things. They got angry and started shouting at the skeleton for interrupting their story and calling him a redneck. The skeleton got angry and said that if they called the Western Liang warrior a hillbilly again, he would break all their bones. After that, they began to quarrel and push each other because each of them was pulling the blanket over themselves in the story. Soji looked at them in surprise and did not understand why they were acting so strangely. Suji suddenly stopped them and asked what the story really was and asked them to tell them everything. They grabbed their heads with their hands and said that now it all doesn't matter, and there is absolutely no point in finding out who led all the warriors into battle. The village of Goralaya and all the houses were practically destroyed by this fire. The warrior grabbed his sword and fought off the tentacles of the White Fountain. Each of them owned a special fighting technique and used it to fight monsters. The warriors tried to protect the village and sacrificed their lives for the sake of the world. In the end, after a very long battle, they managed to save Murim and won a triumphant victory. And they chose this dungeon in which they are now as the site of the final battle. And in this place, the most important event took place. The gates to the dungeon were open, and the warriors went there in order to destroy all the evil that was inside this dungeon. They fought against a huge number of skeletons that appeared from the ground and surrounded them from different sides. They simply won't be able to cope with such a large number of opponents because the skeletons appeared constantly and they never ended. And in order to win, they had to turn into skeletons, and in this guy's fight against a horde of skeletons. Suji said that it became a little clearer to him what was happening, but he still wanted to know who turned them into skeletons. One of the skeletons said that they weren't just talking about him, and that this was the person they were talking about. The skeletons called this guy a puppy, but thanks to him, they were able to fight for Murim again and protect him. But for this, they had to pay a great price, and now they cannot leave here and are forever locked in this dungeon. And in addition to this, they turned into skeletons and now have this appearance. Soji looked at them and thought, because it all looked very strange, but their story sounded true. Soji thought that if this person was able to turn them into skeletons, then he is very similar to this guy, and this puppy most likely knows how to choose from here. Soji could no longer stand it and asked them the most important question that interested him. Who was this puppy? The skeleton stood silently and looked at him for several seconds. One of the skeletons already wanted to tell him about this puppy, but suddenly changed his mind and got angry. He said that he was not going to tell all the information to some unfamiliar guy who recently got here. Suji smiled awkwardly and said that he was just curious, so he asked, but if they don't want to answer, and right. The skeleton in blue clothes said that even though this guy looks a lot like a puppy, they are still very dirty, and that's why they can't pass it on and have to keep it a secret. Suji pursed his lips and looked at them in surprise, but did not answer. The skeletons started to get angry when they saw such an arrogant reaction on this guy's face. Soji smiled and thought that this skeleton was already impatient to tell everything, and that living for decades in complete silence without interlocutors was very difficult, so their tongues would itch anyway and they would tell everything. Suji showed them his palm and said that if they don't want to talk, they don't have to, and he won't ask anything else. Suji carefully watched their reactions and wondered if they would react to his provocation. The skeletons were surprised when they saw that this guy didn't want to ask them questions and said that he should be interested and should go crazy with curiosity. They started quarreling among themselves again and said that now they need to tell him everything because he is very curious. Soji was happy because I'm skeletons, and everyone like that wanted to tell him, and the trick worked. They explained that this man appeared as if from nowhere and had never seen him. The skeletons could not find out where this man's homeland was, and at first no one even knew his existence, and he was like a living ghost among people. But when Murim was in danger, and everything was shrouded in flames and chaos, and there was no longer any hope of salvation, but suddenly this puppy appeared and gathered everyone together to drive Rakshasa out of Murim, and he became a new hope for salvation for all humanity. This guy was an incredibly strong warrior who was capable of single-handedly destroying an entire crowd of white phantoms. The skeleton said that this man said things they had never heard of and wrote signs that no one had ever seen. The second skeleton replied that this man was a stranger to the country, and at the same time he was a real savior. If not for the puppy, Murim, he could have died long ago. The third skeleton said that he really misses those times and would like to return to them again. Soji suddenly began to understand what was happening here, and realized that this puppy came here from another world, just like himself. Suji started drawing signs in the sand and asked the skeletons if that guy was drawing exactly the same signs. They carefully began to look at these hieroglyphs and said that they were very similar to what that guy drew. The skeleton smiled and said that as he thought, this guy somehow got involved with the puppy. Suji asked in a confident voice where this guy is now and how he can find him. But one of the skeletons in an angry voice answered him that he also wants to ask exactly the same question, and now the legs must free them and send them to rest. And they explained that they had been here for too long and they were very tired of being in the form of skeletons and wanted to die in peace. Soji suddenly realized that these skeletons themselves don't really know anything and they won't be of much use. But suddenly, he thought that their knowledge and their martial arts should be enough for him to get out of here. Suji scratched his head and said that in that case, he would try to look for this puppy just to begin with, and he needed to get out of here and asked the skeleton if they knew where the exit was. One of the skeletons was happy and said that he knew where the exit was and could help him. But they had one very important request, and when Soji heard that they had a request, he tensed a little. Skeleton, and said that before they help him choose two more, he must listen to them first. Soji looked at them with a dissatisfied look and thought that again he was adding more work to his already difficult life. New torches began to light in the corridor when the professor passed near them. The professor was very surprised when he saw that some strange things were happening inside the dungeon. He did not understand why the dungeon began to collapse and why there were a large number of stones on the ground. He took a step forward and decided to come closer to the ruins so that I could see what happened here. But suddenly he heard some strange sounds behind him and didn't understand what it was. Armed skeletons appeared behind him and they had weapons in their hands. The skeletons began to scream very loudly and ran after the professor in order to attack him. The professor used his invisible striking technique and calmly continued to walk forward. He walked forward, and at that moment the skeletons that were behind him were destroyed. Their bones were broken and began to fall to the floor and emitted purple energy. The professor turned his head back and said that of course he is not the only one who is in this dungeon. After this, the purple energy threads began to return to him. He used his internal energy to create several more purple energy threads. He used these threads as weapons, and thanks to the Nile, he could fight his opponents. The skeletons hit themselves with their fist and froze. They bowed and asked to pass on the knowledge of martial arts that they possessed to their stream. Suji thought that this was very unexpected and promised them that he would definitely do it. He bowed and said that he would help the respected warriors, but first they must get him out of here. The skeletons looked at him in surprise and did not understand what he was doing now and why he was bowing so stupidly. One of the skeletons asked why he extended his hands forward because it looked strange. Suji said that he extended his hands forward because he thought that they would give him scrolls or books where their techniques were described. But the skeleton scratched his head and said that there are small problems with this and it will be difficult to explain to this guy, but he will try. The skeletons said that for them it was all very sudden and there were no records or scrolls, so the knowledge is only in their memory. They explained that in addition to all this, skeletons cannot write, and being in this form, they will not be able to make notes. Soji asked them how they were going to pass on knowledge to him so that he could teach them to their descendants. They immediately grabbed their weapons and said that they would teach him to fight with their signature martial art techniques through training. Soji looked at them in surprise and thought that this was not at all part of his plans, and he did not want to sign up for this adventure because he would have to train a lot again. Impossible to study martial arts here, and they must understand this. But the skeleton asked him in an indignant voice what he meant now and why he said that. They got angry and asked him if he really didn't want to learn their martial art technique, because only in this case would he be able to get out of here. The skeleton said that the puppy learned these techniques very quickly, and this guy should be no worse than that puppy. The skeleton said that if he and this puppy are very similar, it means that he too will be able to learn everything very quickly, and if they teach it, it will greatly speed up the process. Suji replied that it would still take more than a few days, and he is a person who needs to drink, eat, and go to the toilet. Soji tried to explain to them that in this dungeon, there is no food or place to sleep. They don't even have a toilet here. At this moment, the skeletons thought and replied that this guy is saying logical things, and it will be difficult for him to be here. Suddenly, the skeletons began to discuss among themselves whether there was any free space in this dungeon for this guy and some food. But suddenly they didn't remember that they had been here for a very long time and all the food had already spoiled. Skeleton in green clothes said that they need to come up with some kind of plan, because if they do not pass on the knowledge of martial arts techniques to their descendants, it will be difficult for them in the future, and they will be constantly insulted and treated without respect. Soji watched these skeletons and waited for me to finally come up with some kind of solution. Suddenly, they did not turn their heads and looked at him with golden glowing eyes and said that they had made a decision. Suji looked at them in surprise and said that he didn't like it, but they were looking at him. The skeletons said that the best way to learn is to learn everything during battle, and at that moment, fiery energy began to be released from them. The skeleton shouted very loudly and ordered the guy to immediately take out his ball and fight. He said that he would now show him everything he had learned. Soji thought that some kind of devilry was going on here, and he would not refuse to learn these combat techniques using modern tests. The skeletons did not want to waste any more time and immediately made the fisherman forward. The first skeleton put his sword in front of him and began to attack. Soji understood that they didn't even want to discuss this plan with him, and now he would have to fight them. He jumped to the side to avoid this blow. Soji thought that this skeleton was fighting him at full strength and absolutely not saving his energy. The skeleton made a hole in the wall with his powerful blow and said that this guy is very fast. He raised his weapon up and said that, however, it is impossible to learn their techniques in this way, so you need to put in even more effort. He swung his ball again to attack it differently. Soji saw that this skeleton decided to strike from below this time, and this blow was very unexpected. He couldn't ignore this battle anymore, and so he had to use his internal energy and activate the skeleton's ability to start the battle. Suji pushed off the ground and jumped up and did not take damage this way. Suji flew forward and looked for the right moment to counterattack his opponents. He landed on the ground and held the sword with his right hand, but still did not draw it from its sheath. The skeleton immediately turned around and began to run towards him in order to hit him again. He made a low shot again, and his ball left a golden light. The skeleton put a lot of energy into this blow and hoped that he was able to injure his opponent. But Soji was able to very deftly dodge this blow and swung his sword in order to deliver his counterattack. They struck each other very quickly and moved in space. But suddenly, Soji felt that the enemy was still able to hit him and throw him back several meters. This is not the first time he received such damage, and therefore he himself managed to stay on his feet and not fall on his back. He stopped, and in front of him stood a skeleton who was watching how Soji would behave now. The skeleton started laughing and said that it was very good, and he didn't expect that the guy would be able to withstand such a blow. Soji grabbed his hand and felt that his hands were very sore after this blow, and he did not understand how he could learn this in a fight. Even with the power of Golgol, it was very difficult to reflect these blows. Suddenly, the Mughals came up with the idea that he now has the power of Golgol, and he came up with a new plan on how to fight these skeletons. Soji hid his sword back in his gojin, and the skeleton was very surprised. The skeleton looked at him in surprise and asked if he was not ready to learn. But Suji replied that he had just come up with a brilliant plan, with the help of which he could very quickly learn their fighting techniques. The skeleton asked him what this plan was, and wanted to hear the answer as quickly as possible. The rest of the skeletons were also waiting for an answer to the question that worried them all. Suji smiled the best he could ever think of. The walls of the dungeon were gradually opened, and new passages appeared. The professor grabbed the skeleton with his hand by the neck and broke his spine. He didn't understand why these skeletons were still moving, and he thought that after all these years, the skeletons should have already crumbled. But the skeletons continued to crawl towards him and grabbed his clothes with their bone fingers. They couldn't damage him, but they tried to get to him and inflict at least some damage on him. The professor looked at these skeletons with disgust and said that he never thought that he would have to face the living dead. He began to study a large amount of energy and ordered this skeleton to go to the afterlife. This energy began to radiate from his body with a bright light, and the skeletons began to fly away in different directions. He finished casting his spell and the energy began to flow back. He said that this guy brought the dead back to life and he doesn't believe in the devil's cult because all its members are evil incarnate. He constantly looked around and kept moving forward. The professor said that the villains, will eventually become a moth-eating Murim, so if he wants to live, he must prove that he is worthy of it. The professor got angry and said that if this guy proves that he is not evil and not a mole, then he will give him life. At that moment, his eyes turned into the eyes of a snake and began to emit very strong energy. Behind him was a large energy snake that constantly flew in the air and accompanied him. Skeleton. And asked the guy what specific method he was talking about, and couldn't believe that there was a better way than training combat. Suji thought that when he summoned Golgol and the White Phantom, he immediately received their powers and could use those moments when he did not summon them. He thought that if he could summon these three skeletons, he could immediately learn their techniques. Soji thought that now he does not have free slots to summon these skeletons. He turned his head back and saw Ju standing there, and realized that this was the most useless conscript who made no sense. He thought that if the call of this skeleton was cancelled, then one place would be freed up to accept a new skeleton. At that moment, Ju looked at the owner in fear, and didn't understand what he was going to do. But he clearly didn't like the owner's look either. Soji activated his ability and cancelled the summon of this skeleton. Bright blue glow appeared, which absorbed this skeleton and sprayed it into small particles. Ju turned to dust and his body gradually disappeared. At some point, this skeleton completely disappeared and practically nothing remained of it. These skeletons were very scared because this guy had just destroyed a skeleton, and with one phrase, this skeleton asked him if they could also die if he used his magic on them. Soji looked at these skeletons in surprise, and the question that was not asked shocked him. The skeleton got angry and scared and grabbed his weapon and then began to move back. Suji asked them what they meant and why they looked so scared. The skeletons slowly moved as far away from him as possible and said that he was very scared to die. Soji waved his hand and told him that they had already died, so there was no point in them being afraid, and called them closer to him. They got even more scared and asked him what he was going to do with them. Suji said that he was starting to get tired of them acting like cowardly girls, and explained to them that he wanted to learn their techniques because they themselves asked him to do so. He smiled and told them that now they could not run away from him anywhere, and he would fulfill their request and therefore asked them to come closer to him. If the skeleton had skin, it would now have turned pale from fright, and it seemed that it was their turtles. Drops of sweat appeared from nerves and excitement. Soji used the summoning spell and gained the powers of the summoned skeleton, and now he knew the secret arts of the Dan clan. He used the first move, which was called Sunset Kick, and used this move to smash one of the skeletons. Soji was delighted and said that he didn't even know that he could move so fast, and this cross technique was something incredible. He thought that this technique was different from the style of Sakun, who tried to perform these strikes, but she clearly did the movement incorrectly. The skeleton opened his mouth so wide it seemed that his lower jaw would fall off, and he said that he did not expect that someone could learn the techniques of the Dan clan so quickly, and this guy is a real genius. The skeleton came closer to him, grabbed him by the shoulders and began to shake him and said that now he must learn the fighting techniques of his clan. Soji asked this skeleton, in fact, he wants Soji to learn these techniques, and the skeleton answered him that he wants to transfer his knowledge as quickly as possible. Suji tried to explain to him that if he learned his techniques now, problems might arise from this. The skeleton asked him in a surprised voice what he meant when they said that problems might arise. Suji thought that he only had one boat that he could use, and even if the White Phantom was removed, one of these skeletons would still have to die. Soji reported that if he learns their new spells, the first skeleton he had just summoned from the Dan clan would die forever. The skeleton got angry and looked at him with his aggressive gaze and asked somehow he would die. They got angry and said that they didn't want to die and didn't understand why there was no other way to do everything so that they wouldn't die. But after a few minutes, the skeleton finally calmed down and thought about death as something natural. A skeleton in blue clothes asked if they could die forever and never come back. Soji pointed his finger at the ashes that I had left from Ju and said that one of them would have to die like that skeleton. Skeletons from the Dan clan asked him if he canceled his call, it would mean that he would turn to dust. Soji replied that everything will be exactly like this, and there is simply no other way out, and you just need to accept it as your own. The skeleton sighed heavily and stood silently for several minutes and thought about it. He said that his body should have decomposed by now, but he is still alive, and he lives for a very long time and suffers because of it. The skeleton said that this guy helped him get rid of the heaviness in his soul, and now he can leave here without regret. A skeleton in blue clothes came up to him and put his hand on his shoulder and said that he could not leave alone and leave his older comrades and go out first. The skeleton looked at the guy and thought about these words for several seconds, but he suddenly realized that his skeleton friends were talking some nonsense and explained to them that these rotten piles of bones did not understand that they too would die after him. The skeletons didn't even think about it, and suddenly they had to realize that they too would have to die. Soji looked at these skeletons and gave the idea that they don't have much time and they need to decide what they will do next. Suji asked if he could start learning new martial arts and disenchant him forever. The skeleton replied that he was ready to die and allowed himself to be destroyed. Suji began to activate the spell, but suddenly a skeleton in blue clothes came forward and asked him to stop. They said that if their friend leaves forever and they don't want to say goodbye because they spent decades together and now he will leave forever. Suji said that he understood this and allowed them to say goodbye. Soji said that he wanted to see the surroundings a little, and during this time they could not calmly talk and say goodbye to each other. Soji looked at these skeletons and thought that they needed to give them some time, and so he would go for a walk. He scratched his head and thought that he didn't understand how he should continue to manage the free places, because he would now have at his disposal Golgol, the White Forfeit, and the progenitor of the Dan clan. And if there were still free places, he could summon all the progenitors at the same time. He thought that it was impossible to cancel the call of Golgol because he was the very first skeleton and the most important and was not like everyone else. But nevertheless, he became interested in why these three skeletons were talking. But Golgol could not speak. He thought that the puppy who turned these guys into skeletons probably had outstanding abilities in necromancy. Soji remembered how Golgol behaved all this time and remembered what a terrible character this skeleton had. He started laughing and thought that the lack of normal human speech in this skeleton could be a huge plus for him. He saw arrows sticking out of the bricks and stuck forever in the wall. Before his eyes, there was an iron grate stained with blood, and on this grate, there were human skeletons and torn clothes. Below, there was a hole with sharp bamboo spears that stuck out of the ground. Soji scratched his head and said that there were a lot of traps in this place. But on the way here, he did not notice them, and most likely these traps are encountered by those who are trying to get out of here. But suddenly, he thought that it was impossible to get out of here, and he could be stuck here forever. Soji realized that the main purpose of this place is to become the last refuge, and that is why there are so many skeletons here. But besides those 3 skeletons, the rest do not pose a threat. He thought that something very important was locked in this dungeon, and he became interested in what exactly was hidden here. He saw in front of him a huge pile of stones from which some object was sticking out. He noticed that in this pile of stones there was a sword that he had already seen before. Soji remembered that when he held this sword in his hands, and was informed by a sign that he had received a sword of blood, and his summoning level was too low for this ball. Suji immediately recognized this sword and said that before he could not use it, and now he wonders why this sword is here. Suji began to look around this room and he had a feeling as if he had already been here, but everything looked different. He said that he doesn't understand why this sword is here because before it was in another room. He pulled it out of the stones and began to examine it from different angles in order to understand what made it special. But suddenly the ceiling began to shake. There was a lot of dust and small stones falling from the ceiling. Suji looked back and saw that skeletons were slowly starting to crawl out of the ground. But he was not afraid because he had seen this before. The skeletons became more and more numerous and did not constantly crawl out of the ground. He saw their glowing eyes and thought that these skeletons were approaching him. Soji held the sword in his hands and watched as the slow skeleton approached him. Suji smiled and thought that this might be a good opportunity to warm up while the skeleton Tetri said goodbye to each other. He filled him with magical energy and said that now he wants to test this weapon and the new technique that he recently learned from the Dan clan. It had already begun to get dark outside and evening had come. But Soji was in the dungeon. Lee Chan saw that a girl approached him and shouted very loudly that without the director's order, no one could enter there and ordered her not to leave immediately. Sekun got angry and told this guy that she should get inside because there are monsters there and her friend who needs help. She took a step forward to enter the cave and ignored Li Chan's warning. But he was not going to joke with her, so he put out his sword and blocked her passage with his weapon. Li Chan said that if she is hard of hearing, he will repeat once again that entry into the dungeon is prohibited, and it makes no difference whether there are monsters there or not. Sekun began to get angry when she heard how stubborn he was, and she didn't like that she wasn't allowed to save her friend. Sekun grabbed her weapon and took a fighting stance, and told him that in order to protect them, the headman himself remained inside, and therefore it must fight too. Li Chan said that if she picks up the sword, there will be no way back, and he will have to fight with her. She continued to keep her hands on the sword, but still did not draw it. He saw that she finally heard his order and stopped and thought that this was even for the better. Li Chang explained to her that she would not be able to defeat him without the third move of the forgotten technique of the Dan clan, and therefore she would not be able to save her friends. Sekun at that moment felt very helpless because he said what she was afraid to hear most of all in her life. Soji, while in the dungeon at that moment, used the secret art of the Dan clan, which was called the special solar moonball technique. He grabbed his balls and said that the second part of the combination was the third movement, which he would now try to perform. Soji ran very quickly from side to side and created zigzags behind him that caused incredible damage. The skeletons did not have time to do anything because it was impossible to resist such a force, and therefore they were simply turned into a pile of bones. Suji looked at this sword and said that this is the lightest sharp sword he has ever seen, and besides, this sword turns skeletons into dust. Suji suddenly saw a sign in front of his face, which I informed him that he performed reverse summoning using the blood sword, and the experience points of reverse summoning increased. He saw that a new batch of skeletons were coming towards him, and they wanted to fight him. Soji put his sword on his back and thought that he could gain a few experience points for himself while fighting these skeletons. But suddenly he heard the voice of skeletons who asked him what he was doing sitting on the floor. Soji turned to his head and asked in a surprised voice what he meant and why he was asking such a stupid question. The skeletons began to run towards him and said that they had been looking for him for ages and could not figure out where he was. The skeleton from the Dan clan reported that he had prepared for his death, and the guy could begin to perform his destruction technique. Suji wiped the dust from his pants and said that he had done something during this time, and most likely now there would be no need to destroy anyone. The skeleton said that if the guy kills him, then he can keep these sentimentalities for himself, and the skeleton is already ready to die. They explained that if they met once, it means that they should break up, and real men are not afraid of breakups. The skeletons explained that they would soon also have to follow him, and therefore there was no point in rushing. He turned his skull back again and said that he was going to die first, and he was ready to sacrifice himself in order to pass on his knowledge to the new generation. The skeleton spread his arms to the side and fell to his knees and said that he was ready to die. But Soji once again repeated to him that he had come up with a plan to make sure that no one had to be destroyed. Suji smiled and said that from now on they won't have to die and they can live a little longer. But this surprised the skeletons and they did not understand what was happening and what new plan this guy came up with. He asked in a joyful voice if there was a way that would allow them to continue to exist. Suji didn't explain anything and simply put his palm forward and used the spell to summon a skeleton. The skeleton in blue clothes felt his body begin to radiate incredibly strong energy, and he felt affection for his new owner. He asked the guy how he could summon other skeletons because he said that he could only summon one. Suji remembered how he destroyed several hundred skeletons a couple of minutes ago. The skill plate told him that his experience points for summoning back had increased, and his summoning level had increased, and now he had another summoning slot, and Soji began shouting in a joyful voice that he could do it. Suji looked at his sword and thought that this was the best thing he had ever found in his life. Suji explained to the skeleton that thanks to this ball he could find a new way. But the skeletons did not understand how the guy could pick up this sword and asked him if he even knew what it was. Soji replied that he knows that this is a sword of blood and he doesn't know anything else. So if the skeleton tells him something about this sword, and he will be interested in listening. They asked him where he even found this sword or whether he brought it with him because it is a very important item. But Soji answered in a calm voice that he found this sword in this room when he was walking through the dungeon. When the skeletons heard these words from them, and their jaws almost dropped in surprise, the skeleton got angry and said that during the entire time they were here, they had not seen this sword, and this sword belonged to the puppy, and so now they want to know where the guy got this weapon. Suji looked at them and said that if they were telling the truth now, then he had new questions. A silhouette of a professor appeared in the corridor and approached them. He smiled and said in a joyful voice that he had finally made this little puppy. He raised his hand up and activated his purple energy strings. He put his hand forward and his energy threads began to fly forward with incredible speed and speed. Soji was telling something to this skeleton and had absolutely no idea that he was in danger from behind. The skeletons looked at the guys in surprise and saw that some tentacles were approaching him, but they did not have time to say anything. The tentacles flew with incredible speed and cut through space. Suji turned his head back and saw that he was now in danger. Violet threads flew towards him and emitted very strong energy. Soji put his hand forward and said that first the skeletons need to leave and canceled the call. The skeletons began to evaporate, and they had never felt anything like this before, as if their bodies were disappearing somewhere but their minds remained. The purple threads were already approaching Soji's body and could cause him very serious damage. Suji turned around and cut those threads with his sword. He looked at the man who decided to attack him and saw that a professor from the academy was standing in front of him. The professor smiled and said that he did not expect that this guy would be able to cut his threads and deflect the blow. Soji asked the professor in a surprised voice what he would do here and why she was attacking him. But the professor did not want to tell him about his intentions, and therefore simply raised his hands up to use a new spell. Suji fought off these blows with her sword and cut the purple tentacles. Soji didn't understand what was happening and thought that the professor had confused him with someone, so he started shouting that he was Soji, an academy student who was stuck here. But the professor continued to deliver his attacks, and Soji realized that this professor was completely crazy. He looked at this guy in surprise and didn't understand how he managed to repel all the spells and attacks. The professor put his hands behind his back and said that all these martial techniques do not belong to Soji and Imola. I wonder where he learned the technique of Western Liang. The professor said that the first blow that the guy made was the sword technique of the Yu clan from the northern region of the Yellow River, and he asked Soji why he stole these techniques. Soji did not understand how this professor could learn these styles of martial arts and answered the professor that he would definitely tell everything later. But first, he asked the professor to stop attacking him and end this senseless fight. The professor looked at him with a surprised look and asked why he should end the fight and stop hitting him. But Soji didn't understand what all this meant and why the professor was acting so strangely, as if he hadn't come here to save him. Suji got angry and loudly shouted to the professor that it now became clear to him that the professor attacked him knowing that he was an ordinary student, said in a quiet, hoarse voice that he really liked this place. He asked the guys if he knew why he really liked this place, but Suji replied that he couldn't read minds, so he would like to hear the answer. The professor said that this place is wonderful because if he kills Soji here now, no one will even know about it and will not be able to blame him. The professor said that he wants to kill him because he is a child of a devil cult, and that is a good reason to end his life. Suji placed the sword on his shoulder and stood dumbfounded for several seconds. Suji asked if that was the whole reason he wanted to kill the academy student. The professor took a fighting stance and began to cast a new spell and advised that he did not expect any understanding from the guy in this situation. Soji saw that the professor was emitting a large amount of energy from his body and did not understand what would happen now. Black energy began to move towards him and very quickly spread in space and filled it. Soji jumped back when he saw black energy near his feet and said that the professor was completely crazy and he was using some kind of black magic. The professor said that he was very glad that he had the opportunity to kill a child from a devilish cult with his own hands, and he did not understand why Suji was running away and dodging and reminded him that there is not much space here. Soji looked at this professor again and realized that he was completely crazy and was behaving like a real psychopath. Suddenly, black energy appeared again and began to spread into space. Soji thought that it makes sense to show his strength because only in this case he can win this fight. Suji activated the sign in front of his face and thought that it makes sense to use the power of Golgol to fight against this professor. Golgol at that moment was sitting in the room and did not understand why part of the power was leaving his body, and he became interested in what was happening to his owner. Soji endowed his body with the power of Golgol, and from that moment on he could fight against the professor and not be afraid of him. He raised his legendary sword to strike. Soji stuck his sword into the ground, and at that moment the earth began to fly apart and cracks appeared along it. These cracks spread very quickly across the ground and broke its surface. The professor did not understand what was happening and where the guy got such incredible strength, but he saw that the crack was very quickly approaching him. He had to use his black energy to create a shield that would deflect stones that were flying at him. These stones flew to the side and hit the wall, after which the walls also began to break. The professor smiled and said that this guy surprises him more and more every day. Soji replied that he himself is in shock because the respected professor is trying to kill his student and uses his power to the maximum and does not feel shame for his actions. The professor got angry and shouted very loudly that before becoming a professor, he became the true righteous man of Murim and cannot spare the one who sows evil in this world. Suji saw that the professor was again activating his internal energy in order to use a new spell. He swung his ball and got ready to fight and said that he doesn't know what he did wrong and why the professor hates him so much. Suji cut the dark energy with his sword and it dissipated into the wind like fog. He stopped for a moment and said that he was not going to die here and would do everything to stay alive. After this phrase, he pushed off the earth and made a rapid jump upward. Soji was flying in the air and at the same time thinking about a plan on how to attack the professor and stop him. Soji thought that he has a chance to survive because the professor does not know many facts about him, and his abilities are an ace in his hole. The professor got angry and started using his purple-black energy again and accumulated it around his body. The professor created 2 black tentacles which he directed towards the guy flying in the air. Soji put his palm forward and said that now is the most opportune moment and summoned a white phantom skeleton. A white phantom slowly began to emerge from the ground. Its bones flew into the air. The frame of his body began to gradually assemble into one large skeleton. The white phantom appeared behind the professor and waited for an order from his master. The professor turned his head back and shouted in fear that he didn't understand where this giant creature had come from here, but the white phantom swung its sharp tentacle to strike. The professor was forced to change his focus to a new opponent and therefore immediately began to create new black energy. He used black energy to attack the white phantom from different directions. The white phantom could not withstand such tension and was constantly pushed back. But he tried to restrain this pressure, and there were traces on the ground under his feet. The professor did not understand what was happening and why his energy was not enough to defeat this monster. Suddenly, he felt the blades of the ball touch his neck. Suji drove the professor into a trap and said that he should have been more careful when he started fighting with a person he knew nothing about. The professor asked the guy in a surprised voice if he could really summon a white phantom and how he turned him into a skeleton. Soji began to cut the professor's neck and said that now he would kill him, and after that, he would definitely tell everything to his corpse. The professor suddenly said that Suji was most likely his student. Because of this, he opened the dungeon. Soji did not understand what the professor was saying and asked what he even knew about all this. But the professor suddenly realized that Soji was interested in these words, and he was clearly interested in understanding what was happening here. The sun was already slowly starting to set behind the horizons, and the evening would soon turn into night. Li Chang and Sekun stood opposite each other and prepared for battle. The rest of the students watched him closely. The older students said that there are newbies who attack the head of the student council, and this is very strange, but most likely some people need to get hit on the head a couple of times in order to understand that they are wrong. Sekun understood that she would not have a second chance. The life of her old age and her friend depended on her, and she only needed to win once. Li Chan hoped that this girl would be reasonable and would not start fighting him because he would have to use his full strength. Sekun suddenly began to draw her sword from its sheath and prepared to attack. She took a step forward and realized that there was no going back. She used a technique called Dan Clan Secret Arts and activated the Moonlight Sword Strike. She put her sword forward and prepared it to attack, after which she used the spectrum of the first lunar month. Li Chang hit her with his big sword with all his strength and repelled her attack. Sekun saw her sword fly into the air and very quickly begin to spin around its axis. Suddenly, the sword landed on the ground and got stuck in it. Li Chang put his sword forward and pointed it at her face and said that he would not kill her. Soji said that he really wants her to remember this moment since she has always and will never repeat such mistakes again. But the sudden conflicts stopped when they saw the professor come out of the cave. Li Chang bowed to the professor and greeted him. He guarded this cave for several hours. Sekun was also shocked when she saw the professor come out of the cave. I wanted to find out what happened to Soji. But suddenly the guy came out of the cave and smiled and said in a joyful voice that there was very fresh air outside, which he already began to miss. Sekun very quickly began to run towards him and wanted to hug the headman. Soji smiled and asked her if she was waiting for him because she was very worried about his life. Sekun said in an excited voice that he should never do that again because he didn't have a few lives left. Soji didn't understand why she was scolding him and asked him to explain once again what she wanted from him. Sekun said in an awkward voice that she no longer wanted him to sacrifice himself for the sake of others, and tears began to appear in her eyes. Soji came closer to her and began to look at her face in surprise. He asked why she was crying because she was so worried about him. Suji started laughing and said that she actually started crying, and these words made Sekun very angry. Sekun was so angry that she couldn't stand it and punched him in the ribs with all her might because he was laughing at her feelings. She said that she was even a little sorry because she was worried about such a bad person like him, and she would no longer worry about his life. But suddenly, Yu-sung and Noah started running towards him, and they were interested to know what happened to the headman. They immediately started asking him a lot of questions. You tried to find out what happened to him inside the dungeon and how he was feeling. The professor looked at your boyfriend and thought that he really wanted to find out who this boy really was. Yu-sung said that she was so scared, and for him that she thought that he died. But Soji replied that it looks like he will die right now if I don't rest. The sun was almost hidden behind the rocks and night was soon to fall. The professor turned around and began to walk away from here. Suji held his stomach with his hands and tried to pretend that he wasn't in much pain. Li Chan looked at him with a high, arrogant look and said that Soji is a very tenacious guy, unlike the scion of the Moyong clan who was with him. Soji looked at your boyfriend in surprise and remembered that Ju died in this cave and now you will have to forget about him forever. Suddenly, Soji straightened his back, took his hands around his waist and said that Li Chan is right, and he is actually very difficult to kill and difficult to lose. Li smiled when he heard such confidence in his voice, and he did not expect that this guy would be so narcissistic. Li Chan said, whatever the reason for his survivability is, it will definitely have to be dealt with. Li Chan put his hand on his shoulder and said that Soji left the cave alone, and someone would wonder why this happened. After these words, Li Chang turned around and went out with his assistants. Noah got angry and said that this arrogant idiot thinks that he is the cool one, but that will soon change. Yu-sung said that Soji should be careful because the head of the student council is right, and Soji might get into trouble. He looked at his friends in surprise and thought that I don't know at all what happened in the cave. He returned in his memories to the moment when he was inside this cave. Suji held his sword near the professor's neck and wanted the professor to tell him everything he knew about. Soji understood that the professor also knew the puppy the skeletons were talking about. He became very interested in who this man was because everyone he met at important moments knew this mysterious guy. The professor suddenly asked the guy that he did not come from a devilish cult, and he became interested in how this guy received the legacy of this great warrior. The professor said that they were definitely on opposite sides of the barricade. Soji replied that he didn't know anything about it, but the professor could explain to him why he attacked him. The professor was surprised in his voice and asked if he really doesn't know anything, or just doesn't want to talk, because if the guy tells he will save his life. Soji looked at him in surprise and said that the professor still did not understand what situation he was in, and if he burned with his hand, his head would fall to the floor. The professor said that he had never met such arrogant students before, and he was sure that he became so arrogant because he received a little power. The professor moved his blades and sword aside with one finger. Suji couldn't even keep his sword in an attacking position and felt his weapon fly back. The professor smiled and said that such a weak, inexperienced boy like Soji would not be able to cope with the professor. Soji got angry and understood that now he would have to fight again, and he would do everything possible to kill him. But the professor did not attack him and said that he was going to kill him today. But at the last moment, he changed his mind. He started walking along the corridor and said that the guy should follow him if he wants to get out of this cave. Soji didn't understand why the professor stopped attacking him and changed his mind. It all seemed very strange to him. He scratched his head with his hand and constantly thought about what was happening here. Suji said in a quiet voice that he doesn't understand this professor, and this old man is behaving as strangely as possible. She thought that this is the world of martial arts, and there are a lot of killings here, and she needs to prepare for it. He returned to his dorm at the moment when night had already fallen and a bright moon appeared in the sky. Soji saw that Golgol had been sitting obediently near his bed all this time and said that he had returned home. Golgol saw his master and immediately reacted to him, and it seemed that this skeleton was experiencing a storm. Golgol looked at his owner very happily, and it seemed as if Golgol was behaving like a dog. Soji looked at his skeleton with a dissatisfied look and realized that he needed to scold him for being inactive here. Soji grabbed the skeleton by the neck and began to scratch his head with his fist. He said that while his owner was fighting in the Golgol cave all this time, he didn't even show his nose and was having fun here all this time. Golgol did not know what to answer to his master, and it seemed that tears were appearing in his eyes. Soji looked at his skeleton and asked if he was really interested in learning about the new skeletons he picked up in this cave. Golgol looked at his master in surprise and set out to explain to him that he wanted to look at these skeletons and teach them the rules of discipline. Suji smiled and thought that his main skeleton had a very good attitude as a leader. They climbed onto the roof of the hostel and climbed out of the hole that was in the ceiling. The skeletons were unhappy and asked the owner why he called them so suddenly if nothing was happening here now. Golgol stood in front of them, and it was clear from him that he was very worried and felt awkward. Skeleton, and asked who this eccentric is and why he is such a young guy who became a skeleton. Suji put his hand on Golgol's shoulder and asked everyone to pay attention to him. He explained that this skeleton's name was Baby Golgol, and he said that he wanted to teach discipline to the newly arrived skeletons. Skeletons very angry, and they asked why this skeleton would teach them discipline and they could do everything without him. Suji smiled and told Golgol that now he himself must deal with these 3 skeletons. He looked at the 3 skeletons and congratulated Golgol on the fact that his ranks had been replenished with new skeletons, and he must accept new recruits. Golgol stood in front of these skeletons with his mouth open and did not understand what to do now. He felt very awkward. He was very scared because these 3 skeletons looked very mature and confident. Golgol stayed with the skeletons on the roof and spent the whole night trying to explain to them the rules by which they exist here. When morning came, the students went to the central building of the academy to visit the couples. All the students gathered in a heap and discussed among themselves what happened yesterday in the dungeon. When Soji passed near them, each student was obliged to discuss what happened to him yesterday. Soji walked calmly to the academy and didn't understand why the other students were paying so much attention to him and why they didn't have more other reasons to discuss. He looked around and didn't understand what was happening to them all and why they were looking at him so strangely. Suddenly Yu Sung appeared behind him and joyfully began to shout that she was greeting her headman. They went to the central door that led to the academy. The 2 of them walked to the academy, and the students looked at them all the time. Suji asked his friend why all these students were acting so strangely and avoiding him, and all they could do was look at him sideways. Yu Sung, in a surprised voice, asked him if he really didn't know what happened. And they were avoiding him because they were afraid of the Moyon clan. because Ju didn't return from the dungeon yesterday, and if one of them looked like Soji's friend, then the clan would take revenge on them. Suji suddenly understood why all these students were acting so strangely and was finally able to figure out the problem. Soji smiled and finally remembered that they are ordinary children, and this is the norm for such a teenage society. He stopped and began to look around him and said that what they are doing now is a childish but effective way. They want to leave the person alone to avoid the problem and responsibility. But suddenly, Soji realized that this is the same as bullying, and it doesn't matter what world he is in because people's behavior remains the same. Soji looked at his friend and asked why she still walks next to him. Is she really not afraid of their Moyong clan? Yusung smiled and replied that of course she is afraid of this clan, but her desire to communicate with Soji is much stronger. She said that even though the guys behave coldly, you shouldn't be upset about it. Suji replied that she shouldn't worry about this because he didn't care about their reaction at all. And at that moment, they approached the doors of their audience. Suji opened the door and entered the classroom first. At this moment, all the students were communicating with each other and were very calm. But suddenly they all, as one, noticed that Soji had entered the audience and stopped. He was no longer surprised by their reactions. So he reacted normally to the fact that not everyone reacts to his presence like that. Soji saw that Noah and the rest of the students were slowly starting to approach him, and it was very strange. Soji asked what they wanted from him again and why they were approaching him. They all lined up one after another and worshipped him after that, and did not say that they were very touched that the headman was so loyal to them that he was ready to sacrifice his life. And from that moment, they decided to consider him their blood brother. Soji looked at them in surprise and asked if they weren't afraid of the Moyong clan like all the other students. Suddenly, they all hid under the desk and said that they were very afraid of this clan. Noah replied that despite the fact that I am not afraid of Soji, he knows that a person differs from an animal in having a mind. Noah replied that even if they are the strongest warriors, they still won't leave their leader alone. Suji saw that all his classmates stood behind each other and looked at him as their leader who would never be abandoned. Yusung also looked at him and understood that this man was ready to sacrifice his life for them, and she should not be afraid to sacrifice her life for him. Soji sighed heavily and thought for a few seconds about what to do next. He smiled and thought that local boys and girls live by principles and concepts that seem correct to him and begin to respect them. The scene is transferred to the Moyong clan, which is located on the other side of the city. We see a man hit the table with his fist with all his might. He was very angry after he was told the news about what happened in the cave. The head of the Moyong Taechon clan could not believe that the heir died, and anger overwhelmed him. The ninja reported that the information is not reliable yet, and they do not know for sure whether he died or not. But he did not leave the dungeon, and they know this for sure. Taichan got angry at these idiots and shouted that if he didn't come out of the ground, it means the same thing that he died, and he doesn't understand what he's shouting about and what could have happened to him. The ninja replied that they are now finding out all the details, but most likely the matter is that someone hated him. The head of the clan narrowed his eyes and said that it was a very brave act to kill his heir. He asked him if the man who had quarreled with the Moyong clan was still in Murim. He clenched his fist very tightly and ordered his subjects to immediately find this guy. And when they find him, they must not punish him according to the laws of the Moyong clan. The head of the clan said that if there is a monk on the way, then you need to kill Buddha, and if there is a shaman on the way, then you need to break his stripes. He smiled evilly and said that if there is a volcano on the way, then the plum trees will be covered with ash. Instead of the action of the base, it is transferred to the Martial Arts Academy in the training building. Teacher Beck slowly walked towards the classroom towards his students. He approached the audience and thought that there was a very strange atmosphere here, as if he had come to a funeral, and as one of the mentors should tell you something about this. He approached the audience where first-year students were studying. He entered the classroom and saw that students were sitting at their desks and communicating with each other. There was a very nice atmosphere in this classroom, and all the students were talking to each other and smiling. Peck thought that they were still young, but they still had to understand the danger posed by the Moyong clan. He looked at Suji, who was sitting on the last desk in the very corner of the class. Peck couldn't believe that this kid captured the whole class and influenced them with his authority, and therefore they weren't afraid of anything. He hit the table with his palm and made a very loud sound, after which he attracted the attention of the students. The students immediately saw that the teacher was standing in front of them and stopped talking to each other. Teacher Beck looked at the students and grinned but didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about what he needed to say now. Soji video of the teacher's facial expression and, based on his experience, he realized that the teacher was dissatisfied with something, and he wanted the teacher to just conduct classes. Beck said that all students should know that everyone is worried about what happened yesterday. But for some reason, the students felt calm and even smiled when they heard these words from him. He didn't understand why these children weren't afraid of anything at all and acted as if they weren't killable. He stood silently for several seconds and thought that this was very curious, and he had never seen such reactions from students before. Puck said that looking at their smiles, he thinks that they decided not to worry about what happened yesterday. The students threw their heads and made it clear that they were actually absolutely not worried about what happened. Soji at that moment was sitting in the back desk and thinking that he was, of course, grateful to his classmates, but worried that because of him they were in vain getting involved in something dangerous. The teacher looked at Soji and turned to him. He wanted to know his opinion. Beck asked Soji what he thought about all this and how he felt about this situation. Soji spread his hands and said that he couldn't do anything about it, and everyone had already made their decision. Peck smiled and said that the headman's behavior is very irresponsible, and he talks about it very simply to everyone. Soji reminded the teacher and his words that he promised to help them in conflict situations. Peck sighed heavily and then gave himself time to think a little before answering. He started laughing and said that he really said that, and he confesses his words. Beck began to radiate very strongly the energy of his body and said that the students themselves made the decision. But he still wanted to ask them if they were really so confident in their decision and ready to go to the end. The students continued to nod their heads and smile. It seemed to them that the decision was as correct as possible. Soji thought that there was a very strange atmosphere in the audience now, and he didn't want to piss anyone off, and just hoped that they would help him stop the Moyong clan. Pak saw the students' reaction and said that in this case, as a class teacher, he would not stand aside from today. Everyone should stay after class. The students unanimously answered the teacher that you will carry out his order and stay after class. Soji noticed that Yu Sung, who was sitting in front of him, was very worried, and her body was shaking and trembling. Soji asked her if she was really that happy about what was happening in their classroom right now. Yu Sun replied that she was incredibly happy because the Sword of the White Mountains Baek Muyong itself would train them and prepare them for battle. Soji suddenly remembered his new 3 skeletons and thought that Yu Sung would probably faint when he found out what he knew about her clan's lost techniques. Suji understood that her behavior was absolutely normal and she just wanted to become even better. But he remembered that he must keep his promise to these skeletons and pass on military techniques to their descendants. But he was faced with a question that puzzled his head, because he didn't understand how now I could teach them these techniques, because if he just tells it like that, they won't believe him. Soji sewed on his eyes and thought that absolutely no ideas came to his mind, but he definitely needed to come up with some kind of plan. The scene is transferred to one of the buildings that was located within the city. A girl in black clothes entered the building and had a dissatisfied expression on her face. She said that the young cult leader had already left the dungeon but had not yet contacted her, and she did not understand what was happening and asked if her method had not worked. She thought that this was a violation of the order, and she should contact him so that you don't. She got very angry and said that she didn't want to do this, but she had no other choice. She used a white dove to convey the message and sent it flying and out of the window. She watched Golub fly into the distance and thought that she would need a recommendation from the cult. She hopes that this pigeon will successfully fly to its destination and everything will be fine with it. The scene of action is again transferred to the combat academy in the central building. A new teacher came into their classroom and began writing his name on the board. Suji was very nervous and his leg was constantly moving and could not stop. He didn't look at this teacher with disbelief, and from his face one could understand that he didn't like something. The teacher suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if someone was staring at him in the back. He suddenly turned to his students, bowed to them, and said that the lesson was over for today, and after that, he blessed the students to run somewhere very quickly. But Yu Sung did not understand what happened. She asked him to stop because the class teacher asked everyone to stay after school. Suji didn't listen to anyone and ran to the dorm as quickly as he could. He went into his room and saw that Golgol was sitting next to his bed, who did not understand what was happening and why the owner returned so quickly. Suji immediately ran to his closet, opened the door and began to look for something in this closet. He was happy when he found what he was looking for and thought that there was nothing wrong with deceiving children. Golgol did not understand what was happening and what his owner was talking about, and he was very curious to understand what was happening here now. The scene shifts to the backyard where students usually train in martial arts and practice their strikes. Puck walked into the training yard and hummed some tune. He held his hands behind his back. He thought that he was very interested in how much determination these students would have and how quickly they would not give up. A professor appeared in front of him and said that he had finally been able to find Teacher Beck. The professor asked the teacher where he was going with such a smile on his face, and Beck greeted Professor Huang. He replied that he was going to train the class after class and had not met such diligent children as these for a long time, so he already wanted to work with him as soon as possible. Huang replied that he really hoped that the teacher would not have to waste his time on these students. Peck replied that this time he is unlikely to waste his time because he sees the burning eyes of these students. Juan Kiba looked at Bayek with his head in different directions condemningly. The professor said that he understands the teacher's desire, but they were called by Professor Beksa, and they must go to a meeting, and it seems that this meeting is because of the Moyong clan, so it will take a long time. Rak replied that he understood everything and would soon come to them, but now he needs to go to additional training, but he cannot miss the meeting and ignore the invitation. He looked at the professor leaving and understood that he now needed to make a very important decision. Peck turned his head to the side and looked at the training ground. He thought that he needed to try to do everything as correctly and quickly as possible. When all the lessons were finished, the students went out into the backyards and lined up in several lines. They stood behind each other and looked forward, awaiting a command from their teacher. Noah asked the rest of the students where the teacher is now and why he hasn't come yet. But suddenly, a dark silhouette of a man appeared in front of them and was approaching them. This guy took a few steps towards the students and stopped in front of them. He had a white mask on his face that hid half of his face. Soji decided to change his appearance in order to teach students new fighting techniques that their clans owned. Sekun suddenly recognized that mask and didn't understand where this guy came from here, because she never saw him again after that day when he helped her get into the academy. The students looked at this in surprise. The guys did not understand what would happen now. Suji walked a little closer to him, and then stopped and looked at them all carefully. He smiled and greeted all the students, and created incredible intrigue for everyone present here. The students did not understand why, instead of the teacher, this young man in a mask stood in front of them. It was unclear to everyone who he was, and why he appeared here, and most importantly, what he wanted to tell them all. The girl looked at him and caught herself thinking how much he looked like and also thinking how he ended up here. The guy in the mask said that he was glad to welcome them all, so he tried to attract their attention. Then he started talking about what his name was, and then he stopped. He thought about what to do because he couldn't say his real name. The first thing that came to his mind was to be called Yu Dokwa. He couldn't remember or come up with any other names. He thought to himself, he asked for forgiveness from this student of his whose name he called himself. But at that moment, nothing came to mind except his name. The girl looked at the guy in the mask and was fascinated by him. She thought that now she knew that his name was Yudowa. Well, she had a feeling that this guy's voice had changed a little. The young man, seeing how she reacted to him, realized that she definitely didn't recognize him, and no one recognized him. All this was thanks to this event, and thanks to that very meeting with the skeletons. It was when he met these skeletons that they asked him so that they could pass on their skills. And it was then that one said that the reverse transformation technique he had developed could not only change his body, but also his voice. He said to try it. After he uttered the cherished word Gulgul, you could hear that the voice had actually been changed. All the other skeletons assured that this was a fairly useful technique, and that if you used it, other students would not suspect anything. Therefore, when Kim Seojun stood in front of the students with whom he had recently communicated, only thanks to this technique, not one of them recognized him. The young man thought it was lucky that he could do something like this, and he also mastered this technique. Red-haired fellow student, having listened to him to the end, decided to ask him a question. But why here, right now? Kim Seojun got into quite an awkward situation. He didn't think that he could be asked such a question and coughed several times to stall for time and come up with an answer. Then he answered everyone present that it was the director who sent him here and asked him to take charge of their training. He thought to himself if he told them that first of all, they wouldn't even listen to him. In the world of martial arts, rank is important, so if he wants to be listened to, he needs to act accordingly. That's why he said that he was their sunbae, which actually meant that he was their older comrade who was ready to teach them something. When the girl heard that he was sunbae, she was even happy. In fact, now it was clear to her that he was older and that he was definitely studying at the academy. Fellow students reacted differently to his appearance, but now at least they understood why he was here. Although not everyone accepted this, and one of the students said that he does not know if this guy in the mask has the skills to teach him. Kim looked at this guy but knew that he wouldn't stop, so he needed to put him in his place. The guy couldn't calm down and, having taken off his top part of his clothes, said that the young man would have to prove that he was worthy of being their teacher. Only then can they recognize him. Otherwise, he has nothing to do here. This blue-eyed guy hit himself in the chest several times, showing his advantage. Kim took a deep breath because he wasn't given any choice. He needed to stop this guy. So he raised his hand and made a gesture indicating that he agreed and that he could begin his attack. The eyes of the blue-eyed guy turned red. He wanted to present everyone with a bloody blow from a naked body. He pushed off the ground with his foot and rushed towards his new teacher. This guy was completely confident in his abilities, so he rushed at high speed in order to attack the young man in the mask in this situation. Kim stood calmly and waited for the blow to be struck. He roughly understood what this young man wanted to do. Kim didn't show himself with a single emotion. He didn't even move a single muscle on his face because he was completely confident that he could stop him. The only thing he thought about when this guy approached him was that he had mastered the martial arts of Western Liang. He understood where the problem was. And already when this guy was very close, he swung his hand to strike his opponent. Then his blow did not reach its target because Kim dodged in time, and the blow of the blue-eyed guy went nowhere. But in response, he received a very strong blow, which Kim dealt him right in the chest. The guy didn't immediately understand how this could happen and how he couldn't strike from the attack, but in return received. This was the first time this happened to this blue-eyed guy. He had never missed before. The guy in the mask looked at the blue-eyed guy and asked him exactly how he wanted to hit him. The blue-eyed guy looked at his opponent and was a little surprised because that was exactly how he really wanted to deliver his blow. The guy in the mask then addressed all the students. He told them that he was ready to teach them Piggy Director. All the students who stood in front of him were very surprised. Could they really learn Piggy? Piggy is a secret art and is a teaching that contains the knowledge of the entire life of one martial artist. This knowledge was passed on to so many blood relatives or students of this master, and they were called Piggy. The guy in the mask stood in front of them and promised them that he could teach them Piggy. It was he who would now teach this to these students. The guy in the mask raised his hand and said that he needed their attention because there was something very important. He said that they should not tell anyone about this, not even their class teacher. And I asked them all again if they understood that they should be silent. All the standing students, of course, agreed with him and were not going to tell anyone, so they fully supported him. The only one who didn't understand what was happening was her, because she didn't understand what he was up to. She stood opposite him with her eyes wide open and looked straight at him. She wanted to understand what this was all about. Kim saw her look like that. I realized that she seemed to have guessed everything. The young man quickly turned around and began to leave. He told everyone that now they would see each other after training with Teacher Beck, and said that now they would meet tomorrow. Their class teacher saw everything that was happening from afar and heard that his students agreed with something. He could not understand what was happening there, but despite the fact that he didn't understand anything, he still made the choice that his students had a passion for him. The only thing he wanted to check was whether they could maintain this passion. So he went to them to see what they were capable of and how they would behave further. When he approached, he saw that all the students were looking at him and were happy to see him. The class teacher apologized for being late and told them that he was glad to see them in such a mood and wanted to maintain this mood until the end of his training. The class teacher did not waste time. He said that it was time for them to start, and the training really began. At the same time, in another part of the university, a new teacher was being interviewed in one of the rooms. The girl who applied for this position said that her name was Hong Ol, and she was ready to start working right now. The chairman sat and read her and France Kongdong's recommendations because she studied with them. The chairman looked at her and thought that her aura was completely different from everyone else in this faction. Despite his doubts, she behaved very confidently, and this did not bother her at all. The girl looked at the chairman and said that it was only because she had a different aura because she was a trainee, and then laughed. The chairman, after reading all the documents, said that her family had made a lot of efforts to prepare such a recommendation. Hana Ol. She answered that this is really so because her parents are diligent farmers. The chairman did not want to give up and therefore decided to check on her by asking how Mr. Komsuk was doing. And then he added that he needed to visit him sometime. The girl prepared in advance and better than the master of the Kongdong faction in Murim, They don't really know because he closed the doors about 10 years ago and focused on knowledge in their cult. Closing the doors and focusing on knowledge means living and training alone. So the girl replied that Mr. Komsuk is now focused on training, and it will be very difficult to see him. The chairman looked at her and said if so, then in any case, even if for a short time, he greets her as a trainee teacher and asked if she had any wishes before work. Honoul told him that there was one class that she would like to take. This was the only wish she had. The chairman was a little surprised if she had really prepared so that she even knew who to teach, so he satisfied her wishes. Within a few minutes, she was in the corridor where there were many students. When Honaol appeared in this corridor, most of the young people turned their heads in her direction and looked at her with their mouths open. She was not quite used to such attention, but she was quite pleased because almost all the students looked only at her. When she walked, she only thought about the fact that she needed to do this right away. She was pleased when they looked at her without taking their eyes off it. It gave her even more confidence. She realized that regardless of her affiliation, whether it was a member of the Orthodox faction or a simple guy, the reaction was absolutely the same. She looked at them and said that she was in a good mood, so this time they can't live. And she added that if they were outside, she would rip their eyes out for this staring contest. But despite these young people did not stop looking at her. They followed her with their gaze. Honaol approached one of the doors and thought that most likely the class she would teach was right here. She wasn't going to stop, so she crossed the threshold and went inside the office. It was like in any class during the break. Some guys were talking loudly, others were trying to read something, and a third were busy exclusively with themselves. Honaol tried to look at them all. She first saw this girl with red hair who was telling something interesting to the young man. Another carefully read the book. It seemed that no noise in this office was stopping her from gaining new knowledge. Another guy sat in the back desk and pretended to be asleep. She looked at all the guys and was surprised that among them there was a young cult leader. It was for him that she came here. She remembered him as a little boy with blonde hair and huge blue eyes. She looked a little different then too, but she had to find him. She caught herself thinking that, of course, they had not seen each other for a long time, but she could not recognize him, which of them was he. So she looked at them all again to find any resemblance to that little boy. The blue-eyed guy looked at her and asked who she was and why she was here. Honaol looked at this guy and thought, what an impudent guy, and how could he behave like that? In the Devil's Cult, students had never addressed a teacher like that, so she found it very surprising. She thought that even if they dare to treat her as a trainee teacher, the way they treat the young leader, she now understood for sure that the young cult leader was in this dirty and barbaric place. She thought that he most likely suffered a lot. This guy looked at Honaol and then, without receiving an answer, asked her again what she was doing in their class. Honaol, I thought for a bit, but then smiled. This impudent guy was a little annoying. She thought that if she had her way, she would have stopped him right now by slapping him on the head. The guy walked towards her, asking if he should come closer so she could give him an answer. Honaol. She thought because she really wanted to stop this upstart, she was ready to use her force. Of course, it was not difficult to make a grab and stop him. If she had grabbed his neck with her hand, he would never have been able to escape her punishment. Then she would hit his face on the desk with all her might so that he could never talk to her like that again. But she knew for sure that she couldn't do that because a teacher could never behave like that with a student in such an institution. This guy stood and looked at her and didn't understand what was happening to her. Then he asked her if the vine was okay. Kim, who was sitting on the last desk and pretending that he was sleeping, raised his head and looked towards the new teacher. He was a little surprised that he saw an aura around her, and this did not alarm him. Honaol stood near the blackboard and said that she came here only because she was a trainee teacher, and she was very indignant that a student could talk to her in such a tone. Kim heard these words and couldn't raise his head. Did they really have trainees too? It was very surprising, and it's unclear who installed such a system here at the university. The new teacher continued to say that today she would be working with their class and then introduced herself and said that her name was Honaol. Then she began to say that she was then thinking, because she believed that the young cult leader must definitely recognize this secret aura of their martial arts. Therefore, she stood at the board and did not hide her aura in any way. No one except the young leader could see this aura. Kim saw this aura very clearly and realized that it was very similar to Golgol. The new teacher was not taken aback and asked if there were those here who recognized her energy faction. The only one who understood and saw the energy of the new teacher was Kim. Honal. I thought that she remembers the young leader completely differently. But if he recognized her aura, then it's definitely him that people are not capable of such a thing. At that moment, the classroom door opened and another person entered. It was the class teacher of this class. The girl looked at this huge man. The class teacher told the new trainee teacher that in his opinion, they had already met. Then he turned his head towards the young man who was standing very close to the teacher and asked him what happened to him again, and sent him quickly to his place. The class teacher looked at his students and said, since they had already introduced themselves, but he will do it again, he said that this is teacher Honaol from France Kongdong. And then he added that she would only practice with them this year and asked them to be as polite as they were with him. All the students who were in this audience said that they agreed and had nothing against the new teacher. The class teacher looked at his students and thought that he would need to support the new teacher. So he said that since today is the first day, he will observe all the lessons. Honaol bowed to him and said that she listens and obeys. This was even a little surprising for the students. They watched her every move. They were very interested in what she was capable of. Mentally, somewhere, all the students who were in this audience agreed that in Kongdong, discipline is at the highest level. The class teacher said that if no one has any questions, then he wishes everyone a productive day and said that that's all. And then at some point he started thinking, most likely he wanted to tell them something else. And this something was that today they had physical education, so he wished them to hold out until the end. All the students at that moment had a question. They did not understand why he told them this. Therefore, when they had their last physical education lesson, they really needed to understand what their class teacher meant. They stood divided into 3 groups, waiting for something to happen to them. Each of them did not understand what would happen next, but they stood waiting for the lesson. Among them was Kim. Opposite him stood a young man who was confident in himself and who clearly did not like Kim. This young man, looking straight at Kim, said that he thought he was going to run away. And judging by the fact that Mo Young-ju died and he survived, he has brains and is probably confident in himself. Kim thought about how to answer him, and then said that he did not understand what this guy was talking about and who he was, and that they were making such claims against him. This guy said that this is a stupid question and does not understand what he means. Does he really not know who he is and does not know his clan? For Kim, it was some kind of nonsense. The girl told him that it was Juga Sora from the Juga clan. And she also added that he is a better student and the future head of the clan. At least that's what everyone around said. Kim was a little surprised. Was it really another one born again with a golden spoon in his mouth? The girl replied that that's exactly what it was. But in fact, he didn't care about Juge or Tege. He had absolutely no understanding of this and their clans either. So he said if he had nothing to say, then let him concentrate on the lesson. Juga grabbed his stomach and laughed very loudly because no one had ever talked to him like that. Then he fell silent and said if this guy wants it to be that way, then let it be that way. Their conversation was interrupted by a quiet cough. The young people looked in that direction and saw that Gu stood in front of Imquan, and he was a little pleased that the young people were talking like that. Teachers had a red belt and a symbol hung on this belt. It was a symbol of a red plum flower. Many who knew this symbol were a little surprised. Kim wanted to know what kind of plum flower this was and what it meant. He was very infuriated by the fact that there were a bunch of things that he didn't know anything about. The girl boiled and didn't understand how it could be that he didn't know this symbol either. Despite this, she tried to explain to him that in the Hwasan faction, there are 3 types of swordsmen. The first swordsmen are swordsmen. Green plum symbol means that young, outstanding students in Hwasong have reached a certain level. And this is the very beginning stage. Well, many stop at this stage. Next comes the red plum flower, like their teachers. This is the second step after the green plum flower and signifies important masters of the faction. This is the level at which you can boast anywhere that a person is a ball master from Hwasong. The third group is the swordsman, which is only a few, and these are the months of the white plum flower. When the white plum blossoms in Murim, then all hell will break loose, there was a popular saying. The teacher heard this story and said that the students were well informed. He noticed that exactly as that student said, He Gu Imhwan from the Hwasong faction will teach them physical education. In Murim, in his opinion, they take physical training very lightly, but he believes that just like a scientist should know how to read and write, Murima people should take care of their physical form. And he also added that you are there for a semester and they are studying several sports. Based on the results at the end of the semester, they should receive a grade. And the first thing they will do is he spoke and walked between these 3 groups. He came to the very center and stood between them. Then he raised his leg to push off the ground. He needed to push off from the earth as high as possible so that they could all see what they were going to do now. On the other hand, the teachers threw the ball straight, and it was high in the sky. The teacher jumped up with all his might to get this ball, and he did it. He took out this ball right in the air and held it in his hands. Then he turned his head and thought for a few seconds. It was unclear what he would do next. But the very next moment, he threw the ball in the other direction with all his might, and the ball flew. The ball was thrown with such force that it was unclear where exactly and in which direction it would fly. Kim mentally understood that the ball was aimed exactly in his direction, and now he would have to praise him. This ball was getting closer and closer, and the young man realized that he would have to do it. And within a second, the ball was in his hands. He held it tightly enough so as not to drop it. And the next second, their teacher landed in the center in the same place where he stood before. Then he jumped again to get as close as possible to this young man who caught the ball. And the next moment, he was very close to him. Kim looked at what he caught and realized that it was just a ball, and he was holding it in his hands. The teacher approached the young man and praised him. He said that this was quite good, the way he now reacted to his blow with the ball. Hana-ol was also present at this physical education lesson. She looked at what was happening and got a little angry. She thought that this physical education teacher was arrogant and a Hwasan upstart. She did not understand how he could behave so impudently with the young cultural leader. The physical education teacher said that they would have to risk their lives because today all sports confrontations will affect the final grade. And then he added that they only had 1 o'clock for training. Everyone who was here didn't quite understand how they could give so little time. Then the teacher said that after this, there would be a competition between classes. The students were a little surprised by everything that was said. Kim held the ball in his hands and wondered if these were going to be real games now. Exactly the same games as Pigu's bouncer. He saw them in cartoons about Pigu. They had to play ball avoidance. This was a sport in which the players were divided into 2 teams and tried to hit the players of the opposing team with the ball. This was something you had to try at least once while in school. Kim thought to himself that he once also played this game with his students, and he felt nostalgic for this game. However, he did not understand how such a dodgeball game could be somehow connected with martial arts. He began to load up a little and thought how this game could help him in martial arts, or all of them. The students were a little perplexed and began to discuss this topic very vigorously. Kim held the ball in his hands and understood that he was the first to strike, but he was tormented by only one question. Do they even know the rules of this game? He thought if they really don't know the rules of this game, then his chances of winning are very good. The young man looked around. He needed to understand what he would need to do next. He told them to all come closer to him. At that moment, he felt some kind of strength. The guys were really a little surprised by his behavior, and his opponents even smiled, but they had no other choice. All the guys approached him. Hanao thought about how I expected from the young leader. He kept everyone around him. He really controlled the incompetent from the Ortaxel faction, and she was very pleased with it. She thought that the young leader would not tolerate orders addressed to him, but he knew how to give them out. She considered him a good fellow. Kim stood in the center and said that the essence of this game is that they must knock out the opponent. That is, hit him with the ball. All the students in his class were wondering what kind of game this is, or is it just a game? Kim didn't understand why they perceived this game this way. He was even a little upset. But then he gathered his strength and told his group to think of it as a battle with their lives, and that they should stand to the death. Someone from the crowd, a little confused about what they wanted, said, should they really stand until the last minute? All the students laughed. The young man said that he thinks that everyone understood that they need to hit passes to the opponent with the ball so that he leaves the game, and so their opponents will become less and less. Then they all bowed down for him to explain the strategy to them. They had to listen to him carefully. The team of their opponents stood and did not prepare for this game at all. It was funny to watch Kim's team. Zhuge told his team not to worry, and nothing would change at all if their opponent was whispering there. It was obvious to him that this was a martial arts battle. The ball in the hands of Godov's man was ready, and very little separated them from the beginning of the game. One of the guys said that it was with this ball that they would be the best. This guy was with the Zhuge team. Immediately after these words, he swung and threw the ball at the enemy, shouting at the same time for them to get theirs. The ball flew with great force towards the drooping. It seemed that this ball was supposed to demolish everything in its path because it was launched with quite a lot of force. Zhuge was pleased with this performance and was pleased with the representative of his team. He thought that victory was very close. But they were surprised when they saw that only one Kim was standing in front of them and was holding a ball in his hands. The young man thought that his opponent was still small, and he didn't know that it's not enough for a bouncer to just throw the ball well. Of course, in the game of dodgeball, having a strong throw is useful. But here, as in sports, there are several strategies, in particular those that are designed for beginners who do not know the rules. And the first such rule should have been to immediately throw the ball and never hold it in your hands, which is what Kim did. He first threw the ball to one and then immediately threw it to another player on his team. And after a few seconds, this ball was in the hands of a girl who immediately threw it even further. Now it was already in her hands, she thought for a moment, and didn't know what to do with this ball. These guys had very fast passes. It was all thanks to studying martial arts. She stood and held the ball in her hands. She was interested in the question of when to attack. She thought that maybe it would be better to do it at the moment when this ball is thrown. Kim looked at her and said that they still need to work on this, but they should probably succeed. The girl, as always, looked at him with her huge eyes. She died with her head and said that of course she completely agrees with him. Kim then told his team that on his sign they should start throwing to each other so that the ball was almost unbearable to track. And when they started doing this, it was unclear which of these guys had the ball and which of them would attack now. Kim also added that they should carefully monitor how the ball is flying, and each of them should not be distracted. They still had time to practice, and they were able to get used to this game. They already did it quite well. It was clear that they acted quickly enough, and they had the opportunity to win this game. Now, in addition to passing the ball to each other very quickly, they also had to move so as not to get hit. Kim shouted loudly that right now, at this moment, they had to make their strike. And it was at that moment that the ball flew in the direction where their opponent should have been standing. It flew right into the girl's shoulder, and she couldn't catch it. Kim announced that her outball bounced in the app store and rolled. The girl did not understand what this out meant, but most likely it was what she chose from the game. Kim told her to come here now, and she would have to quit. She didn't understand why he told her this, so that she would feel that she would change. The young man stood opposite her with a ball in his hands. He took a stance, then swung his hand. And the very next moment, he directed this ball in her direction. The ball was flying with quite a lot of force. He told her not to move, just to stand. It would be easier to concentrate on the ball. This is how it will be easier to catch him, and she really caught him in her hands. This is the key to success. He told her to pass the ball if she understood everything she needed to practice a little more. The girl completely agreed with him, so she waved her head to confirm that she agreed and then passed the ball. The training time was over, and therefore all the students stood on the field. Each of them took his place. The physical education teacher said that the time has come, and now they will have their first competition. He then said that this competition would be between two classes, so he asked them to take their seats. This was the class where Kim studied, and the second was the class where there was a young man who was born with a golden spoon, Zhuge. Two classes stood opposite each other and were already completely ready for the start of the game. All that remained was to hear the command. Zhuge was able to stand it and, as always, tried to attract attention to himself. He said that the strong should take care of the weak, and added that they give way to them first. Kim thought it was a good start and said he didn't mind because he was sure luck would be on his side. The next moment, the physical education teacher shouted that the battle was beginning. Kim turned and addressed his team. He reminded everyone what he had said before and ordered them to proceed according to plan. Since the game started and the ball was in his hands, he immediately passed the ball to the next player. The next player who received the ball in his hands had to pass this ball as they agreed according to plan. Well, instead of passing it to the next one, he decided that he could hit the ball himself. He swung the ball and threw the ball at the enemy while shouting at them to get the brats. But their opponent was strong enough, and the ball was already in Zhuge's hands. He was able to catch it easily. At that moment, this young man did not understand how his strong enough blow did not knock out the enemy. Zhuge did not take this game seriously and believed that it was all easy, so he invited the players with his team to smear the enemy team. Zhuge swung with all his might and tried to strike at the enemy. He believed that in this way, he could knock out at least one of them. Kim stood in a pose and understood that now it depends on him whether he will catch the ball or not. The ball flew into the field with very great force, and it seemed that he could not catch it. But the young man got it all. He concentrated for the last moment and grabbed it with both hands. Then, everything went according to plan exactly as they agreed. They began to pass the ball from one to another in their team, and at the same time, they moved so as not to stay in one place so that no one could track where they were. The third player already had the ball, and at the same moment it was immediately passed to the next player. The enemy was a little surprised because he couldn't concentrate and track which of these guys had the ball. They didn't understand what kind of game this was, that they were being subjected to some kind of tactics that were incomprehensible to them. When the girl received the ball, she threw it back to the next player. She was a little surprised because, without calculating her strength, she realized that she had missed. Kim understood that this should not happen, and they urgently needed to change this whole situation. The ball should not have fallen into the hands of their opponent. One of the guys from their team shouted that now he can change this situation and headed towards the ball. After several fairly high jumps, he was able to catch the ball right in the air, and the ball did not go to the other team. Then the guy swung and threw the ball with all his might towards his opponent. One of the guys on the opposing team didn't even expect that this ball would be directed exactly in his direction. He turned his head and couldn't say anything, only because the ball hit him right and he didn't expect it. That is, there is only one player on the opposing team. Because of this ball, this player fell to the ground and nothing could be done about it. Zhug's team stood with their mouths open. They did not expect that their opponent would be really strong and would be the first to deal such a blow to them. And Zhuge himself was very irritated and was ready to attack the young man for what just happened. But it was a game. Kim scratched his finger in his ear and pretended that he didn't understand. But still he asked his opponents what they were saying. He wants them to repeat it again, rather than they wanted to smear them. And then he added, if he is going to attack someone, then he needs to remember one truth, that in such a situation, he himself may suffer, and took the sword in his hand. He then said that now it was time to really crush the enemy, and told his team that they were continuing with the plan. The game was in full swing. There were two teams on the field, and one of them had much fewer players. Zhug stood in front of his team, and all his other players were behind. He believed that he was the only player, and he could do everything himself. The ball flew very close to him, and he was unable to control it, so he will not be able to strike the next blow. It was offensive to him just to think that they fell for such a trick. For him, it was just a disgrace. Look at your team. He saw that his team's faces were bruised from being hit by the ball, and these players had already dropped out of the game. He tried to command everyone else to get them together. He wanted to get this victory. He thought that he must definitely catch this ball. It was an honor for him. So he just thought that he had to catch him no matter what the cost. Only in this case, he would calm down. But for some reason, the ball kept flying past him and he could not catch it in any way. This time, everything was the same as the previous several times. Zhug fell to one knee and turned his head to the side where the ball was. He didn't understand how this could happen. He looked around where the ball was, but he didn't understand where it was in his head or where it could disappear. Whose very loud voice is this? Dan Sekun shouted from behind. It was a command to proceed further. Zhug turned his head back. At that moment, he realized that the ball was somewhere in that direction. What he saw next did not fit into his head. The girl raised her leg and pushed off from the young man's hands. It was in the hands of this girl that there was a ball. She made such a high jump that it seemed she flew into the sky along with the ball. Zhug turned his head in her direction and looked at everything that was happening. He could not imagine that the next moment would happen. The only thing he noticed was that it was very blinding to his eyes, and he couldn't watch this girl and the sword in her hands. She swung in a jump and used the secret art of the Dan clan that she owned. And one of these techniques was hitting the moonlight ball. She swung it and made her shot. The ball really flew towards her opponent with speed. It seemed as if the ball was covered in a fireball. Zhug stood alone. It seemed to him that he was ready to take this blow, and he did not want to lose. He understood perfectly well that she used martial arts, which she mastered perfectly, and it would be difficult for him to hold the ball. But he thought that he could do it. When the ball was practically in his hands, and he thought that he had held the ball, the power of the ball turned out to be much greater than he thought. This ball was so hot, but Zhug understood that he had to endure it. Otherwise, he would lose this game. He tried to hold the ball for a few more seconds, but he was very bad at it. Everyone who watched this game stood with their mouths open and wanted to understand how it would all end now. Zhug tried with all his might to hold this ball so that it would not knock him down. Well, at the last moment, he realized that he couldn't do it, because the force of the blow was much greater than he had expected, He let go of his hands and began to fall back. The very next moment, the young man was lying on the ground and all his clothes in front were gone. At that moment, Kim's team realized that they had won this game and all together began to loudly shout cheers. Lying on the ground, Zhug did not want to accept his defeat at all. He began to swear very loudly. The team that stood behind at that moment realized that they had lost, and they had nothing to do except accept this loss. The physical education teacher watched these competitions carefully and said that he didn't even think that Kim's team could win. And then he added that in this life there are a lot of stunning victories, and in his lessons there will also be many of these victories. Then he looked towards his students who lost in this game, and he threw his head at them. Look at each of them. He saw that they were all quite upset and no one understood how it happened. The teacher also wondered if they had lost. It was incredible, and he decided that there was no point in taking risks. That's why he said that today's lesson is over and everyone can leave. Then he turned sharply and walked away in the opposite direction. The teacher didn't say a single word. He just left. The losing team followed him and also left the field. It was unclear why the competition did not continue. Kim has only one question for herself. Because this teacher had previously left the great faction, which is why it was impossible to allow their members to lose to them. Kim, that you need to be absent from the faction when you go to work as a teacher. In this case, first become a teacher, and then join the faction. Honayol watched this from the side. She was very pleased to watch the young leader as she thought. She thought that as expected from a young leader in any circumstances, he behaves nobly. She understood that the future of culture is in good hands. Zhuge and his team were very upset by this loss, and they were ready to take revenge at any moment. Even while you were in the staff room, events happened that no one could have predicted. The class teacher of this class was minding his own business, checking their homework, and couldn't think what would happen in the next moment. A physical education teacher came into the teacher's room. He was very upset, and right at the threshold, he started this conversation. The physical education teacher asked the class teacher if he knew about the news that happened. The class teacher didn't understand what Teacher Gu was talking about. The physical education teacher asked if he really didn't know, and wasn't he the one who told his class what would happen in his first lesson? The class teacher thought to himself that it looked like his boys had done a good job. And out loud he said, why should he say something because it wasn't even his lesson? The physical education teacher thought that Pek Mueng, despite his complete calmness, he is definitely lying. Pak Mueng No looked away from him. He knew that he definitely didn't do anything and that physical education teacher was just a bastard. Looked at him, turned, and leaving said, if he has everything, then he's leaving. That's exactly what he did. And after a few seconds, he was gone. Give him to the teacher's office. The physical education teacher could not contain his emotions, so he walked up and hit one of the shelves with all his might. The rest of the teachers who were there in your office didn't know how to react correctly to what was happening. They decided to remain silent. The physical education teacher thought that this was humiliating for him and that this person had no respect for him. He shouted loudly so that everyone who was nearby could hear that he wanted to see how Pek Mueng. The class teacher stopped and looked towards the teacher's room. He didn't want to argue because he knew that he was absolutely right. This day was coming to an end. But in the class where Kim studied, there were still classes, and his entire group was at the stadium. They were there to do stretching, and each of them did it absolutely individually, depending on their ability. At this moment, their class teacher came out to them. Everyone was surprised. Pak came closer to them. He said that they told him everything, and it seems that his students gave those guys a good beating. These words were like praise for the guys. But then he said that it was all very stupid, and the students did not understand what he meant. The class teacher explained to them that they had made an enemy before they became stronger. They were a little hasty. The kids didn't really like everything that the teacher was telling them now. They thought that he would praise them in this situation. The Orthodox faction never forgets their grievances, even if it happened to a small child. It was necessary to understand that they still had not resolved the situation with the Moyong clan. He explained that in such a situation, making new enemies was not the wisest decision. Vowels, the leader understood that these guys standing in front of him were too young, and they couldn't think about the consequences, so he decided to teach them a lesson. He said that they acted without thinking, so they should receive physical punishment. And the punishment will be defeatism, nihilism. Students in the middle of the path can easily give up. Well, in fact, those who remember their past selves and want to become stronger will not do this. Well, great. The manager had already made a decision and did not want to deviate from his words. He told all his students to disperse to such a distance that they could freely swing their weapons at the same moment they dispersed to the side. Seemed to them that this training lasted forever, and already some of them felt that they could not withstand it and were ready to die right here. Many were already lying on the ground and said that they would really die now if this training did not stop. Many simply sat down to take a break. They had no strength left to move on. The blue-eyed guy said that he had never trained so much in his life. Even the warriors of Western Liang put in so much effort. He clenched his fist and said that he felt like he was getting stronger. The whole workout gave me goosebumps. Their opponents stood and watched them train. It was funny to watch them. When it got completely dark and the stars appeared in the sky, their training was over. The young man was walking and didn't understand what kind of CrossFit for children he was walking. In fact, it was a reverse transformation technique, and the very next moment, he was the same guy in the mask. He needed very little time to become different so that no one would recognize him. He had to fulfill his mission and the agreement that he had with all the students of his class. While he was transforming, he thought that all the sweat had drained from him after such training. Then he looked in different directions so that no one would notice him and see how he was transforming. He was sure that he was being watched. In fact, it was exactly like that. Their new trainee teacher was watching him from behind a tree. As soon as he noticed her, she immediately came out of the shelter, got down on one knee, and began to talk about how she greeted his young cult leader. She said that her name was Honaol from the Kongdong faction's 10,000 Demon Pavilion. The young man looked at her and thought, "Isn't this a trainee teacher?" The girl continued to say that a few days ago she asked him to meet, but for some reason he got angry. The young man wondered if it was really her, then he wanted to find out what she needed. Honaol looked at the young leader and thought about how to address him correctly so that he wouldn't get angry this time too. The girl asked him again for forgiveness for her insolence and bowed her body and head down before him. Then she took out a knife and said that for all this, he should cut off her hand if he thinks that she is guilty of something. The young man looked at her and listened carefully to everything she said. Then he told her to stop. He thought that most likely this girl had gone crazy. Most likely she thought that he was a Golgol and she was confusing him with someone. Turn to him, then she most likely has some business. The girl got up and sat down on one knee. She said that her mission was to help him, and then she added that they were masquerading because of the Heavenly Arts Tournament. She wondered if he would really teach those idiots from his class. The young man listened to her carefully. She didn't stop and said that she was ready to help him and was ready to do whatever he said that he needed. He was a little surprised if the Heavenly Arts Tournament was really going to take place soon. Honaol is a little surprised because her young leader really didn't know anything about the upcoming Celestial Arts Tournament. She thought that everything he did was related to this Celestial Tournament. He could not object to her and began to say that he was really a little surprised by this information. Then the next moment, the girl said that she completely forgot that this information about the tournament is an absolute secret. So most likely, since he is the leader, that's why he pretends to not know. After this conversation, Kim thought that she was ready to take on absolutely everything, and most likely she understood everything wrong. He had no choice but to ask her what she knew about this tournament, and if she could, then let her tell her in more detail. The girl looked into his eyes and began to say that perhaps he already knows that this year you decided to hold a tournament throughout Murim. Of course, he didn't know this, and he only heard this information from her. The only thing he understood was that if this tournament was held throughout Murim, then in addition to the venerable martial arts academy, others would also participate. The young man asked her if this was such a secret. How could she find out about it? Honaol answered him that she is from this school. There are already many stories going around in a martial arts tournament in schools. Others from Korea have already started preparing for this tournament. Now he needed to understand what he could expect from this tournament and what he should expect in general. He, of course, understood that the Murim banner would certainly take part in this tournament, and all forces would also take part, including the demonic cultures, the 9th faction, and the 5-generation clan. On the 9th, France and the CLA of 5 generations have already enrolled their students in the academy, which is why they will participate in this tournament again. It is because of this that after this tournament, the true power of the 9th faction and the 5-generation clan can be revealed. They also place hope in their school, since they do not send true students to the academy. What does it mean that the true ones are those students who are hidden and raised by the 9th faction and the clan of 5 generations? This means only one thing. Only students of rank B are sent to the academy, and they themselves educate students of rank A. Most likely, they are all scoundrels. Honol listened to the young man to the end, and she became interested in what he meant by B rank. Most likely, he was talking about a spare receiver. The girl understood what he meant. It was not entirely wrong, but not as he thought. The leader of the young cult is different from the guys of rank B because he is actually the successor of this school of truth. It was at that moment that he realized that Golgol had a B rank. Most likely, this was exactly the case. Honol. She looked at the young man and said that in this school, there is no one better than him. He didn't understand at all why she said that, because at school they don't take Golgol seriously. If this were so, if they perceived him, they knew what danger he represented, which is why he would not have been sent to an unknown academy. It was because of this that the hired killers attacked them, and in the end, he died then. Thought to himself that Golgol would change him for his thoughts, and that he would repent in peace. Honaol, she told the young man, and said that she could help him. She needed to disguise herself. Kim thought if the students recognized Honaol during training, then there would be a problem. He needed to come up with something so that there would be no gossip later. He was a little surprised when he looked at her. Was she really also involved in the art of disguise? The girl said that he could entrust this to her. And after some time, they were moving towards the stadium, where the students to whom he assigned training after classes with the class teacher were supposed to be waiting. This time they went together, Kim and Honaol. They were ready to train these students. Indeed, there were still students from his class at the stadium who still could not move away from the previous training session with the class teacher. A young man in a mask asked everyone who was in front of him if they were going to quit halfway through the job. No one in his class was going to do this, so they jumped up and hurried to meet their new teacher. It seemed that just a few minutes ago, they were not ready to even stand up, but they were already in full combat readiness and ready to continue training. The only thing that surprised them was that along with the guy in the mask, there was also a girl whose face was covered. This girl introduced herself as Yun. She said that she was a teaching assistant and would help them teach them. And then she added that if they carefully follow the instructions in the future, they won't get hurt. Kim tensed up a little when he heard her words, because he didn't understand what she was going to teach them. Honaol, I thought that first of all you need to teach them martial arts. Teaching martial arts to others is not so much it's that simple. It was clear that if it were the same faction, nothing would change, but it would be a different faction and a different history. Even if you have to teach real martial art, it is very difficult because their roots are completely different. Now it was clear why she was so curious about what this guy, Kim Seo-jun, could teach the students of the Orthodox faction. The young man told all the guys who were in front of him that, as he said last time, he was teaching them secret techniques. To begin with, he raised his hand and pointed his finger at the girl who stood in front of him. He told her to come forward. Then he gave her a sword and took the second sword in his hands. He needed her to show what she was capable of. The guy in the mask started telling her to come out and show herself. He wanted to provoke and anger her so that she would really show what she was capable of. The girl was not taken aback and said that she was ready and she was in business. At that moment, she remembered how she got here. She planned to improve for Dalian, but everyone said that she did not have enough talent, and it would be difficult for her. The next moment, she jumped up to start attacking the young man. He stood ready to take her attack. She wanted to show what she is capable of and that she is not such a weak participant as they say about her. She used the moon and sun technique. This was the martial arts of the Dan clan, namely the first technique of the walking sun. The young man understood well what technique they would now fight in, and that this was the art of ball control of the Dan clan. The very next moment, they clashed with their swords, and sparks rained down from different directions from the impact of their balls. But despite the fact that they were ready to fight in the same technique and in the same martial art, the girl could not resist and began to fall back. When she landed, she didn't understand how this could happen and how he did it. And the very next moment, she saw him heading towards her in order to attack her. He wanted to ask her what she was thinking about when meeting an enemy. The girl didn't understand why he needed this, but she was ready to answer him that she didn't know what she was thinking about at that moment. She had to defend herself. And at that moment, the young man's attack was completed. He did not continue it further. This was the second technique of the moon and sun technique. This technique was called a sharp change of technique. The girl automatically applied the same second move of the moon and sun technique and abruptly changed her previous move. This time, they came together again, and when their balls hit each other, it again turned out so that the girl could not hold this blow. Guy, who was currently her teacher, told her to hit harder. She had to take another step forward and then just deliver her blow. The next moment he showed her how she should act in such a situation. He made a leap forward, and only after that he was ready to strike. He thought that he should strike the next blow and show her the next technique, but he understood that this should not be the case. This blow was not even reflected properly. Therefore, they continued their battle. The girl waved for her to bear another blow, as it seemed to her this time successful. She, as the teacher told her, took a step forward and only after that swung. It seemed to her that this time she did everything right and she should succeed. She was a good student. Indeed, she swung and delivered her next blow. This time she did it much better. But her teacher avoided this blow this time too. He repelled it so she didn't have a single chance left. After which he told her that he had already told her that she needed to take another step forward because his sword was on her neck. The girl could not understand what she was doing wrong, because it seemed to her that the martial arts of the Dan clan were perfect. The young man lifted his sword from her neck and showed her in such a way that she had practically no chance in battle. And then he told her if she wants to study, then she shouldn't talk nonsense, and she needs to take the sword in her hands. Then he said that they were repeating everything again, and so several times in a row it was already deep night on the street. They stood opposite each other, and now she was ready to take out her sword in order to once again prove that she was capable of something. This young man pushed himself away. He wanted to show her one more technique. The third technique is what he had to show them, is the technique of the moon and the sun, but this was an unexpected technique. After he showed it to her, he asked the girl who was looking at him as always with open eyes if she could repeat after him. Oddly enough, this time she did everything exactly as he told her. It was an unexpected reception for him. The only thing that didn't suit him was that he repeated to her several times that before any reception, she had to take a step. In fact, in martial art, mastery of a technique is very important, but the main thing is to have the courage to take a step forward, the very step he asked her to take. The next moment, they didn't try to forge each other. This was necessary in order to reinforce the lesson that she was given. You had to hold the sword in your hand as tightly as possible. Then it was necessary to take that very first step, which was the most important. But only then it was necessary to practice the third technique of the moon and sun technique. It was an unexpected technique, and she did it. Exactly as he asked her, her sword had a practical purpose and her blow was strong enough. This blow, of course, was still different from the blow of her teacher, but it was no longer as weak as at the beginning. This time she was able to hit her ball so that it ended up almost on her teacher's neck, said with grease on his face that his student has moved much forward and is doing much better. The girl was pleased that she actually took this step, but she was also unhappy that it did not change the fact that she lost this fight. She said that she lost because his sword touched her neck much earlier than hers. At that moment, the guy in the mask said that it was enough for today that he would come when they agreed. He put away his sword, turned in the other direction and said, "That's enough for today. The training is over." The girl bowed her head to her teacher and looked after him. The guy in the mask stopped and said that he would continue the training, but only with the next one. The next morning at school, everything was as usual. It seemed like everyone else. Students from this school were in a hurry to get to the stadium as quickly as possible, because there, from the very morning, it began with training in the classes where Kim studied. Other students who passed through them did not understand what was happening to them. They just looked at these guys. Among themselves, they asked what was wrong with them. And then they themselves came up with the idea that this class had some kind of rabies. No one knew what to say. Look at this, in any case. They had to die at the hands of the Moen clan. That's what Juge thought. He didn't understand why the clan still didn't touch these puppies. They probably would touch them soon. They most likely showed mercy to them. The guys from this class decided that they needed to ignore everything that others would say. They had to use their skills. Despite everything, and no matter what conversations, they continued to do their job. They were all together. Although some people said that, of course, use your skills and push yourself. That's well said. None of them were going to give up, so they continued their training. The guy who was the very first was trying to somehow lift the spirits of everyone else. The girl could no longer move. She was ready to give up at some point. It was then that she thought that everyone was telling her that she needed to look only forward. Someone else was whining because they didn't understand how long the curator was planning to force them to do physical education. They understood perfectly well that all martial arts should focus on physical strength, and it was impossible to become a master by neglecting this. But there was practically no strength. There was not a single person in the stadium this morning. There was only the class teacher there who was waiting for his class when they completed his tasks and returned to the stadium. He looked at them and shouted loudly that he had already made a round of the academy, and why did they take so long to import this? He told them that with such endurance and spirit, he did not know how it would be possible to survive in Murim. Of course, such words really hurt his students. They tried hard and didn't think that they would be scolded for their efforts. The guy with blue eyes took a step forward. He disagreed with his class teacher. He said that despite the fact that he constantly scolds them, they still have improvements. The class teacher looked at him and said, "Does he really think that they have any improvements? And if so, then it seems to him that these improvements are the size of an ant's claw." These words hooked the young man even more. He didn't think so at all because they really worked hard and tried. The class teacher, looking at this guy because he didn't tell him anything else, said, "Is he really ready to admit that this is exactly so?" The guy with blue eyes was not taken aback and said that maybe this is so and he is really stronger than the person who is his class teacher. This guy understood that he didn't know martial arts at all, but his endurance was quite high. The class teacher exhaled and smiled. He had to make the right decision. Then he put his hand in front of him and looked at her. He concentrated and directed his power so that the tree that was in front of him, one of the branches, cracked in half and fell. He chopped this branch with his strength and it fell down. At some point, when she was very close, he picked her up and was already holding this branch in his hand. Then the class teacher said that he agreed and suggested to the children that if one of them could touch him just once, then he would reveal his secret to them. Kim thought maybe he really should show what he can do. The class teacher said that the very first canon was to restore your stamina by turning on your inner strength. In fact, the first canon was to drink a cup of tea in about 15 minutes. The young man beat his class teacher from ask no. He said that you need to touch at least once. The teacher answered him, of course. Then Kim told Noah Yusung and Dan Segan to go out with him today. They are in the game. Everyone who named above did not understand why they did not understand how they could resist the teacher. The guy with blue eyes asked for an apology because all this happened precisely because of him. Even though he was a warrior of Western Liang, it was a reckless call. Now it was necessary to understand who to win. You only need to touch once. He asked if the teacher would set one more condition. The teacher looked at his students and said that the only thing that would be true was that they should touch only once. Kim answered them all that in this case they should try and, are they really not interested at all? His fellow students stood and looked at him, shaking their heads. They thought that they would not be able to cope with this task. The blue-eyed young man said that everything happened precisely because of him. So he agrees, and he will be the first. Kim replied that this would not work at all. He should be paired with Yu Sung so it would be much easier for them. The young people did not understand because they were competing with the teacher. They thought that he would not allow them to be together. Well, in fact, despite the fact that he is a teacher, it was possible to attack together. It was unclear what they were carrying there and why they needed it all. Kim asked them if they wouldn't be able to cope if the two of them attacked him. They should have calmed down because they would have different roles. Kim asked the class teacher that they could do this, but he thought to himself that they would be able to do it anyway. A plan arose in his head, and first he needed to establish something. The class teacher did not resist and said that he agreed, even if they attacked him together. He looked at the young man's smile and thought about how long it could last. Then they turned to their teacher that first the first canon, and then they start this tournament. At this moment, all the students sat down to gain strength and really start the tournament. In order to improve these guys as quickly as possible, his strength alone or the strength of the skeletons alone was not enough. It was necessary to use all kinds of methods, and he had to figure out what exactly he would have to use in this tournament in order to win it. He realized that he needed courage. Baek Moina. He understood that without a doubt this teacher was just a professional. A few minutes passed and the time came to start this tournament. You needed to concentrate and achieve your goal. The guys stood and waited for their finest hour. They understood that they were very strong and the enemy was against them, but they had no other choice. They concentrated and told each other that they could handle it. The class teacher told them that even before he became a future senior teacher in Murim, he always conceded the third reception, after which he said forward. It was bragging, but none of those present considered his words arrogant. Such a thing could only be said by a person with skills. Therefore, everyone understood perfectly well that Pek Muin clearly had these skills. And this guy with blue eyes, who understood that everything happened precisely because of him, could no longer step back. The next moment he said that he was ready, he could not do anything else, because he was a warrior of the Western leg, and every warrior kept his word. For a moment it became like the sound of blood on a naked body, and nothing could stop it. The next moment he headed towards his opponent to strike him. He moved at a very high speed and was already ready to strike his opponent. When he approached and was almost at the goal, it seemed to him that something went wrong. The teacher stood and looked at his student and how he moved. He knew absolutely everything in advance because he was a professional. The very first moment when his student came very close to him and tried to swing, he grabbed his hand and pushed him aside. At the same time, he said that this was the first technique that he showed him. The young man did not give up and tried after getting up to strike again and get closer to his teacher. But he didn't succeed either, because the teacher pushed him with his foot at a safe distance. He would have said the second move. The blue-eyed guy did not give up and rose again to strike the next blow. At the same time, a girl attacked from the other side and tried to hit her teacher from behind with a ball. But her blow did not reach the target. The teacher moved away in time, and this blow missed. The teacher said that it was a good attempt, but it was executed very slowly, and it was the third technique. Then the class teacher said that now it was his turn, and these two must now fend off his blows. The vowel leader stood so huge with a stick that he picked up in his hand. Two of his students who tried so hard to attack him and who failed were a little scared that now the teacher himself would attack them. The situation was really difficult, but the teacher had to keep his word and show how to attack correctly. Kim thought to herself that both the teacher and the prefect were making good use of their lives, and this could be seen from the outside. Life, this desire to kill, manifests itself in intangible and tangible form, which could be clearly seen from the outside. Capable of a martial arts warrior, capable of killing a person with evil intent. And this was the class teacher of their group. The teacher took a step forward and said that the first time he just scared them. Were they really scared? The young man with blue eyes did not understand how the West could intimidate the warrior Liag. He shook his fist and was ready to fight with him again. It was beyond his dignity. The next moment he broke down and moved forward together with his partner. The two of them were ready to enter into battle with the teacher. They then simultaneously jumped forward to begin their attack. After they jumped over their class teacher, they realized that they had better remove their legs as quickly as possible. At that moment, the teacher swung, and with all his strength he attacked one of them, after which the teacher stopped and said that for them it was a complete failure. He was glad about it. That's why the leader looked at the second couple who were standing aside. He turned to them and told them to come out. He could also give them 3 moves just like their comrade. Kim and his juice was dreaming about which there was a choice from which he had to now go into battle with the class teacher. They stood and could not move. The young man understood that his class teacher definitely had a weakness, and that weakness would be arrogance. He thought if somehow he could overcome this weakness, then he had a chance to win. The only thing he could count on was a fast sword that would be able to break through arrogance. Kim told his partner to listen to him carefully. The girl did not understand why he was doing this, but he continued to say that she should first show the first, then the third technique, and only then the second technique, and she had to do all this in that order. To him carefully, and then said that she understood everything. Well, the only thing that interested her was how he knew that she knew the third technique. Then she thought that one single person knew that she had mastered the third move, and it was a man in a mask. Then she wondered if the man of the mask was Kim. Well, it was unlikely. She tried to push all thoughts away from herself and thought that now there was no time to worry. She needed to focus on the competition. The girl took out her sword and swung it. She had to act exactly according to plan as her partner told her. The next moment, she rushed towards the class teacher. She was determined and had no intention of losing. When she was very close, she pushed in order to attack. She had to start with the first move. The first technique was the moon and sun technique, which is why it was called the first technique of the setting sun. The girl moved forward. Their class teacher stood right in front of her and was completely ready for his student to attack him. He didn't even move. But despite this, he complimented his student. He said that he really liked this attack, but at the same time, he will be able to cope with it with the help of an ordinary branch that was in his hands at that moment. Despite the fact that his student very successfully attacked her class teacher, he was easily able to repel her attack. Well, this was not the end of their competition, so the girl raised her hand to continue this competition. She remembered the words of her partner in what order she should attack first. The technique she had already shown. Now she needed to move away to prepare for the next attacks. The martial arts of the Dan clan that she learned from Kim Seo-jun were not limited to just templates. She had the right to choose how to do it. The only thing she remembered was that she needed to take a step forward before the attack. And then she turned on her abstract thinking, which allowed her to make the decision she needed. The most important thing in such a situation was not to succumb to fear. The girl began to attack, and it was the moon and sun technique, and this was the third technique. It was an unexpected technique. The girl took another step forward and began to attack. This was the martial arts of the Dan clan. She needed to master her courage and get closer to the heart of her enemies. What did she do in the next moment? Swinging like this, she had to approach the very heart of the enemy with her ball. The class teacher was a little surprised how she managed to do it so quickly. He thought if you resisted her, you might be defeated. The class teacher had no choice but to dodge the sword blow that his student was trying to deliver. The class teacher was very surprised and a little confused and didn't understand how this could happen. All the other students who watched this competition stood with their mouths open. They could not even imagine that she could show such a level. Well, in fact, the girl didn't stop. She needed to see the competition to the end, and she really wanted to win. Therefore, she immediately decided that she needed to attack the class teacher again. She thought that she could win this competition and again used the moon and sun technique. The third move was an unexpected move just like last time. This time, the class teacher was not as calm as the previous one, and he prepared to fend off her blows. Kim looked and thought why she was attacking with the same technique for the second time in a row. It was not at all the order that he told her. He shouted at her to do exactly as he told her. The class teacher realized that now the same technique would happen, and therefore it was easier for him. His student was still young and had little experience. When the girl was very close to her opponent, you cut there, he dodged her blow and struck a counterblow. Then she saw that this time nothing was working for her, and the branch that the class teacher was defending himself was very close to her. The girl was in such a position that it was difficult to change anything in her attack and get away from this blow. She understood that she would not be able to slow down. It was already too late. She thought that her competition was over. Kim couldn't stand it for her to open her eyes. He was very indignant that she didn't listen to him at all. Therefore, there was nothing left to do as soon as he shared his martial arts. He raised his sword and entered the battle. It was his dominance of the heavenly demon technique. The first technique he showed was the demonic cult. Kim entered into a fight with his teacher and struck him several times. This was one of the techniques of this cult, and this technique was called the Taishan Massacre. Kim was able to save the situation and throw the class teacher aside so that he could not strike his partner. The class teacher was very upset because he did not expect such a turn of events. He did not expect that his students could enter into battle with him on equal terms. Cool, the leader said that he was familiar with this technique. It will never be forgotten. Kim to the girl to concentrate and remind her that she went in the wrong order, and now they have to do everything the same, only she will be fast and he will be slow. He wanted her to understand that this is the only way they can win. Kim. I thought to myself, no matter how long he was her curator, but it would always be very difficult for her to adapt. The very next moment, they acted according to the plan, and Kim approached his opponent in this competition with great speed. The next moment, he was very close and tried to swing his hand to strike. But the class teacher reacted very quickly to his attempted strike and repelled the blow. Then the other side began to attack the class teacher Dan. She acted clearly according to the plan, as the young man told her. But despite the fact that there were two of them, the leader very easily avoided their blows and fought them off. At some point, the class teacher even thought it was funny how they were trying to attack him, and how they practically didn't succeed. During one of these attacks, the class teacher fought back and said that he had worthy students and should praise them a little for their RBC victory. At that moment, the girl struck and the class teacher was able to dodge this blow at the last moment. But having dodged, he struck her with a counterblow and she could not get away from him. The very next moment, the girl was on her knees and could no longer participate in the competition. For her, this competition was over. The teacher held his branch like a sword on her shoulders. This indicated that the class teacher had won the day. Then he looked at his second student and asked if he would continue this competition alone. Kim was sure that this was not the end, and he knew for sure that he would never give up. The class teacher said that they couldn't do it together and attack him rather than he thinks he can do it alone. Kim was confident in his abilities, and therefore he said that he was ready to continue this competition alone to the end. The class teacher thought that he had already lost enough authority in this battle, and the fly wanted to end it all as quickly as possible. Kim is completely ready to enter the battle. He just needed to understand how to proceed. He thought and decided that now for this moment he needs to use slow balls, the only way he can win. This was also a moon and sun technique, and his first technique was the setting sun. The class teacher looked at the young man and did not understand what kind of pose he had taken and how he was going to carry out the attack. Kim first started to attack, and his first attack was successful. The class teacher was unable to react to it. After the attack, the young man fell to the ground. He used all his strength to defeat his class teacher. All the other students didn't know how to react to this, instead of standing silently and watching. Even the students who studied with him in the group did not believe that this could happen. Seemed to them that this should not be done towards their teacher, but in this competition the teacher lost. The girl raised her eyes and thought that there was something very familiar in this battle, but she still didn't fully understand what exactly. Was silent for a few minutes and then turned his head. He had something to say. He definitely didn't expect that one of his students from this class would be able to beat him in the competition. He underestimated his students. The teacher turned and looked at his student who defeated him. Kim stood up and realized that everything worked out for him. He did it absolutely right, and he won these competitions. The students who watched everything that was happening could only throw up their hands. They had no words, and students from other groups watched in silence and were afraid to even comment. They understood that they had underestimated this young man. It was an unexpected event. No one expected Kim Seojun to win. Many didn't understand and thought that it was all a lie, and it couldn't be that a student would defeat his teacher. The class teacher had no choice but to admit defeat and say that it shocked him very much, but it was all just because he was thinking about a strong sword, and he thought only in one technique, and was not going to change his mind in any way. But everything turned out completely wrong. The speed of human reaction is limited, and in a world where intrigue flourishes, not everything is so simple. Therefore, in this situation, the master did not react to everything because he is an ordinary person. That's why Kim thought that Baek Moon, accustomed to using only a heavy ball, could not imagine the instant sharpness of the ball. He never thought that he would respond with a fast sword in such a short moment. That is why the result turned out this way. The class teacher said that he must admit that he lost. Not only because they all saw this competition and its loss, but because even in martial arts there is a gap, and if you let your guard down, you can lose at any moment. The class teacher turned to his students and said that in any case, despite his loss, he would keep his word. And he is not going to cancel the promise that he made to his students, so he will still teach them one of his secret techniques. The students were happy that they would be able to learn another secret technique. Learning Baek's secret techniques. Moina is not just learning one martial art, it means they can become an expert in martial arts using just that technique. The class teacher looked at them and said that thanks to this technique, they will be able to resist such a Moan clan. And moreover, thanks to this technique, they will be able to survive in the then. The teacher fell silent. It seemed that he had let it slip. Kim asked the class teacher. Most likely, he was trying to say that they could survive in the Heavenly Art Tournament. The class teacher did not deny anything. He looked at his students and told them to look carefully. He shows once and will not repeat. He extended his hand forward, which he needed in order to take back the stick that he was defending himself with. The next moment this stick was in his hands, it seemed that it fell into his hand due to some certain force. The girl exclaimed that this is the Igyo ball technique, and it's always interesting to look at such things. Kim heard about Igyo for the first time. He didn't understand what it was. The girl looked at him and asked if he didn't know because this is a method of freely using weapons using energy. The young man was very surprised that there is such an easy skill, and is there really such a way? If only he knew. He could tell Golgol about this method and maybe he would help him. The young man thought that during an automatic battle, if he could use this technique, he would definitely be able to win. It would be a completely automatic capture. When evening came, everything was as usual at the educational institution. The only student who could not calm down was Kim. 3 skeletons who were planning to pass on their skills through a young man heard the call. Without thinking about her for long, they decided to meet with Kim. They wanted to keep abreast of events and find out the latest news. The skeleton was asked by the young man why he called them. In fact, they are called only when there is danger. The skeletons wanted to find out if he called them only because he missed them. Kim with this skeleton that he is not at all like that. He called them to check with them whether any of them had heard about the art of wielding the sword, Igyeog. One of the skeletons answered him. Was he really interested in the Igyeogam technique? And if in fact this is so, then they are just skeletons and not people. The young man did not talk to them for long and asked them again whether they knew this technique or not. The skeletons looked at each other and did not dare to answer him in any way. They did not want to teach him this at all. Therefore, they very cunningly said that on the one hand they seem to know, but on the other hand they can say that they don't. Kim listened to them carefully. He needed to learn this technique, so he answered them. That most of the techniques were taught by teachers. The skeletons did not understand where he was leading this conversation. The young man laughed and asked the rallies. It turns out that in this case, they were not taught this technique. One of the skeletons said that he was a very cunning fellow, and this did not at all contradict their agreement. The young man replied that in this case, they should help each other and cooperate. And he also added that if he does not master this technique, the descendants of the teachers in this case may not survive. For the skeletons, this was very bad news. They did not understand what it meant not to survive and whether he was telling the truth. The skeletons asked only one question: why would healthy guys die? The young man replied that he was not going to touch on it, but he was ready to tell them everything in detail. Everything that happened at this university, with the students to whom they wanted to pass on their art and military equipment. Now the skeleton understood why he said that, and they thought that their lives could really be in danger. Skeletons to rice, or that they have no choice but to pass on this technique, such was their fate. The young man was pleased with himself that he managed to persuade the skeletons to transfer this technique to him. One of the skeletons said that he was now ready to teach the young man this Igiog technique. Kim told them that this was an excellent decision in favor of his descendants, and they did the right thing by listening to him. The next moment, one of the skeletons stretched his hand forward. He didn't think long and wanted to show the young man what this technique was. The sword that was near Kim began to move in different directions. It was clear that the skeleton could influence this sword. And the next moment, this sword was already in the air. It was moving straight towards the hand of this skeleton. Everything happened instantly, and the sword was already in the hand of the skeleton. It was this technique that Igiogam demonstrated by one of the skeletons. The young man was once again amazed by what he saw. It made a great impression on him. The skeleton said that just like he showed now, this is exactly how you can easily use this technique. What he just saw was the original use, but there were also many other uses of this technique. It was possible to lift the sword in the air and make it hang in a certain position. Then he showed that the sword itself could fly towards the enemy and attack him. Kim was even more surprised. The young man stood looking at everything coming and thought that this was an amazing technique. The skeleton pointed the sword straight at his throat and stopped the sword a few centimeters away. The skeleton said that everything he shows could be done with your hands, but it could be done as he just saw. The next moment, the sword was already flying in a different direction. It made several turns, rose, and was above the young man's head. Kim looked with his mouth open and could not say anything. It was unexpected for him. He understood that all the technology that was now demonstrated to him all depended on the degree of the angle. At least it seemed so to him. The skeleton dissipated, of course. He didn't think that the young man would understand this technique the first time. That's why the skeleton said that learning is much more difficult. In fact, all this technique consists of the fact that he must be completely confident in what he is doing. Kim told the skeleton that now he understood and thought to himself that he had no choice, and he had to learn it. The skeleton answered him that he might think to some extent it would be better to die, because to that extent it would be difficult. The young man stood and looked at these three skeletons and thought that most likely he was not just worried. The next moment there was a scoreboard in front of him, and in such situations he had to make his choice. Written on the board that the convocation wanted to transfer technical skills to him and asked if he wanted to learn. The young man thought it was really a competition window again, but still pressed the accept button. Having pressed that button, he realized that he had no time to hesitate. And the very next moment, the training of martial art by Igiog was accepted for study, after which the skeleton told the young man that he was ready to explain to him in more detail and said that the essence of Igiogam is as follows. After everything was said, the young man looked at his hand and clenched and made a fist several times. Then he did the same as the skeleton did, stretched out his hand in front of him and was eager to try. Opposite him stood a skeleton who was trying to take the sword for himself. It was really a competition of who had more strength and who could take the sword for himself. Kim showed for the first time that he had more strength and the sword was already in his hand. It gave him a little confidence. The skeletons who stood opposite were very surprised because the young man managed to do something that not everyone can do at once. Even his own skeleton was also surprised how a young man could get this. When the sword was in his hands, he realized that this technique which he had mastered was very convenient. The skeletons looked at each other and decided that he was a human after all, and therefore he could perceive all these techniques much faster. One of the skeletons said that, if you think about it, that guy was like that too. Then the skeletons asked the young man if he belonged to the same clan as that boy. Kim looked at these skeletons and said that he really doesn't know how to use it all, and now they only need the help of adults. One of the skeletons said that he was most likely a rare guy, and he assumed this from the very beginning. And so they decided that if it was night, they needed to change places, and he was ready to clearly show him this technique. In fact, it was already night outside. Everyone around was asleep, and there was complete silence. Only a young man with his skeleton tried to learn the technique from 3 skeletons who were ready to pass on their skills. Kim, without hesitation, decided that if they want to teach him something and show him clearly, then let them show him on this sword, which the skeleton drove into the ground with all his might. His sword was half in the ground. It seemed that it would be unbearable to pull it out of there even with 2 hands. The skeleton told the young man forward, indicating that what he must do is pull out this sword. Kim said that he does this without any arrogance because he sincerely wanted to learn this technique. Kim walked up to this sword, grabbed the handle, and tried to pull it out and land. The skeleton said that he wanted to see the young man's thoughts when he did this. Then he showed the young man with his bony finger how to pull out the sword with just his desire, without any difficulty. And when the skeleton pulled out this sword and it flew in the direction pointing to where the skeleton pointed to him, the young man was not confused. Kim very quickly got his bearings and tried to intercept the sword. He thought that he had enough strength for it, and at some point he almost succeeded. But the skeleton was much stronger and showed that he did not release the sword from under his influence. Kim stood and tried to control which side of him the sword was on. He actually didn't have time to watch him, and this bothered him a little because the sword could be very close to his body at any moment. He needed to learn to control it. When the sword was very close and was behind his back, he felt it at the last moment and managed to move away from this blow. But the sword caught his shoulder a little and cut his clothes. He still had little control over the sword. Therefore, he was a little surprised what the skeleton was doing. And was it really the only reason he killed the sword? The young man looked at the skeleton and wondered if this was the whole extent of his guesses, and in fact he did not understand anything. Then he extended his hand in front of him. Now it was our turn to show what Kim is capable of. The next moment, the sword that was in the ground began to move from side to side. Everything began to work out for him. Because he received the martial arts, Idyogom, Kim raised his hand and with 2 fingers with ease after receiving both arts, he began to control the sword in the air. The skeleton looked at how he was doing and thought that it was quite good for the first time, even more than, after which the young man said that he too could do it, as the skeleton showed him. In fact, it's not like he was trying to learn something like that. The skeleton was a little surprised by his words that he meant something like this. In fact, it was a martial art. The next moment, the young man became very angry because he had already assumed an attack from outside. The young man, using the technique he had just been trained in, raised the sword in the air so that it was above the head of one of the skeletons. This sword was getting closer and closer to his skull. The skeleton did not know how the young man would behave further and did not expect this from him. None of the skeletons even imagined that this could happen, so they could only watch what was happening. They stood aside and looked in surprise from these skeletons. I didn't expect this from a young man. The blow with which he launched the sword was so powerful that when the sword entered the ground, it began to crack in all directions. The sword went deep enough into the ground and turned around its axis several more times. Then he jumped out of the ground with the same force in the opposite direction. It seemed as if the earth had cracked and radiation came from there. The young man struck a pose and was ready to fight his opponent. On the other side stood a skeleton, who was also in a fighting stance and was ready to fight the guy. The next moment, 2 swords in the air began to attack each other. One was controlled by a young man, the second sword was controlled by a skeleton. The rest of the skeletons were surprised because the young man only learned this technique and already mastered it at the level of the elders. In this battle between 2 swords, the young man was not inferior to his opponent. But the skeleton told him that this was not all, and he had something that the young man had not yet expected. Then the skeleton extended his hand towards the other skeletons. He wanted to use their weapons as well. One of the skeletons standing opposite him did not understand how his sword flew towards another skeleton. The skeleton only needed this sword to carry out one more attack. And the very next moment, in the hands of the skeleton, there was a sword with which he began to attack. He swung and moved forward. This skeleton, holding a sword in his bony hand, asked the young man what he could say to this. Kim was calmer than ever. He even had a smile on his face. He was completely confident in himself. The skeleton thought that he was the smartest and got along with another skeleton and could now attack. But what was his surprise? When he saw that the young man also had a sword in his hands, the skeleton asked where he got this sword. But without answering this question, the young man on the other side also began to attack the skeleton. He knew that he could not lose this fight. It was clear that almost two equal forces came together. Each of them was confident that he would win this battle. The skeleton continued to attack the young man. At one point, he even had to dodge his blows. Several times he barely managed to return to me so that the young man would not strike him. The skeleton did not understand how it could be that the young man could very skillfully use this technique that he had just taught him. And fighting with him in this competition, he was angry because his opponent, whom he had just taught, mastered this technique no worse than him. The skeleton thought if that was the case, then he could forcefully crush him. This young man didn't give him a choice. Therefore, the skeleton began to attack him with all his might and swung his hand to strike him. The rest of the skeletons were surprised because they saw what the energy of the sword was, and it was not yet a rival. The skeleton turned and said to everyone else with the same skeleton that looking at this guy, "Do they really still call him a child?" The rest of the skeletons didn't want to answer anything now. They saw everything with their own eyes. The young man looked at them and said that of course he was able to learn this technique, but he still does not know how to use it. The skeleton pushed and headed towards the young man. He began to attack him. Know something? Then he needs to learn it during the fight. Otherwise, he won't succeed. The skeleton swung and struck a blow. The young man escaped this blow at the last moment. Then he realized that he needed his sword to fight with the enemy's sword, using a technique that he had just learned. The skeleton attacked him, and so he asked how he could use this attack. The young man was a little angry, but he was not going to give up, and therefore he needed to come out of this situation as a winner. He extended his hand, and his sword was again in his hand. Now he could defend himself from the enemy. He pulled out his sword in front of him and began his attack on his opponent. With the power of which he possessed a different technique, he launched his sword towards the enemy. A sword was also launched from the enemy, and they had to come together to understand which of them had more power. Two balls came together, then they hit each other. Then these two balls scattered different 100 and shot into the ground. The skeleton, after drawing his sword, said that now there were only two of them, and he was ready to find out to the end which of them was stronger. Therefore, this skeleton was the first to attack the young man. Kim, at that moment, only managed to draw his sword, but for some reason he was completely confident in himself and calmly waited for this attack. The skeleton, on the contrary, was surprised by his behavior. He did not know what else to expect from this young man. And the next moment, the skeleton launched two more swords towards the young man. But what was his surprise after nothing happened? The skeleton looked and wondered how he could cope with all this. Was this guy stronger than him? And did he really cope with the wallpaper at that moment? The skeleton could not even imagine that a huge, sharp stick was already hanging behind him. The only thing that the skeleton realized at that moment was that it was his defeat. He had nothing more to do. Everyone stood and watched what would happen next, and how the young man would finish this fight. This skeleton, without hesitation, shouted if any of the recruits could handle this child. It was already deep night outside, and their competition was coming to an end. The young man had to go back. Because a little more and dawn began, then someone could have noticed that he was not there at night. At the same time, one of the teachers laughed very loudly. He was completely confident in his nephew. That's why he told him that in fact no one can cope with Hua because he is the strongest. Hua could not let his uncle down, and he had to prove it, and his uncle asked him again that he was the strongest. Hua answered him that he would not let his uncle down, and he was, of course, the strongest. His uncle told him that a heavenly arts tournament would soon take place, and his nephew would have to show what he was capable of. Hua told his uncle that he would never disappoint him, and that in this tournament, he would really show what he was capable of. Hua told his uncle that at these competitions, their clan would definitely be remembered by everyone. The uncle turned and looked at his nephew. He told him that he would be glad if he understood this as soon as possible. And then the uncle added that in addition to this, something else needed to be done. Hua was ready to fulfill any of his requests, so he said that he was listening carefully. The uncle began to say that most likely Hua had already heard about the death of Jua. The nephew replied that he had heard, and the clan warriors were going to the dog academy to take revenge. Hua to his uncle. He was wondering what he would offer him to do now. In turn, the uncle thought whether his nephew would be able to cope with his request. The uncle turned away and began to say that if it weren't for the school director, they would have killed him long ago. Everything stopped precisely because of the director, because he was in the way. Hua completely understood what he was talking about because in fact he was organizing it all together for his clan. Uncle that he could trust his nephew because he was determined. He looked at Hua very seriously and told him that in this case he can go and give the Moen clan a hard time. Hua bowed to his uncle and said that he would obey. He was determined, and it seemed that he could carry out everything. At the same time, a masked man who was ready to teach martial arts asked the students if the Moen clan could endure they were preparing to attack them. The more you study martial arts, the more often you have to face the Moen clan. It was hopeless. The guy in the mask was pleased that finally the students little by little began to realize that they would have to face the Moen clan. During the training sessions taught by the guy in the mask, the students gave 100%. They were ready to learn new techniques with him. Each time the guy in the mask prepared the students for new battles, he gave them the opportunity to learn new military techniques. While at the same time, the guy in the mask said that first of all, they are not the target that the Moen clan was aiming at. The blue-eyed guy listened to his teacher, but he objected to him that this was the business of their group. The guy at the mask heard these words that they think that this is the case. Their group calmed down a little. He exhaled because he understood that if they think so, then he made the right choice by starting to prepare them. Kim, you remembered that he actually never left his group either. He always remembered their happy faces in those classes when he told them something and taught them something new. But he also remembered something else. When he saw gold and what temptation he had then, and did he think about the group then? At that moment, he wanted to take as many gold coins as possible and forget the poor life he had. At that moment, he doesn't remember at all about his group and about everyone else. He was only interested in his fate and how many of these gold coins he could take. Kim was silent for a few minutes, then cleared his throat. He had something to say to his students. The guy in the mask said that his students had a good thought, and in this case, they should not stop under any circumstances but continue further. These words of the guy in the teacher's mask really inspired the young people, and they were ready to study further for the sake of this. In another part of this university, there were no people at all. Everyone was busy with their own affairs. Man was walking along one of the paths, and a girl was following him. She was trying to keep up with him, not one step behind. The girl thought whether she should report everything that she learned and saw, or whether she should remain silent for now. She didn't understand why he was so sincere in helping all the scoundrels from the Orthodox faction. Kim turned his head in her direction. He heard that she was asking him something. The girl replied that she didn't say anything. He most likely heard it. Kim wondered if this could really be the case, but I really didn't say anything. I heard everything clearly. He asked her to tell the truth and say what happened. The girl lowered her head and began to say very slowly that the fact was that she was wondering why he was paying so much attention to the loser from the Orthodox faction. Kim told her not to ask such questions anymore, that from the point of view of demonic culture, his actions were impossible to understand. But recently he learned something about the nature of demonic culture, after which he took a deep breath. But on the other hand, Kim included that he was a completely different person. And this man asked the girl how dare she ask such questions. It was completely an order from above. She stood opposite the young man and asked him for forgiveness. Said anything more, ask such questions. She would believe him, the young leader of the cult, and follow his instructions. The next day came, everything was as usual and did not foreshadow anything new. As on all other days, students gathered in the morning in a large square in front of the university. Kim was a little late, but he came and took his place. The guy with blue eyes was surprised if he had come. So he asked Kim where he always disappears. He is not visible at all among the students. Kim looked at him and answered, "How do birds know the importance of a phoenix?" and told him to stop being curious. The guy with blue eyes did not understand this phrase and asked Kim if he really wanted to say that he was a phoenix. Or, for that matter, he was actually an eagle. Kim thought for a few minutes and then said, if he really considers himself an eagle, then his health should be enough for him. The guy with blue eyes replied that the warriors of Western Liang do not get sick, so he has enough health. While the guys were sorting things out among themselves, they heard footsteps that were getting closer and closer. All the teachers of this university came out to the young people and were led by their director who gathered them. Not only students but also teachers were waiting for what they wanted to tell them. Each of them only thought that most likely it concerned the very tournament that everyone had been talking about lately. Absolutely all teachers were waiting for the announcement. The director looked at them all and said that he was very glad that they all had joyful faces. And then he added that he would not detain them for long and would immediately get down to business. He voiced the reason why he called them all. And this reason was the opening of the Heavenly Arts Tournament. This is the announcement everyone was expecting. He also added that the tournament will be held in both individual and team competitions. For many students, this was news. The physical education teacher was only glad that this tournament would be held according to these rules. He thought that he had finally waited. Hua was also happy. He had a reason to prove to his uncle that he would really keep his word. The director announced to them all that this tournament will take place in a month. That is, in a month, the Heavenly Arts Tournament will take place. The opening of the Celestial Arts Tournament was not held according to the same rules as all other competitions. The Celestial Arts Tournament is not TESA competitions that are held for a certain time. In addition, the clan and warrior who win the tournament will gain enormous fame. These are the competitions that anyone involved in martial arts wants to win. Therefore, this news was joyful for absolutely all students of this university. Each of them wanted to try themselves in these competitions. When the director finished speaking, he exhaled and saw that his students were really happy about it. Kim had quite a lot of questions about the tournament, so he didn't rejoice as much as everyone else. Moreover, he knew that he had a main rival, and this rival would be Hua, who also wants to destroy him. In fact, Kim still had quite a lot of questions about this tournament. The director continued to say that a month ago the tournament program was announced, and the preliminary qualifying tests began. And the director also said that he hopes that by this time they are well prepared. He asked each teacher to train his students so that their academy could get excellent results. The teachers told the principal not to worry. This time they will definitely make every effort to make their academy win. The director looked at the teachers and said nothing. He hoped that they would really do that. Then the director said that the group leaders should stay and all other students should return to their classes. One of the teachers wanted to announce to the headman their additional information for preparation for this tournament. Kim was also the leader of his group, so he stayed, but he behaved a little strangely. The young man's behavior irritated the teacher a little, and this time, he also looked only at him. Kim felt his gaze and thought why he was looking at him this time too. The teacher announced to the elder that he hopes that everyone in each faction has heard, and if they try to keep this a secret, then Murim is not the place to do this. The teacher said that he was in no way trying to reproach them, but nevertheless, the academy would like to provide them with additional information. Hua! I was perplexed as to what the additional information meant. He hadn't even heard such a thing in the Murima Alliance. The teacher continued to say that they all know that this is an individual competition. But this time, there will also be group competitions, and these competitions will be much more difficult. It was not only about group battles. The teacher said that something from Murim's heritage would be presented, and this was the very information that he wanted to tell them about. The students listened to him carefully and had a lot of questions about this tournament. To say among themselves that they should deal with this earlier than the others, because their Murima Alliance knows everything. Kim again found himself in a situation where he didn't understand what the Murim legacy meant and what it was all about. When evening came and all the students went to their rooms, each of them thought about the upcoming tournament. The guy with blue eyes lay and was happy. He shouted that this was a great chance for him. Kim was thinking about something else, that in any case, given the skills of the guys from his group, he had no hopes for individual Tez at all. And he also thought that he would like to see what team competitions would look like. And this is the legacy of Murim that was discussed today. He had to figure out what to do with it. Therefore, he could only ask the skeleton if one of them knew something. He didn't part with these thoughts for even 1 minute all that night. He lay there and thought about what to do. At some point, it dawned on him, and he decided that he understood everything. The skeleton jumped with him. The skeleton shook his head, and Gogol pretended to understand everything just like his owner. Despite the fact that it was already late at night, the lights were still on in many windows of the university, and many who learned this news could not sleep. The girl drank tea and thought about everything that had happened to her lately. On the one hand, she was very glad that she was near the young cult leader. On the other hand, she wondered if he, the young cult leader, was aware of everything that was happening. She also thought that the young cult leader had not studied any martial arts except school martial arts, and he must be very busy to study at least one martial art, which means he had learned enough martial arts of the orthodox faction, and she didn't look at the fact that she really liked the young cult leader. She would still have to report it. She was sitting by a huge window and was thinking what to do next, when suddenly she heard that someone threw a pebble at the window. Opening the window, she asked what that noise was at night and who dared to disturb her at such a time. But the very next pebble hit her right in the head, something she definitely didn't expect. When she opened her eyes, she was ready to swear, but she saw Kim waving his hand at her. Honal was happy because the young cult leader came to her. For her, it was always a holiday. The young man was not happy with how she was, but he came here to clarify some questions, so he invited her with him. Honaul, without hesitation, stepped on the threshold of the windowsill and jumped into the street through the window. The next moment, the girl was running after her young cult leader. She didn't ask unnecessary questions. She did what he told her. After some time, they found themselves in one of the clearings in the middle of the forest. There was no one around except the two of them. Kim stood opposite Honaul. He called her here to clarify something that was unclear to him. Honaul was the first to start a conversation. She asked the young man what he was doing here at night without a mask, even though this was an academy. But at the same time, this was the headquarters of the enemy camp. The young man showed her that she should not say anything, not only he should be silent, but she too. And then he said that he called her here so that no one would hear because he needed to ask her something. Honaul is very surprised. Can she really be useful to him, and can she really help him? Kim will ask her what Murim's heritage is. This was the very question that did not let him sleep peacefully that night. The girl didn't understand if he really came here just because he was interested in it. Kim got angry with her and asked if he really came here because of her conversation without doing anything. Honaul answered him that this is not so. The young man submitted the answer to the very question that interested him and with which he came here. Honaul. She exhaled. She didn't understand why he really wanted to know about this and brought her here because of this question. The girl asked him if he really didn't know and was unfamiliar with the heritage of Murim. The young man answered it like this. Honaul began to say that he should know that about 100 years ago, a great disaster happened in Murim. That is why this academy was created. Everything was exactly like this. The academy was built after this disaster. Then she began to say that, of course, he doesn't know who was the one who settled all Murim's troubles. The young man thought for a moment and then said that in his opinion, it was obvious that this man was the director, and now he has 9 sects and 5 clans in his power. The girl waved her head, indicating that this was all wrong. At that time, 9 sects and 5 clans were busy with their own. In fact, it was not sects or clans that helped settle all the troubles, but it was just one person, and it was a man named Doc. And it was then that all the problems of martial arts schools were resolved with him. Kim could not imagine that one person could do this, and not a sect and nylon. He was interested in the question of how one person could cope with all this, and not at all the 9 seconds and 5 clans that this academy now represents. Honaul added that there are rumors that this person was a student who went into seclusion Janji. And since the troubles were over, this person also disappeared and no one knows the details. Kim thought that this legend was impossible to believe. Of course, he knew that there were many stories about similar heroes, but this story was a story that was very close to a lie. And it does not matter whether it was Murim or the reality of which he was. Kim says to himself that in Muri there are 9 sects and 5 clans. That's what this whole academy is based on. Those who follow from selfish motives would never rejoice at those who rise above them. Kim understood perfectly well that it would be very difficult for such people to endure this. Kim told Honaul that everything was clear to him, but he was interested in one more question. What about the inheritance? The girl shook her head again. She wanted to make sure that there was no one around and that no one would hear their conversation. Then she came as close to him as possible and very quietly began to talk about the rumor that this Doc was not from the Central Plain, and the name was suspicious, and the language of the letters and customs were different from those in the Central Plain. She continued to say that this man, after conquering Murim, left a lot of things, and this is the legacy of Murim. Kim asked the girl again since the language and letters were different, which means he was a foreigner. She replied that his appearance was similar to the Han Chinese. but the language and writing were not used in any of the neighboring countries. Kim did not understand how this could happen if he was not a foreigner. Then what language did he speak then, and what script? The guy took out his sword and began to write something on the ground. He asked Honaol if she was talking about the legacy of Murim. Were these included, which he just wrote on the ground? The girl looked at all these letters written by him for a very long time. She wanted to remember and answer him correctly. Then she raised her eyes and looked at the young man. These were the same letters she told him if he knew all this. Why was he asking her about it? Kim was even more surprised than this was serious, and the ordinary Korean alphabet became Murim's legacy. Now it became completely unclear to him what kind of world it was that he knew the answer to the main question that interested everyone. Despite the fact that it was the dead of night, they heard a blinker that was very close to them. Kim and Honaol turned their heads and looked into complete darkness. They got ready. Somewhere from the depths of the forest, someone's conversations could be heard. The girl understood that most likely this was one of their enemies, and they were here to destroy the leader of her cult. Honaol understood that this would now be her finest hour. She must protect her cult leader at all costs. Kim looked at her and said that he didn't understand why they had to fight now, and why she was so tense. The girl said that despite their confidentiality, and the fact that they were talking very far from the academy, most likely they were tracked. Kim. The very next moment, he was convinced that Honaol was right, and the shadows of the warriors appeared in front of him. But for the young man, this was not a surprise because he was ready to fight with each of them. Despite the fact that the street was completely dark and almost nothing was visible, there were more and more of these warriors, so he asked her to leave him alone. The next moment, he stood alone, and opposite him stood a fairly large number of warriors who were ready to destroy. One of them said that the clan told him to wait, but he was already tired of it and could not wait any longer. Now the time has come just to settle accounts with him and destroy him. Namely, it was night, and it was the very time that gave them such an opportunity. Kim took a deep breath and then exhaled. He decided to collect all his thoughts. Then he took out his sword and told them that in fact he was strangling him. It was just a practical experience, which is why he appeared here. All these people who were ready to kill him did not understand why he was talking about some kind of practical experience. In fact, it was an experience from the underworld. The leader of this clan said that at least the little one from the academy is not so scary, and one will be enough for him. Then he took out his sword in order to show his advantage over Kim, not considering him a strong opponent, and he told him that he would now die very quietly, and the next moment he began to attack him. If it were the old Kim Seo-jun, he would have been confused at such a moment, but in fact now he was completely calm. And despite the fact that he was approached by an enemy who wanted to kill him, and he did not know who he would be dealing with, Kim is confident in himself, so he swung his hand to fend off the attack and attack his enemy. And the next moment, he had it all worked out. He acted clearly according to plan, the way he imagined it. He used the Dan clan's secret sword technique and then also used reverse moonlight. And despite the confidence of his opponents, the next minute he was already lying on the grass. Everyone else started talking among themselves about how this guy has a fast sword technique. Their leader told everyone to disperse, and they were obliged to deal with him. All opponents carefully followed the commands of their leader. They scattered with incredible speed so as to attack the young man from all sides. This was one of the ways to fight with an ordinary sword. You had to attack from all sides to defeat it. They believed that, despite the fact that he was fast, he was inappropriate for fighting enemies who came from different places. And according to common sense, the measures of the Moen clan were correct, and they should have destroyed one enemy altogether in the next moment. However, such common sense no longer applied to Kim Seo-jun, and he was completely confident in himself. He remembered everything that the three skeletons taught him. He was a pretty good student. They told him if he didn't kill, otherwise he would die himself. And they also taught him that this was an ill-considered mercy, not only for him, but in this case, he would make everyone around him die. He needed to understand this to the end so as not to leave anyone alive. For Kim Seo-jun, who lived in modern times, killing someone was not an easy task. And to cross this line, he needed to change a lot in himself. So when he entered the world of martial arts, he felt despair. At first, it was very difficult for him. But then he realized that he had no other choice. He realized the most important thing is that the world will try to kill him if he is weak. And it was after all this that Kim Seo-jun became a completely different person. He changed his principles. He realized all this and all these words to the depths of his soul. He knew that he had no other choice but to kill them. Therefore, when someone shouted to start attacking the young man, he was already ready for this. The next moment, he realized that he had to take advantage of his opportunity and call. At this moment, the object of the call automatically responded, and there was a bright glow around the young man. Everyone from the Blowing clan did not understand what was happening because none of them could approach them. They thought it was black magic. Immediately after this radiance stopped, all the attackers felt great surprise and an incomprehensible feeling. Each of them wanted to understand what it was and what was happening to them all. There was something strange behind this guy, and no one could figure out where it came from. Instead of one guy, they saw 3 huge shadows approaching them. When they looked, they saw huge skeletons approaching and killing everyone in their path. These 3 skeletons were determined to destroy everyone who was now in their path and who would enter into battle with him. The guys from the clan didn't take what they saw seriously and called their opponents ingots. One of the skeletons said that he underestimates them. It's very rude what he said because he's a brat. The clan fighters prepared to attack and scattered to different positions. They thought that with their numbers, they could destroy the enemy in front of them. One of the clan fighters told Kim not to even think that he could be forgiven after he dared to use black magic. Kim always scratched his ear and asked these fighters what kind of nonsense they were talking about, because in fact, he was not going to forgive him in the first place. The head was very outraged by his impudence and thought that this boy was just a scumbag. Kim told him that he was ready to finish quickly and leave while others weren't looking. One of the skeletons added that he had not seen blood for a long time. It's a pity that the opponents are followers of the orthodox teachings of Murim. Another said that there is nothing to be sorry for if they are youths of the Moan clan. Then they came to the conclusion that they really needed to end this all as quickly as possible and immediately began to attack. The skeletons dealt blow after blow to the representatives of the Moan clan, so that not one of them had a chance to survive. The skeleton struck so that his opponent was dead and blood splashed in all directions. The opponents of the skeleton and the young man did not have a single chance. They were destroyed one after another by striking with a sword. They did not even have time to react to these attacks. The enemy leader shouted that his team should retreat. He shouted to everyone to retreat and inform everyone that Kim was using black magic. This was the common enemy of Murim in their opinion. Therefore, the skeleton could not release more than one of its intruders. It had to destroy them all. The skeleton approached LaRue and asked him where he was going with all his wars. At that moment, they realized that they did not have a single chance to survive. Despite the fact that they had weapons, they stopped resisting. And the very next moment, there was a really bloody explosion. Not a single enemy was left alive. There was only a fountain of blood, and they all lay on the grass and not one of them moved anymore. Several of these warriors took advantage of this situation, and while others were being killed, they decided to run away as far as possible. They thought that they were very close to the academy, so if they ran away a little, they would most likely survive. At that moment, Kim remembered his last technique that he learned thanks to the skeleton. He launched his sword to catch up with his opponent. He moved very quickly towards the fleeing opponents. A little more and he will be at the goal. In fact, this happened, and the last one was Zach, who had almost no chance of surviving this ball. But the leader thought that he was actually still alive, and he could run to the academy. This would be his salvation. But everything didn't go as he thought. He stopped, because in front of him, he saw 2 sparkling eyes. He wondered if this is a flickering flame that appears on its own in the dark. Is it really a tokabibble? Before he had time to understand everything to the very end, a sharp sword slashed at his body and blood splashed in all directions. The first blow was followed by another blow, and he had practically no chance of survival. Red blood poured onto the green grass, and it seemed that the grass was no longer so green. The skeleton, as always, said his favorite phrase, "Gol gol," after he had done his job. One of the skeletons began to be indignant about why this kid is so slow. Another said that there were a lot of young people among them, and the third noticed that when the elders say that they are moving, they do it so that their feet sweat. The skeleton scratched his skull and thought about their words and then said "Gol gol" again. The next day came and it seemed that it should have been the same as the previous one. The sun was so bright and bright. Well, in fact, the director was very upset by what he saw in the forest near the academy, the Moan clan lying on the grass in a clearing. His assistant could not stand it and asked what this could all mean and how it could happen. The director of the academy asked his assistant who he thought could do this. The assistant replied that all this is obvious because quite recently there was a conflict with the Moan clan. Most likely it was him. The director asked if he was really talking about this ring. His assistant said that they need to interrogate him as quickly as possible now. The director noticed that all this seemed strange to him. The assistant did not understand what the director was talking about. The director told him to look at these wounds. They were received from the sword island that flew up from the bottom. And if you look at the other one, his chest was pressed right through with a fist. As for the third corpse, judging by the angular degree, it was throwing a ball in a lesh or another. The assistant suddenly thought about the igiogam technique. All this said that the person who entered into battle with them owns this technique. The director continued to say that no matter how you look at it, it is still a ball technique, and he thought that the student they were thinking about could use various techniques. The assistant thought that the garbage was the wrong technique and could be used by a student. Something was clearly wrong here. They came to the conclusion that they need to close the academy building, and only in this way will they find the culprits of the events that happened at night. Upon returning, they actually closed the gates of the academy, and not one of the students could leave. In case you were there, they were completely closed from the outside world and they all had to be inside. There were elders on the towers and on the wall who made sure that not one of the students could get out. Even at that time, it was not so easy to keep a garage away from the outside world. Therefore, we came up with various ways to maintain contact with the outside world and how to receive all the news. That is why throughout the academy, people of all factions of society began to fart carrier pigeons, even though it was a closed academy. Many carrier pigeons left the academy, and all the news that happened inside this academy was already known outside of it.